Don't blink, blink. Welcome to the show. This is Walter having a wonderful day on this magnificent, and I do mean magnificent day of the 20th of August 2025. Today is my mom's birthday. Happy birthday, mom. It's also, we're going to be playing a lot of Elden today. I want to get as far as possible in the DLC. And the first thing we have on today's menu is Bayle the dragon. So I'm actually super excited about it. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Without further ado, let's get into it. I'm excited. Today we're going to be listening to a video. Lady Lore, so follow her. Ladi space lore. A complete timeline of Zelda, which is 9 hours. We're not going to be streaming for 9 hours. We're going to be streaming for at least 6 to watch the whole thing. So without further ado, just get it. Bill is right here. Now let's not forget that we have to summon Igor. So what I'm going to do, Lamenter. We're getting it for. Where is his fingers? I know it's right here, but I'm not sure as to where. The system of DLC is so kaka. Duelist. Create a summon sign for online multiplayer. Supposed to be here. I don't know where it is. Will not be long, people. First of all, I need to look what it looks like. That's the one. Okay. Pouch 1, pouch 2. Pouch 3. Pouch 3 is the one. And I know what you look like, so now it's going to be easier. It has to be somewhere around here. It shouldn't be that hard to seek that far. Shouldn't be the one to know you're none. Shouldn't be that one to say I'm hard. Shouldn't be that one. Shouldn't be this guy. You guys ready? Bayle, baby. Bayle, look at the look. I want you guys to take a look at the arena. It is so nice. One sign for Igor. Please allow me. Wait a second. Maybe if I read it. Because I want to do his quest. He's a cool guy, and I want him to defeat Bayle. When facing Bayle the Dread, the summoned Drake Warrior gone from his sign. My soul yet lie in the mountain. This is Bayle. Look at the scene. Very akin to the Jagusax. Look at this, look at this. Bayle the Dread. I need to find your freaking summon sign, dude. Found it. Bayle.
I hereby vow you will prove this day. Behold, a true great warrior, and I, Egon, your fear made flesh.
Nice. Okay, I like to design a lot of the Bayle. However, I gotta be honest and say I kind of prefer Padusak.
But I will riddle with holes your rotten hide with a hail of harpoons.
Look at the health, look at the health, look at the health, look at the enemy. This is so cool. Look at the fight, look at the fight, look at the fight! This is so cool. know what to do. It is definitely a cool fight. However, I think I'm gonna be finishing it first. Maybe take a try. It's almost crazy because it does seem like almost there's some thunder, maybe some frenzy flame in there. Look at it, look at it. There's no way. Woohoo! Look at the fight. Look at the fight. That is amazing. That is amazing. I did on purpose not to get spoiled. Now the question is Egon still alive? I don't think he is. Yeesh. 1, 2. Nice. Want to trade blow for blow, didn't work. Didn't work. This is Chaos Incarnate. This is telling me when you attack. Oh my god, look at the hell. Last potion, last potion, last potion. I think we're done, guys. I think we're done. There's still a chance. But I mean... it's gonna be very tough. If it can break the poise here... oh my god, look at that health, look at that health. They take my shield. Egon was still alive. Egon is doing pretty much good damage. Not the greatest, but it's not the worst. Not the greatest, but not the worst. Just seems such a cool fight. To get that something is wrong. Austin, get her. Get it, fam. Love this. Perfect, let's go. Bleach their dream. Guys, this is not that bad of a fight. Besides, I'm gonna be honest, I think it's freaking cool. I think it's freaking cool. One of the better fights that I've seen. And as long as we don't have to be looking for the freaking sign, it's gonna be good. Yeah, the arena, the fight itself, it's one of the harder fights of the DLC. What I don't understand is, this is supposed to be easier than... what's his name? What are we doing, dude? I was rolling, but fine. I need my runes. I need my runes, dude. Hide. Let's see how much damage you can do the two of them. You know the big thing of damage. Wait! Don't attack only Egon, bro. Leave him alone. I feel bad because I don't think he can defend himself a lot. Leave him alone. Is he still alive? He's alive, he's still alive, he's still alive. In the perfect world, I would like Egon to be alive when he's still bayle. So if I understand correctly, leave him alone, dude. The body is dead. But the soul is still okay. You're coming right here. You gonna tell me that this is not a cool fight, bro? This is insanely cool. Look how small damage I'm doing. And this time, if I'm not mistaken, it's a broken rune. Look at this, look at this. Look at his leg! Look at his leg. He's missing a leg. Most likely from his fight with plus defense. Guys, he's not having shooting. Oh my god, look at this. Yeah, it's very hard. Holy. Like, I'm not even joking. If I can finish this fight today, I would be surprised. In my opinion, base game, strongest enemy is Millennia. DLC wise, Bayle is possibly the hardest. Because Bayle is supposed... Okay, so the lore behind Bayle is what's going to make him strong. The lore said that he went toe-to-toe with the one and only... what's his name? The dragon god. It's going to be tough. Look at my help, look at my help.
You will rue this day. Behold, a true great warrior, and I, Egon, your fears made flesh.
Need my runes. No! Damn! We lost a lot of runes there. A lot of runes. At the same time, we can now focus on everything else. And we're eating cream first, peanut butter ice cream. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we don't really need, because I was needing... Well, technically speaking, the only thing that I need for runes is weight. Look at this, you can tool harder. Dude, are you kidding me? I don't even know if I summon Igor. While I'm sitting hit my mimic is I can look at the help I can get. Damn.
I hereby vow you will rue this day. Behold,
Damn.
true great warrior, Pandar, God. Your fear made flesh.
Yeesh.
And I will riddle with holes your rotten hide. With a hail of harpoons. With every last drop of my being.
Good. Look at it, the way he's fighting. That he only has 2 ends is insane. Damn, dude. Can't really do much. Might hasn't been killed. I think he's the DLC. If he wants the cattle tree, that's it. Damn, dude, damn. Could have been crazy because I think that if I summoned the other guy first, that'd have been good. Always making sure that we got this. Mmm. 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 It has been delightful. As long as we got this, we're good.
I hereby vow you will rue this day.
I don't think I have enough. Stop, dude, stop. Look at my health, look at my health.
Made flesh.
You leave me fucking alone. You hear me?
Solid of scale you might be, and I will riddle with holes your rotten hide.
You see, with the fact that he's like the dragon god, you can kind of think that he's a good guy. With Bayle, you know that he's a bad guy. Look at him. What? That's huge, guys. That's huge. That was a good trade. 7,000 for my health. That was a really good trade. Oh, yeah. I don't know where he is. I do know where you are. Look at this. Look at this. Are you kidding me? This guy is God. Now, the question is, why did he betray? Is it possible that this is his weak spot? gonna get this time. Nice. How about Bell?
Bayle the Dread! You shall haunt me no longer!
I completely lost his mind. 580,000. And the craziest thing is, we got for our trouble the item. And okay, so we also got a shit of experience points. So it's not complaining here. Endurance. I'm gonna level you up till the end. They don't really need anything else. But the question is, there's nothing else. Okay. So now, I got two people to talk to. I was kind of hoping that you were there, but you're not. So where's Igor? The Dragon Communion Priest is going to be important. Where's the exit? Where is? I've talked to Igor and I've talked to the... I'm gonna pre-communion. Now, I forgot what is the next one. Yeah, eat. Okay. Now. Okay, it's cool. Thank you guys. Give me a sec. Again, I have to restart. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom real quick. Just peeing. I can't believe we defeated. What? No way. No freaking way. The guy's gone. Okay. Resume. Resume the battle. Can't believe this. Priestess art. Flowerstone gravel. So now what I need to do is key item. The dragon priest is gonna give you the dragon armor. Look at this. Gorge upon this and grant altar communion to absorb Bayle's power. First form of communion and the world of his priestess. Wait a second, where's the... It has to be nearby, right? I refuse to believe it's not nearby. Look, this is so cool. But Egon is where, dude? We didn't even give it to the guy. New with Bayle. Even after being consumed, the charming art of Bayle. I am... The communion of Bayle continue to resist its subjugation. Never weakening, one day the fire will consume the very soul, the very body and soul of its communion devour one day. So they're telling you this is dangerous. Even after being consumed, the charming art of Bayle continue to resist their subjugation. Never weakening, one day the fire within. Okay, this is the same thing. But this is kind of cool. Now what I want to see... Go sire. What is that? What the heck? So it's possibly not. Because technically speaking, I know exactly what it is. I know what it's supposed to give me. I know what it is. So it's not a surprise. Okay, so now... Okay, perfect. So it's supposed to give you like an armor. Question is, where is this armor? Feel like it's an item. For some reason. I feel like it's an item. There you go. Turn human frame into ancient dragon and house dragon cult incantation. Can't use it. Okay, so next, I kind of forgot what to do. We're gonna be starting our Zelda video because your boy is not in a rush, but still got things to do. There's something. So the video that we're gonna be watching today is Lore Companion, The Legend of Zelda Series 6. So the Recluse River is the next one. And it's supposed to be here. So why is it not starting? The heck? Chapter 1.
Before life began to wander in Rome.
Lady Lore, ladies and gentlemen. The Lady of Lore. That's her channel.
What existed was chaos, until three goddesses descended upon this strange place. The goddess of power, Bayle. The goddess of wisdom, the goddess of courage, the Lord.
I'm super excited. I actually love her channel. She does really good, but I never watch this video because it's 9 hours.
Poured her wisdom into the earth and gave the spirit of law to the world. But the Lord, with her rich soul, produced all life forms who would uphold the law. In these ancient times, the first race to roam these new lands were the High Kings. Each of the three goddesses gifted this realm a fragment of something greater, omnipotent artifacts, each containing an aspect of their goddess's sovereignty. From Din, the Triforce of power. From Nehru, the Triforce of wisdom. And from Thoror,
What the heck?
when all three parts were together.
No!
The heart and wish of the one who wielded upon the land. Should one whose heart is balanced between aspects of power, wisdom, and courage behold the Triforce,
You fucking suck!
but
You fucking...
was not balanced and whose intentions were impure trying to take the Triforce, it would be cast away as its three separate parts, and the land would fall into evil. One would remain with the living.
We lost 2 hours of gameplay.
Whichever aspects they most aligned
No, dude, that's stupid.
were to hold them as dictated by destiny. The complete Triforce was housed within the sacred
Guys, I'm so pissed off. We lost 2 hours
and the three
of
goddesses
videos. God damn it.
gave the Triforce to another, the goddess Hylia. The inhabitants of the gem world would know and love Hylia. She was a symbol of peace and promises strength. Eventually,
Okay, so now...
seek out the Triforce. A demon king desired the Triforce for himself, and with his many legions of demons, he brought chaos to the land. The people were taken to the sky and shielded from certain demise by their goddess Hylia. She then chose to cast aside her divinity and place her soul into the body of a mortal. Where through rebirth, the powers of the goddess were renamed. It was through the wisdom of Hylia's reincarnation and the rise of a courageous hero that would eventually end the powerful demon king. He was cast into a weapon called the Master Sword. It was plunged into stone and safely sealed away in a temple. But so began a cycle of a terrible curse. A great evil was destined to always yearn for the bold Triforce to seek it out,
No.
make their wicked wish come true, reflect their vile heart upon the world. With time, war and conflict did come. Greedy hearts who were power of the fabled relic called the Triforce sought after their own personal gain. It threw the world into turmoil. Countless lives were uprooted or lost as
Okay.
enemies collided. The world became so volatile that the powerful sage of life grew prouder. A great temple around the resting place of the Master Sword, the Temple of Time. And here, Router sealed away the sacred realm, therefore removed the Triforce from reach of any evil beings seeking it out. Three spiritual stones and a melody, the Song of Time, acted as a key to reach the Master Sword. Only the one chosen by destiny to wield the Master Sword could draw it up and open the door to the sacred realm, where the Triforce was now hidden away. Disaster was averted, and a temporary time of unending peace came. The sprawling kingdom of High Rule was established by the Highlands, and no longer bound to the sky or under threat of war. Other races began to walk from many corners of this land. The water-dwelling Though relations between states were tense, prosperity came to Hyrule. Cities and villages built and interconnected, technology and innovation supplied structure and progress. A royal family was established to reside over the kingdom.
Fuck, we filmed a lot of videos.
Evil forces kept diligent eyes on
The tower decides to stop filming.
was overseen by the royal family, and for generations, matters of the storied Triforce were left to them. It was widely forgotten by most.
You know what? Fuck you.
Passed into stories of times long gone. But the curse of the evil king was not without fangs. Destiny would call to those worthy of answering. Takes us first to the desert of the Gerudo Valley during a time when the civil war reigned over.
Guys, we lost 2 hours. We lost. Let me check it out.
Though the Gerudo were a tribe of all women,
2 hours of content,
a male is born,
which is me filming videos.
this male Gerudo,
Oh no, I hate you.
touched by destiny,
This is so stupid.
he would grow to become the king of the Gerudo, yes.
We just beat Belle.
So much more. The power of the Triforce would call to this one.
Oh no.
The Civil War destroyed so much and killed so many. As the fires of war raged on, a lone Hylian fled into the forbidden forests of the Kokiri, a childlike race that called it their home. She was not long for the world, but held in her arms a baby, a boy. She had to see him delivered to safety somehow. The injured woman and the baby boy escaped into the forest and was found at
Again, we lost the recorder.
the great deku tree, sensing that the baby boy was a child of destiny.
Am I gonna have to restart the phone? I don't know.
The child be taken in and raised as a Kokiri. The mother of the boy died shortly after, having succeeded in saving her boy's life.
It's been twice that we keep on losing it.
Amongst Kokiri, making himself to actually be one. But the boy was different, born with Hylian blood, not Kokiri. When they were old enough, a fairy would come to the childlike Kokiri, live beside them as a lifelong companion. But no fairy ever came to the boy. Yes, something was indeed quite different about this one. While Link grew in the relative safety of the Kokiri forest, the civil
Give
war
me a sec, guys.
when the king of Hyrule brought other warring nations to heel under one united banner. Amidst the Hylian people, it was rare to see beings that weren't Hylian. Contact between races and places became limited. Cultures were less vibrant. Resources were a bit more meager. Life became simplified compared to what it had been before the height of the Civil War. But recovery was on the way. The world was mending, albeit slowly. The king of the Gerudos saw in this peaceful instability an opportunity. He knew well of the Triforce. He knew of where the doorway to the Sacred Realm was hidden away, locked within the Temple of Time. The sage Rauru sealed away the Master Sword and the Sacred Realm behind 3 keys, 3 spiritual stones and the Song of Time. Even if he could find those 3 keys, there was still the Master
Fuck. My phone is broken.
Blade of Evil's Bane, but one step at a time, of course. Destiny has a way of working things out, doesn't it? The king of the Gerudos feigned allegiance to the king of Hyrule once the Civil War ended. Ganondorf sought to become closer to the Temple of Time, closer to the seat of power within Hyrule. He journeyed to the lands where the 3 sacred stones were believed to be, to seek them out for himself. The great Deku tree within the Kokiri forest refused him, so he cursed the guardian spirit to a slow death. The Gorons of Death Mountain refused him, so he cut off their food supply so that they might all starve. The Zoras of their main
I'm so sorry, guys.
so their deity Damajama was made ill and enraged. Though the king of Hyrule accepted Ganondorf's fealty, the princess of Hyrule was not so keen to trust the Gerudo. The very
How do I have people on Discord?
that gave her a true fear of Ganondorf. Within the dream, a man from the desert came forth and shrouded the kingdom in darkness, but out of it emerged a boy and a fairy, who were the light of salvation. The young princess believed Ganondorf to be that man from the desert, and her attendant Impa, a Sheikah woman, promised to aid her in undoing whatever Ganondorf's plan might be. For the time being, they would wait and watch. Across the kingdom, deep within the Kokiri
Good.
forest, the boy sleeps, caught deep within nightmare. He sees a girl he is aged, whisked away from the city, a look of terror upon her face, and a man, clad in black, with a vicious look in pursuit. In the morning,
I am so sorry, guys.
on the forest, a fairy named Nabi, and instructs her to go
We're having a problem with the recorder.
slumbering the day away.
We lost 2 hours of gameplay.
Destiny, and that he must begin
But first of all, but it doesn't matter because what I missed
she must be his
was us filming.
The Kokiri go about their days as though nothing were amiss, not knowing that their guardian spirit was close to death, and the world outside was dangerously close to boiling over into their home. Navi finds and takes her place beside the boy named Link, and urges him to the great Deku tree. There is not a moment to
It's so
spare.
sad.
Most of the children of the forest are happy for their friend to finally have a fairy all his own. They cheer him on and give him pointers on how best to work with his new companion, all save the temperamental bully named Mido, to have a lifelong habit of mocking Link for not having a fairy, and that he's been summoned before the great Deku
Okay.
spurs on clear jealousy. Mido even goes so far as to try blocking Link's path to the guardian spirit.
Oh.
He must concede the path to him. Be sure that he
So sorry about this, guys. We're back.
goes, telling him that he'll never accept him. He's not one of them. He doesn't belong. But Mido
34:58.
right, he couldn't possibly be right. That would be far too cruel. Little fanfare is given to Link upon arrival. Holds the awful truth of his imminent death, and instead asks him to test his courage, to break the curse within the tree. It is
Lady Lore.
But this hero in the making does not need to know that his first foray into the future is for a lost cause.
Lady Lore.
With purpose and hope in his heart. Together, the boy and the fairy find their way through the decaying great Deku tree.
I have to go here. This is where I need to go.
A beast called Roma. The parasitic armored arachnid has been feeding off the tree and is the finale
Okay.
his first trial of courage.
Now what I need to do, I have to check out what is the traversal page.
Saving him was folly from the start, but keeping the spiritual stone of the forest, the Kokori's emerald, away
There you
from
go,
him
found you.
made a worthy sacrifice. He warned the boy.
Aha.
The evil man from the desert must never be allowed to have that stone.
So what I'm trying to do,
The great Deku Tree tells Link the tale of creation, of the three goddesses and their powers, of the creation of this world, and of the Triforce itself.
I guess it's here.
Though it may not all quite make sense yet, the spiritual stone of Kokori and the story of creation are as much as the tree can give to Link.
Aha.
The end comes.
Nice.
The guardian of
I know where to go.
fades from this world, and the boy who once had no fairy is tasked with leaving the only home that he
How do I have somebody new?
with saving the world. The Kokori must now contend with this world without their guardian or knowledge of what is beyond their borders. But Link cannot stay behind them in this task. He makes for the forest exit where his dear friend Saria waits. She knows he's different, that he doesn't belong, that he has to go. But she does not send him away with a
There you go.
sad note. Instead, she bids him farewell as a friend and gives him something that she treasures, her ocarina, so that when he plays it, he'll think of her and remember to come back to the forest to visit. And with this matter concluded, it's time for the young hero to leave this place that
Okay,
once
perfect. What if I did this?
but is no more. The sage of Light Rauru is aware that a great evil has stirred in the land, and that the princess of Hyrule
There you go. Cannot find her.
her own
Okay.
destiny, and that Link has a key role to play in the months to come.
I'm pissed off about the tower.
Light will track Link's progress and provide insights to help him along the way to his foreign land.
It sucks.
Order of business is to find a particular princess within the particular castle to the north. From forest to sprawling
And it sucks because
a crowded and bustling city. These are sights and sounds that the young hero has never been exposed to. Street vendors, shops, back alleyways, adult islands, and
I feel it a lot. Good.
She's the daughter of a farmer named Alan who owns Lawn Ranch out in the countryside.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I have to go down there.
Unsupervised in the city square. Link tracks her dad down at the castle and gets his daughter himself. It would seem that the rather lazy man isn't the most dependable, and his daughter is left to pick up the slack while he dogs about. But Alan is the first friend that Link makes outside of the forest. His first human connection with the outside world.
I need to go down there.
Like direction has been found is within the courtyard, just beyond the castle walls. Spying on
And there has to be a way down there.
this weird guard fort is armed.
Okay, this is where you need to go.
Surprised the girl. Just how did he manage to get past the castle guards? But all he has Mary with him. She had a prophetic dream of a figure in a fairy emerging from the north who decided our cup was under her rule. And the boy's
Do, 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 do.
Surely she was a figure of the dream. She introduces herself as Zelda and tells Link
At least how the recording is working.
and the Triforce is kept safe. Three spiritual stones and the Ocarina of Time will unlock the way to the Master Sword, which holds safe and close the pathway to the sacred realm. Safeguards to ensure that evil cannot reach the Triforce. The wise and
Do,
the
do.
young hero to behold the powerful man of the desert, holding an audience with the King of Hyrule. She fears that this man is in darkness from her dreams.
For sure, if I jump here, I'm dead.
Swearing allegiance to the King of Hyrule, she found this sincerity. Zelda told her father of the dream, but he doubted his daughter. He didn't believe that she was dreaming a prophecy. She fretted the end goal to the man Ganondorf. He was surely in Hyrule to find the Triforce. He was certainly there to conquer the sacred realm. He surely intended to rule the world and to stop him at any cost. Zelda will watch the Gerudo King within the castle. It's up to Link to venture out and locate the other two spiritual stones. They will feed him to the sacred realm.
Good.
Take control of the Triforce themselves, and then they will defeat Ganondorf and save Hyrule. They know all the risks, right? Everyone contending with Ganondorf, they know what they're going against.
Achoo!
Destiny not to be all theirs.
I'm gonna try from other places. I need to find a way. There has to be one.
The Hyrule Civil War, many of the roads to neighboring lands were sealed off. No one through. Things were widely the same. Transit into areas beyond immediate Hyrule
You're telling me that the way forward.
can provide just that, giving Link access to roads that would have otherwise been closed to him had he not put the seals on the right way. Zelda's attendant Impa of the Sheikah
Lost.
as Zelda sees fit, even smuggling him out of the city. Though Link is a child, she will treat him with respect and honor the role he is to play. She teaches the boy a lullaby. She has played for Zelda
Do 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 do.
a song passed down by the royal
Do do
family.
do do do.
Zelda's lullaby has
And with the shield, we had a new smiley skin. That was good.
The Sheikah woman smuggles Link out back into the field of Hyrule and directs him towards the village that she grew up in at the foot of Death Mountain called Kakariko. The mountain will be his next objective. The Goron does live up there have a spiritual stone, and it is up to Link to find it and claim it. Kakariko has been doing just fine since the end of the Civil War. The inhabitants live in months of peace, there's a building project underway, and lawmoths are modestly furnished. It seems a comfortable place to live.
Do do.
Odd characters, like the fox and the carpenter,
Do do do.
stand about yelling at supposed lazy workers. And there's Anju, the young woman who tends to her chickens.
Sunken Chapel.
Quite allergic to them. Or Dante.
The place is called Recluse River.
And while he might look right and confused, he's not such a bad guy and was a great looking steward. Guarding the Deep Death Mountain is a run-of-the-mill Hyrule soldier, quite amused as a little hero with a letter from the princess. Probably a silly game between the two. But a command is a command. He gives Link access to Death Mountain with a bit of advice on proper equipment needed for the mountain, and a request.
YouTube?
He asks Link if he should find himself back in the city, if he'd stop mask shine, and find a mask employment like. The salesman would surely love.
I'm happy about watching this. This is so cool.
Understandings to be reached. The map is business to be done. Under salesman would buy a particular.
I love that she's putting this because this is it's special.
The salesman would surely love to make links.
Recluse.
There is business to be done. Understandings to be reached.
River.
The mountain itself is a bit wild, but mostly just quiet.
We'll rewatch this because this is awesome. Lady Lore, baby. Lady Lore.
Surely love to make Link's acquaintance. There is business to be done.
She's referring to. She is referring to whatchamacallit. The What's Mask.
From Boston. Hi, girl. New girl. You have no idea what these people are capable of. What's that?
Watering hole. They're pushing me all the way there. I did this already. Okay.
Understandings to be reached. The mountain itself is a bit wild, but mostly just quiet. It's the home of the Goron, but there aren't many around, it would seem. The first sign of trouble for the boy is that of a lone Goron, sitting beside a sealed-off cavern. The Goron
Nice, it
says
works.
this place is of importance to his people, but monsters began to appear within. And then a Gerudo, in black armor, sealed off the cavern entirely, but he can find out more just at the mountain in their city. It's not a long walk.
Am I disappointed? Yes, I'm disappointed.
It becomes more apparent how poorly the Goron are doing once in their city.
Okay. What I'm gonna start doing is I'm gonna close the phone every single day.
A large Goron, Neruda, has taken the spiritual stone of fire and locked himself away in his quarters, refusing anyone entrance unless they represent the royal family. The lullaby that if the top link is proof enough of his mission, but Neruda is rather taken aback at the boy standing before him. He was expecting something different, and doesn't believe Link, the true messenger of the family, let alone have it possibly interested in the privacy.
I know what to do.
It's a stone wall. Neruda cannot be reasoned with, and is just more enraged with Link's there. Rolling the hole, a pathway bound to the
43, 37.
making his way through, leads Link back to his old home, but there's a pathway to the village. Another of characters calling his home. Of note is a skull king, standing by instruments all on his cover. But there's the story for another day. Saria is in the forest, also playing music. She's beneath a broken pathway.
I love this, the way she does it.
Her old friend is
She's including other games in the first place.
Saria teaches Link her own song. Saria's song will allow the two to speak over great distances whenever he wants to hear a bit of home. She just knows that this place that they're at right now, it will be important to them one day. She's just not sure how, but she can feel it to be true. Unfortunately, Link cannot remain here for long. There's a struggling people in the mountains, and he has to try to reason with Darunia to give him that spiritual stone. But even upon returning from the forest to the Goron city, Darunia still cannot be talked into listening. He's so angry, so enraged at the situation, and the king refuses to send his aid. The king was the question, why is he ignoring the Goron?
The problem in itself.
To calm the leader, Link plays for him the song of his friend, Saria's song. He'd mentioned craving something green and natural, and this melody
It sucks because
dances like a fool for a few moments, just letting go of all of his anger and sadness.
we're missing the Shadow Keep.
Now he knows that he's able to have a conversation with Link, and a rational one, in fact. Darunia tells us that if he really wants the Goron really, then he'll have to be the hero that he would expect him to be.
What we're gonna be doing today?
The equipment that's required to gain access to the cavern, a bracelet that will allow him to use bombs to blow out the boulder blocking the entrance. And then Link needs to handle the day inside. Make it safe.
And if I can do it today, guys, would it be full? Look at how much she's talking about it. What a cool video. It's 9 hours long. Lady of Lore, the Lore on YouTube. The Legend of Zelda series. Impudent. Okay. So this is odd because I feel like I'm forgetting something. So this is where we fell. I think Race Canada, CTV. I used to have CTV for free. Thanks to a the antenna. Do. Look at this, 2,000 for 2 crabs. Over. See this? Just by entering here. The 200. Good. Boom. I feel like this is the way forward though. Okay, I understand. The icon. Sue. She's obviously accustomed to being catered to and spoiled. They find the Zora sapphire deep within the King's desk, and River's disposition where their ships is being the jet. It was her father's, she reveals, and rapidly to Jabba Jabba's accident. But now that she has it back, he's welcome to carry her out of the death trap. Except, Princess and Sapphire are carried away by something that is not the hero of the tale. Something like an octopus. When the platform descends, once again, Bruno is not there. Even when Link dispatches the oversized fate, the Zora girl is nowhere to be found. Look at how she tells the story, it's so good. Basement storehouse. We've been here. Godric Dolphin. Whoa. Good item. Good. Now, hopefully, what I'm gonna get. No, we didn't get it. I'm kind of hoping for. Good. Schlack. Schlack. Gerudo. What has he done? What took place while the hero was on security? Ganondorf loudly acknowledges his intent to capture the riders of that horse. They escape his grasp. He also gratefully commands Link to tell him where they went. And in response, Link draws his sword. And do you really blame the Gerudo King for laughing? The kid has spirit. There's something special about him. And he's protecting the riders of that horse. Boom.
A message was left.
Space on 8. Okay. The best is so. If I put the lanterns in, they help or not? Somewhat, right?
The young hero decides to cast all other matters aside to rush to the Temple of Time and to do what he must to stop.
Love Zelda.
All else can wait. Link enters the empty temple, and as he was instructed to do, plays the song of time for all things.
Do 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 do.
The master sword that so long ago lost away a demon king and holds back only the one whose words right and
See? With the shield. Fire like Grieve, Beast Horn. With the shield will recover everything.
or rather
2 hats to the trip.
Ganondorf sniffed out this plot. When he laid eyes on Link, he knew that this kid held the keys to the Sacred Realm. Link did his work for him. And now the Sacred Realm was open to the evil king, who was far more powerful than the young hero. He can never stand a chance against Ganondorf, not as he is now. He's too young to truly rise as a hero.
Boom.
Too young to wield the sword. Too young to stand as a son. Too young to know the Sacred Realm. Within the Temple of Light,
Fire like Gauntlet.
evil forces that Ganondorf could never hope
We got the Grieve twice, we got the Gauntlet once.
Hyrule will have to wait for Link to come of age. In the meantime, Ganondorf will rise to power. He will take the Sacred Realm and try to use the Triforce for himself. Himself worthy of Link. Claiming the whole of the Triforce for oneself requires a balance of power, wisdom, and courage, which Ganondorf does not possess. In response to his violation of the Sacred Realm, the Triforce splits into its 3 parts.
This is amazing, look.
Wisdom to Zelda,
Something on his back.
to Link.
Oh, this is the orange scent, but also
Ganondorf now in control of the Triforce of power.
it's so complex because
Long slumber and the
to me, what?
They now bring evil and chaos to the land of Hyrule uncontested. The plot
What?
has failed.
There's expect to be a cross there. I've been here, my arm. Dextro, what is the dextro? And we have enough for another. So we have another map. We have another map, which is kind of cool. Let's do 53, 15, right? Okay. What is that? Sir Hopson's message. It would seem that the people of the keep have flooded the holy quarter and leads toward the scout tree, bearing access. However, there is no route that leads there from the storehouse. Perhaps another way to reach the holy quarter from somewhere else in this keep. So basically, they're telling you that you're going the wrong way. However, we are going the good way. This is so cool.
The people of Hyrule will suffer as the madness of Ganondorf brings ruin to everything it touches. Survivors of the initial monstrous invasion flee the borders of the land and the Kakariko village.
Nice.
Hides Zelda away, dresses her as a Sheikah boy, and gives her the nickname of Sheik. Impa will train Sheik in combat and stealth, give them the tools and skills they need to survive in this new, terrifying world. This is the new way of things.
Also, what I'm gonna start doing is when I stream, I'm gonna stream. When I do videos, I'm gonna be ending the tower, starting a new one. So doing 3 parts per day. Oh.
When it comes to match objectives, pursue a righteous path that they open the path to power by and
Look at this.
perhaps better that they had not at all pursued the keys to the Sacred Realm. Perhaps better that the keys and their keepers had remained in limbo. Perhaps better that the young one named Link had never left the forest.
Look at the way she's talking. It's so interesting.
Those who walk with the sun do not make the choose what destiny calls. It was not the place. So for 7 years, Link was locked away within the Sacred Realm,
Now, I think this is the way I have to go.
It's impossible to say just how many were killed, but I will begin a letter to all those more. According to the sage playtrough explains to Link what has happened and how 7 years of his life have been forfeited. The Link are not
Whoa.
nor are his feelings on what has happened. In one blink of an eye, he was a child, and in the next, a young man. And while everything has changed, nothing has changed for Link. He has the world to save, and evil to combat, and no time to waste. There is still yet hope in the corruption that has spread through Hyrule. Awakening 7 sages and bringing them together in the chamber of sages within the sacred realm will seal the whole and make it go home. But it is up to Link to find them, to wake them, to fight for and with them. Rauru is one of the sages. There are 5 more that Link must find, and then the final one will reveal itself with time. With no other direction to give, Link is expelled from the sacred realm, back into the real world.
Secret Rite Ritual.
But someone is waiting for him. Someone who's been waiting and surviving for 7 long years. A familiar name to us, under guide to Link as a Sheik of Bayle, who we will know as Sheik. Raised and trained by Imba, she will
Then about the Secret Rite of the Divine Gateway.
instructed by legends of the Sheik.
You can decipher the scroll. Try the secret rite of the Divine Gateway to be found in the Tower in Thousand Shadows. A Lord will usher in a God's return, and the Lord's soul will require a vessel. Lord's soul. So this is what happened with the Lord's soul. Is what happened to. Okay, this is important because this actually means what happened to Mag Radon.
Just a short while ago, he saw Hyrule through the eyes of a child, a land of bright azure skies and lush greenery. But this is a cruel world. Human bodies, long gone are the inhabitants of the city, replaced by ghoulish dead. Where did they scatter to? What did he find them? Sure, as was demanded of him, Link escapes the burning city into the field of Hyrule. The prophetic dark clouds in the sky fade as he gets farther from the epicenter of the madness. It is truly a wonder to find. The country goes on. For the most part, they himself, and for all those who waited there, survived.
Nice, love this.
They couldn't possibly recognize Link from his boyhood. He was just a brief moment in time to some of these people. They couldn't possibly have even known his name, but they're familiar with him. It's almost like yesterday that he saw these people. Somewhere in the answers to how Link was forced to say, but what that could be. Link learned that a number of refugees fled here and are being housed by the original townsfolk. When Ganondorf took power and the city was overrun, those who lived in Paprika opened their homes and all found their way there. They worked together. They found a tool. A tool that would get him into the forest temple. Well, it's not immediately apparent what that could be. Within the graveyard, the gravekeeper's full check.
Look at his eyes. That's important. Ooh, let's go. Let me see. Fickle little letter. Should wipe you clean up the page. This is somebody else. No, Freya. Don't let it rally.
Rile you up. Take it slow. Take it by my
La la la. You should probably charge the other phone too. Okay. Oh. Okay, give me a sec. I need to update something. I'm telling you, it's a lot of work. Good. Okay, back. Back.
Somehow broke her. Might have decided to trust him and stepped aside, allowing Link to freely access the sacred forest meadow. And then that old courtyard beneath the broken steps of the temple. 7 years ago, Saria said she knew this place would be of importance to them, though she didn't quite know how. The memory of it is bitterly fresh to the hero. Few remember him. No one recognizes him. It's a cruelty that has been inflicted on them. She is here to console and steady him, to aid Link as best as he can.
We know exactly how to go there.
Of course, so that he may freely return to this spot if the need arises. After their brief reunion, she leaves Link with a reassurance that they will see each other again. An unknown evil resides
My apologies.
by four posts that scattered in the corners of the temple. Dusted out the far more program, and each time they struggle against evil, it almost what lies below is an apparition, a phantom of the Ganondorf that bends reality by fleeing into a series of paintings and duplicates falsities of itself, making it difficult to focus down the process.
9,000.
That wasn't enough of a challenge, then Phantom Ganon presents a game, lightning baseball. Don't miss, it hurts. It's no small feat, but Link destroys the evil with his first triumph overshadows the greater threat. He knows that he is and that they will conquer one another. Vanishing with a beautiful world.
I'm using a lot of potions.
Cordial and supportive. He's left with the parting vow that Saria will always be his friend. And that's it.
Look at this, look at this.
The forest is a form of a deadly sprout. It will grow into a great tree, and one day it will act as the new protector of Kokiri in place of a long-deceased great deccan tree. It is able to tell Link the truth of how he came to be in the forest, the war that his mother fled from, her wild flight into the forest to save him when he was a baby. And it is perhaps the most interesting and ever provided the most time of being intended to helping him quantify what has been taking place in his life. But it changes nothing about his mission. The Kokiri forest has been returned to normal, but not. There are 4 more stages. Let's get a move on. You want to build an app? No idea how to code or.
So we set 33.
Check.
40 minutes add.
With no clear direction forward and out of a straight long to what was lost, Link returns to the Temple of Time. Quite unexpectedly, shaking his head, waiting for him. Already aware of the hero's eternal struggle. Should his longing for years long past become too great, he survives. Link may plunge the Master Sword back into the Stone of Time and return to his proper timeline 7 years past. And to make the process easier, she a song and back to the Temple of Time.
Good. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this.
That has to be the high wall, not the last part of the Temple.
Whoa, let's go.
And now the halls of the Goron City are just there. This is one of the levels that otherwise is pretty solid. Little roly-poly bunny doesn't seem keen on stuff the Temple is so much. Buster. It is a pleasure to make the year's acquaintance. About what has been happening on the mountain. Ganondorf awoke a dragon within the mountain sometime ago, and then the fire temple. How did the dragon the last day of the temple, and all
We know that there's a reader there, but I don't know where he is. Nice. Boom. Boom. Ooh. Good. Black. Ovadia. It's Jumbo. So now, I feel like this is where I need to go. I feel like this is where I need to go. It's gonna be quite important on our journey. Oh, 9:30. Level up. We're gonna be leveling up endurance.
Oh, hello. I'm afraid I'm busy. A curse upon my lack of foresight. I should have asked Ansbach to impart his knowledge when I had the chance. I'm afraid I'm busy. Truly. I should have asked Ansbach to impart his knowledge when I had the chance. I'm afraid I'm busy. Truly. I'm afraid I'm busy. Truly. I should have asked Ansbach to impart his knowledge when I had the chance.
Bash. Perfect. Nice, this is good. So see our match, we're gonna be able to do some quests. Plus, we get a new save point, so we'll be able to restart at the very same point. Because I was like, Sir Ambash, we know him, but I didn't find him for the first time. Should be super nice.
Ponies up to 10 rupee fee to enter the horse enclosure and pick a ride. And just as expected, Epona's song brings the speed running, and the two share a warm about the face. Noticing that Link is quite the natural, Ingo challenges him to with a modest wager. It's only 50 rupees, nothing to speed up, and not a huge amount of currency. Ingo expected it being easy extra 50 in his pocket, but Link
Bloodstain.
with him in round 1.
Well, you know that we have to go through the main gates. The main gate is possibly this.
Of mistakes. Another race, and this time it went well. He leads the horse. And my, guess what happens? Link and Epona once again destroy Ingo in the race. Sounds like Link just rescued himself a horse. And sure, Ingo will honor the bet, but he lost the min. Victory will never be allowed to leave the ranch. Of the justice and the accidental region that is to provide every motivation for the dual
Good.
the walls of Long Ranch.
Another ads. This is insane. However, I want to support Lady Lore, so.
Epona is now free, and Link has a companion to help him cover the landscape of the kingdom. It comes just in time, too, as Epona will help Link jump the barriers, keeping people out of Lake Hylia. She had mentioned having to travel beneath the waters to reach one of the stations. Lake Hylia is a notable body of water, so
I do have to do the.
what he finds here is the lake is dried out, and the shortcut to the Zora's domain is frozen. Frozen solid, what half a year? No further problems. So, strikingly insightful as to something with the Zora people being amiss. It's time to take another journey back to a familiar place from long ago. Initially, upon traveling up the river, these terraces is all business.
Good.
Closer to the waterfall.
Two. Main gate. This is odd because we did it already. We did all of this already. Where's the main gate?
All the Zora are frozen solid in the domain. The only one who made it out is Princess Bruno, thanks to she. And as soon as she was able, she took off to the water temple, apparently within Lake Hylia. There he will find the source of the Zora's troubles, so it's up to him to deal with it. She will teach him the serenade of water, so that he might more easily travel to Lake Hylia. With this task complete, and to Link's obvious protest, she once again vanishes. Before leaving,
Main gate.
he takes a bottle of that blue flame with him. If memory serves, then the Zora's game was encased in a thin sheet of ice. It's worth seeing if he can be melted out. And wouldn't you know, it worked, and the king is dead. To celebrate non-death,
We entered the Shadow Keep.
a special tune that will allow him to draw breath.
The door was locked, but it wasn't.
And with a focused mission in mind, it's time for Link to sink into the depths of the water temple. This place is clear, confusing, flooded with danger, and difficult to traverse. The trial seemingly wants patience. She was not mistaken about Princess Ruda's location, and she too recognizes Link on the spot. Her fiance. But, oof. And she's a bit salty over Link not being...
Now this is insane. You know why? Because we don't have a boss here. And it's a pretty cool boss. Golden Hippopotami. Why is this a cool boss? Because you can find another version of him. Will give you fragments. If I remember correctly, this guy's gonna give you fragments. To my help. We were far from every single boss we did. For example, we did the bayle, which was a lot harder. We did Greyas, which was a lot harder. We did the Butcher's Knight, which was harder. This is not complex at all. I picked up the Crucible Torn Shadow Fragment. I got 2 Shadow Fragment, which is great. Now we're supposed to have the NPC. If it doesn't show up. He doesn't show up. Fuck.
Around for the last 7 years. Thankfully, now's not the time for this. She explains some of the functionality of the temple's water pump system, and beckons Link to follow her up to a control point for the water level. But she strangely vanishes.
Shouting is utterly, I have not been abandoned. It's for the son of Queen America. Her grace will never been her own flesh and blood. She did though.
Some environmental hazards and difficult mapping, but there are exceedingly
For good reason.
into the temple that threaten his progress should he be unprepared.
I got killed so often here.
The mindless rushing of business involves warfare. This weapon can cause havoc of resources. While implementing
Good.
the brain is full of complex and must be pulled out of its water shell to truly damage it. It does manage to capture Link during the battle, choking him out, throwing him about the room. It's a wonder that it doesn't break its bones.
So is that good? This will lead us to a lot.
Link almost didn't make it through this one though. The dangers of these places, they're becoming greater. Water will return to itself. And while not easy, the rain cannot be involved. And Princess Rudo
Yeah, the Earth Tree.
as a sage. Within the Chamber of Sages, the two have a brief moment. Regardless of Link's opinion, Rudo continues to claim him as her future husband. A childhood son.
Good.
Though she turns out into the house, love is not awkward right now. Water failure. And when the time is right, Rudo will join the fight against Ganondorf.
Golden vow, Libby. Golden vow.
Is breathing a sigh of relief. Things are going back to normal, and it is such a welcome sight.
Golden vow.
Songs to teach and guiding words to give. It's the brief moment of calm to share, but it can only last for a moment. There's work to be done, and distance must be kept between the two. Secrets cannot be shared.
Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. There's a lot of ads.
You're not ready.
There's a lot of work, so you should be ads.
Navi advises Link to look for someone who might know more about the other sages, but Sheik just departed, and there aren't a lot of people in the kingdom that could provide that sort of insight. Perhaps Sheik went back to the Nether would Sheik visit Bonbon Ranch? Would he have gone to the city? The first stop will be Conquering the Village. If not to find a Sheikah, then to just see how things are going. And once the gates were inside, so too were the fire.
Good.
The village was going up like paper, and not a soul was inside. One, standing before the well, she... Did he do this? Standing there. Link's approach is met with a command to get back. Because God is not immediately apparent. Coming out of that well. It's expressed tossing around in the air like a depositing a swirling on his head nearby. Something more
Good.
as the house is going. Tries to gain speed, and then it rushes Link. And the world goes black.
Golden vow. So it's possibly using it will give you the spell.
Called the flames about the village when Link comes to. Sheik is kneeling beside him, making sure that he regains consciousness fully. As soon as the hero is up, Sheik wastes no time telling him precisely what's taking place. Gone is his poetic and vague manner of speech. He's very to the point, almost frantic in the explanation. A great evil. He outright tells Link that Impa is a sage. She is in dire danger. She will need assistance. And also needs to gain without further shadow. The rest of it. Something here is not quite right. He's able to enter the temple, yes, but this does not seem a holy or spiritual site of any sort. In ages past, the Sheikah brought enemies of the royal family here to be tortured. Remnants of those
Look at the Lord, this is so cool.
that dark past that is immense. There are false walls, massive gaps.
Lord bestowal.
The water will yield only to the one with the eye of truth, handed down to the power of the village. But eye of truth, that's the first one. Navi says that perhaps the bottom of the well would be a good place to search. It's where the evil escaped from. It's in the village. I've never been there before. It's an excellent place to start. But there's just one problem. The way in has been completely collapsed and sealed. And this is maybe, but in the past, that's what if Link searched beneath the well as a kid? The well was full of water, though, and didn't one of the elder refugees from the village mention that a house once stood where the well is now? Something about a fellow who lived there that couldn't see the truth? What sort of weird stuff was going on in that house? Kakariko Village isn't really as wholesome as originally thought. But focus. How to handle the water in the well.
Nice.
Before going back to the Temple of Time, Link decides to take a look around the well, see if he can find control mechanisms for it. And while he doesn't find anything like that, there is someone in a nearby windmill having a connection. Something about 7 years ago in August,
Bestowal.
played a song that messed up the windmill. But Link didn't mess up the windmill 7 years ago. What's he talking about? The enraged man teaches Link the Song of Storms. The melody played here 7 years in the past that did something within the building. Sure would be a shame if an Ocarina kid showed up and played it, wouldn't it? But still, is Link do something to the windmill? Is he about to do something to the windmill? How does the flow of
Ailment.
What is the difference between a panini and a calzone? Well, there's only one way to find out.
There you go, found it. Trees, poise.
Okay, so this kind of
Whoa, let's go. That's good.
according to destiny, this had to happen. So, young Link goes to Kakariko, goes into the windmill, and plays the Song of Storms. And the windmill begins to wildly turn in the sudden storm, going far faster.
This is not. I need to talk to the Needle Knight.
The village,
Let
hopefully they have a contingency plan here for water sources, but Link isn't the city planner, he's a hero, and a hero's got a hero. Previous suspicions are proved to be correct. The path to the well is still open, and Link is just tall enough for this to be used. Perfect. Also clearly
Shush.
there are torture racks, bone piles, old blood,
22:46.
monstrosities scattered
Yeah, so the phone will
stay down here, hidden deep in the pond.
on its own shut down,
Information called the dead hand.
and when it's shut down, so what it does is
So much grief.
it'll like restarts, right? Force resets. Then we'll have it force resets. Then everything on the phone will kind of leave. So I'm gonna take a chance and talk to her.
I will follow the horns.
I will follow the orange scent to have an answer investment. There's only one place he will go.
Black Keep.
He doesn't show up where I need him to show up. Okay, so Seer and Bitch. Okay, we're gonna be fun in a small camp just outside of Bitterrat. More. Shall we keep it? Sort of house, first floor. Okay. Shadow Earth of the Earth Tree map. The storehouse. Okay. We're looking for the wrong place. Bone House Freya. Storehouse fourth floor. We need to go to the storehouse
The proper
first floor.
hidden away in the graveyard of Kakariko. What is contained within the Shadow Temple can never be allowed to escape. They're undead, rotting, violent things. The false walls and twisting corridors were probably once quite effective at keeping victims in and curious eyes out. But the depths of the temple are not accessible without something to help Link get over a massive gap. Another safety measure of the temple, no doubt. He finds a most interesting set of boots under guard of another dead hand. They'll allow him to
25.
making previously impassable gaps passable. The mechanisms used against prisoners here were torturous. It is obstacle after obstacle to ensure that those
Nice.
subjected to Shiga interrogation and torment did not make it out with their lives.
So this is the storehouse.
Getting past fleeing blades, laser beams, locked doors, and strange puzzles may seem an impossibility. Those unfortunate
To go to the first floor.
no chance of freedom or mercy. The evil that Impa was trying to contain is still here. It's not quite fully broken free yet. The body of the beast is still trapped. And the solution to ensure that it does not break out is to kill it. The freakish thing called Bongo Bongo beats its drum and fades between shadow and the light. Momentary hovering will keep it from throwing Link into the air, and the Eye of Truth will make its body visible when it stop it in its hand.
Nice.
The question of where this thing came from, how it was created, what purpose did it serve, how did the Shiga capture it, are all constant ones that will never have an answer yet easily live into possibility. With it finally
Means we've never been here.
Impa's life has been dedicated to Royal Banquet, to raising Zelda, and then training Sheik. Such a pivotal, important woman, who's dedicated her entire being to walking in shadows so that others might save her life. She promised
The
her
voice here,
and
the sound effects.
that she will explain everything to him when that time comes. The role the sages must play in the battle to come is crystal clear. But until then, she will lend with whatever strength that she can, and gives him the shadow medallion. One more sage must be awoken. The final untouched corner of the kingdom is all that remains. The home. The birthplace of the Underworld.
We've never been there.
Now we get to all character. Chippy girl. A cute high pony, a sight.
Ash of War.
Kind of adorable. Okay, this one's the winner so far. We'll have a look at the other hairstyles. Bit curly. We just go full fantasy and just
Nice. Boom. Good, good. Busy, bro. So many shamans.
What?
I should grace, that's good.
In an African area, but it would seem that all the workers ditched their jobs.
I have to take crackpot. It feels like a room for those guys. Nice. My apologies. Yo, hold on, Shadowkeep is possibly the biggest dungeon in here, right? Possibly the Stormvale, the castle, the Landau. Weird.
Rather, she has some friend advantage, a casual introduction, and she's bad for the honorless thief that he is. She is the leader of the Gerudo in his absence, but that doesn't mean she respects him. In fact, she has quite a bit of disdain towards the Gerudo king. Rounding out their conversation, Nibiru asks Link if he would do her a solid chunky favor and crawl through that little hole in the wall in order to fetch a treasure for her that's on the other side. Silver gauntlets that allow the wearer to lift extremely heavy things. The only issue is that Ganondorf led his minions and monsters into the temple of the Haze. A treasure. But if he does as she says, then she'll easily get to deeper parts of the temple and steal away any more that she can find, and spoil the plans of Ganondorf's lackeys. Nibiru has sent Link.
I'm sorry, dude.
There's an iron temple here, and those things hit hard. But the young hero of time manages to best this wing of the temple, climb to the top and find that prize, silver gauntlets. But the cries of the river come to the night. Someone has the young woman in their grasp. She cannot free herself. From this height, we can barely make out what's taking place. Two old men back to their friend, and she orders what he says. The river is just gone. Nothing more can be done for her, at least not now. Still in possession of the silver gauntlets, the youngling races back to the Temple of Time and throws himself into the future. He must investigate the entirety of the Spirit Temple now, and perhaps uncover what happened to the most of her. Climbing the Spirit Temple, the other passage is as an adult as it was as a child. The temple seems to have been completely untouched for the past years. In the inaccessible areas, find it impossible to build their shield will allow them to fight like certain attacks.
Okay.
Several paths before him. After a seeming eternity of trial by combat, Link finally gets the answer as to what happened to the Guru, and just what is inside the Iron Knuckles. The two witches, Koga and Kokage, sit on to Link one of them, a holding frame of shining armor, expecting the creature to be vulnerable, but it's alongside their time attacks and distance on them. When the armor is slowly destroyed and the Iron Knuckles is vacant, what's revealed to be inside is the fulcrum. And she has no idea what's going on. Those two hacks are certainly the head figures of each place. They're directly associated with Ganondorf himself, and they've taken the woman captive. They got these are moving aspects of matter, fire and frost. Turning the power of one against the other opens them up to visual melee attack when timed properly. But rather than war for one who watches them fall, when they pick up too much damage separately, the sisters join together to form one body and a hard stick attack pattern. But the same general rule still applies. Turn the power of one against the body, which requires patience and timing to grab enough of one to attack to
We've been through here.
They are nasty, nasty pieces of work. I will stick with this lecture. It does come eventually. The witches are sound asleep, and they harp at one another incessantly as the realization of their death starts to settle in. Good.
The heck is that?
Was part of the greater plan. Never is the final stage of the awakening.
The heck is that?
She spent so long brainwashed and disservice to Ganon. The destiny such things don't matter. Nibiru will aid Link and Hyrule in the fight to come, and lends him her power in the
Should we
Spirit Medallion. All the ways awakened. Rauru has has deemed it time for the final confrontation, but there is a matter of the final stage presenting themselves. First, there's one that Link must seek out. They're waiting for him. It's time to return to the Temple of Power.
This is the way forward. Shadow Keep.
7 years.
Do 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 do. Damn, dude. Doom. 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 Gandorf.
He's known that Link has been running around saving Hyrule all this time. He was well aware of it back to the Forest Temple, and he let him roam about to lure Zelda out of hiding. Now, isn't it just the grandest of luck that all three aspects of the Triforce were out in the open? He doesn't need to take Link. He can stop the sage and play the Triforce of Wisdom for himself if he has Zelda, and with 2 pieces of the Triforce, he will be truly unstoppable. Dealing with the aspect of courage.
There you go.
So the princess is going
I need to move forward.
fortress, and if Link wants to save the princess like a good little hero, then he has open invitation to swing by. Oh, that's exactly what Link will do. Hyrule Castle is long gone, replaced by a floating citadel that serves as Ganondorf's home. And of course, he would cast a challenge to Link to enter and find him, but forget to set out the welcoming bridge. The sages conceive this obstacle, creating a bridge of light that Ganondorf cannot snuff out. It will serve a higher purpose.
Look at the dragon painting.
Powering a barrier that blocks the way forward. 6 in total. It will be up to each of the sages to pull their weight. Once Link reaches the seal, they need to bring it down. After every single one is taken out, then the ascent can begin. Higher and higher he goes, climbing the tower to reach the great evil at the top.
I think this is the way forward, though. There has to be something else in this.
Forcing Link to fight the entire way up until the organ begins. Begins to echo down the halls. All other noise from foe and combat ceases. It's a run straight up to where Ganondorf waits. And he shows himself to be quite eccentric, bit of a showman, and wholly unconcerned. He too has been waiting so conditions. For all his searching for the other 2 pieces of the Triforce, how fortuitous that they would fall right into his lap. And in Ganondorf's mind, all he has to do now is take them. Zelda and Navi are both removed from the fight. It will be a one-on-one between courage and power, neither of which are pushed over. The arena itself crumbles away as the 2 titans fight for keys. Ganondorf is a showman in the fight, bringing vibrato and flair to his outrageous attacks, and he hits with a sharp blade. He genuinely is powerful, deserving of the Triforce piece that he possesses. He wields it with no apprehension and is extremely aggressive in his onslaught. The back and forth between the 2 goes on and on, neither willing to concede an inch to the other. It's far from easy, but it's certainly fair. Both use everything at their disposal to get the upper hand.
Feel like if I go,
But even after the marathon of a fight that just took place, it is not the end. The top of the tower falls away and Zelda is free from her prison, making the assumption that their foe is defeated, even being so bold as to see and speech out the weakness of it. Ganondorf may seem down, but there's more in store for the hero. The first thing being the collapse of the tower. Oh, run, little champions. Only the keep will go down with it. Link and Zelda have very little time to make it out with their hiding path. The infrastructure of the fortress is failing. Passages are
by the way, this is the end of Ocarina of Time.
attack as they run, and if it weren't for Zelda's ability to force doors open, the Link would be trapped. But together, the 2 manage to make
Hopefully, the next one is Majora's Mask.
a happy moment, sure. They survived, they won. But there's something in the puddle that's scary. Perhaps things are not as they seem. Tell me, James Snow, the one who built the Triforce of Power, he's stunned by a castle collapsing all down. He's enraged, and he's enraged, but he's certainly not dead. He's not the aspect of power for no reason. Using the strength that is rightfully his, Ganondorf changes into something greater than his current form.
Okay, let me check out something.
This confrontation isn't over yet, and this time, no Master Sword. There's nowhere to hide, no escape route, resources have been drained, no sword to wield, and Ganon is motivated. The tip of Ganon's tail draws Link's eye. It glows ever so slightly. It is the only point on his body that any sort of remaining attack. Now is a practice of patience and foresight to avoid the monstrosity and
Nothing, nowhere.
After several shots to the tail, Ganon is weakened
Thank
just
God.
enough for the barrier around the arena to briefly drop, which means Link has a direct path to the Master Sword. It will be needed to finish this, so now things are a little bit more balanced between the 2. Another round of combat begins, with the 2 just barely holding onto life as the blows continue. Several shots to that weak point bring Ganon down once more, and this time, Zelda intervenes before he can recover. This time, he won't get up, at least not if Link acts fast. It's time to put an end to this long-fought struggle between them. Link takes thrashing and screaming. Even now, Ganon is not dead. It's time for the sages to serve their purpose. Zelda calls to them, and together, the 7 sages cast open the doors to the sacred realm, and there, they trap him. Ganondorf is trapped within a new prison. He's not dead, merely weakened, but trapped within the evil heart of the sacred realm. He won't be a threat, at least, not for now. In his final words, he vows that one day he will get out, and when he does, he'll find the descendants of the 2 aspects, and he will kill them. With this journey finally complete, it's time for Zelda to undo a great wrong, or at least attempt to make some sort
Of course I had to talk to the girl. Cutie F.
Assumed that they could control the sacred realm, that they could take the Triforce for themselves. It was Link and the people of Hyrule who paid the price for that folly. He was denied his rightful time, his youth was taken from him, and this must be rectified. She sends Link back to his childhood, 7 years in the past. For the last time, at least for this particular hero, the Master Sword is plunged back into its pedestal. The door of time is sealed closed, and the child departs from the temple.
She's looking for Uprich.
Finding Zelda as she spies Ganondorf from that window, but this time, he's able to tell Zelda of what is to come. This king of the Gerudo will be arrested and sentenced to death. But that is the over.
That's a princess.
Without his purpose, left the water, the realm. After the Master Sword was returned to the realm, Navi vanished. Her role in his life was death. For the first time, Link tried to find
Majora's
her.
Mask.
He could never be held. He couldn't come home. How back to the He was of Hylian blood, didn't belong. Yet the life of a Hylian was foreign to him. He didn't fit into society. He was so lonely. Always. So lonely.
Lady Loredy.
But now, the quietness of the world deafening. He just didn't belong here. He needed a mission, a purpose of some sort, anything to fill that void in his heart. The only thing that had never forsaken him was Navi, and she wouldn't have just willingly left him back at the temple, so he would search her.
Majora's Mask is the next one.
His friend, perhaps save her, bring her back to his side, and then maybe he wouldn't
Do-
be devastatingly alone.
Dum dum
He
dum.
turned into the forest, not
Dum
knowing
dum
soon
dum dum
that a
dum.
great evil
Do do dum.
and a new, suffering world screamed again.
Majora's Mask. Shadow Militiaman. She did the we have enough time, an hour and a half. Is it hours? Majora's Mask we have enough time are about the same size.
Once upon a time, in a world void of life and purpose, a singular creature of medicine power dwelt.
And then she had the manga.
So these lights now were unmoving and desperate.
Do do
He rode
do.
unchallenged and alone. Driven
Do do do.
but it was not his fate to forever be this way. One day, he caught a strange scent on the wind, an odor from something not of this world. The outline of a human body, a low man floated into the water, and the creature wondered to himself how long it had been since he had seen it. The strange human sat before the creature and asked if he could rest for a while, but the beast claimed to know the man's true intentions. This human would steal his armor, just like all the other humans that came before him. Legend said that the beast's armor could grant power. It was a stupid legend, but the man, the traveler, he said that he didn't know of this legend. He asked the beast to tell him its truth. Those suspicious of the traveler, the beast obliged. The legend of armor was one created by the humans themselves, and so great was their greed for the armor and its powers that seeming mountains of humans attacked or bothered the creature, and he devoured every last one, becoming known as the Man-Eater. The traveler, still yet unfrightened by this Man-Eater, commented that it was indeed a frightening tale, and it explained why there were no humans about. The Man-Eater proclaimed that he would grant the wishes of this traveler. The man said that he had no wishes, none at all. That was not his motivation for being. So the inquired as to the armor the man wore. Was he here to slay the beast instead? To which the traveler said no. He had heard of a monster here, yes. He was not here to kill it. He was come here by some unknown force to see this world frozen in time and to find the Man-Eater. The traveler asked the creature how long he'd been here. How long had he been alone? The Man-Eater roared that he was fierce and evil, but the traveler gently placed his hand upon the Man-Eater's face and simply said, "There isn't anyone left to eat." This gave the Man-Eater pause. If he was alone, if there was no more purpose for him, then why was he bound to this land? Why was he still here? He never really stopped to think about it. He pondered why, over and over and over, and then confessed that he was tired of being alone. He wanted to rest. The power of the Man-Eater and the desires of all that he had consumed welled up, and from it, the Man-Eater was closed.
Good.
He wished for time to live. The traveler took up his drum from his hand, and began to play a song for the Man-Eater. For 3 days, the Man-Eater joyously danced around home to the traveler, and on the morning of the 4th, the beast fell dead. As his body faded into his bone, all that remained was his armor. The traveler broke it apart and created something new from it, a mask, to conceal away the terrible power of the Man-Eater.
This is not canon though.
And he cast the mask away. But that mask did not sleep forever. It fell into the hands of an ancient tribe that used it in foul intent. They cast persecution, but the dark desire
Visually.
it was called and so consuming was its power that the ancients themselves feared it. They sealed the mask away in darkness, hoping that it would forever remain hidden from the world. The tribe faded away, lost to the unknown of a blood-stained history, and Majora's Mask became mythos that only a few remembered. The Skull Kid, a lonely little soul. Once he wasn't so alone. He walked the lost woods of Hyrule, met a boy with a berry who taught him a song, then found his way here to the land called Termina. There he had 4 giants that he called his friends, but one day they suddenly left. He called to them, asked them to stay, asked them where they were going, but so quickly they departed. He felt abandoned, unloved, betrayed. That sorrow festered into something new with time, a deep resentment to accompany his loneliness. On a dark, stormy day, he huddled inside a log and shivered in the cold. But to his surprise, 2 fairies came along and made his acquaintance. Bayle and Bayle they were called, sister and brother. Together the 3 were quite mischievous, but they were happy in each other's company.
What are they studying?
But then he went too far one day, when they came upon the lone traveler in the woods. He was a uncertain man, defining feature, unnerving smile that never left his face. And upon his back he carried dozens of masks, and one in particular caught the eye of the Goldkin. It was like the color in the shape of a heart, with wide eyes and confusion. He felt compelled to take it. The Goldkin attacked the salesman, knocking him unconscious and taking the mask for himself. And then Majora took the Skull Kid. It crept into him, heart and soul, and used him. The pain, loneliness, the resentment that was within him was like tinder that the thousand...
Good, that was good, that was good.
Upsetting the balance of Termina, raining ill-willed havoc upon his residents. All the while, the 2 fairies Tattle and Tail stayed at the Skull Kid's side. They were complicit in the mayhem being brought, participating in the story. In a short span of time, they went beyond cows and animals. People were made to suffer greatly. Entire communities were upheaved or ruined. The corners of Termina were thrown into utmost chaos. And when creeping about in the wilds of the forest, they spotted him, a boy clad in green with his head downturned, and the 3 didn't hesitate.
You know your business better than his, right? So why not build a path to run it? This finance
Okay.
solve your business headaches. Tracking invoices.
It's quite tough because we're looking for everything.
Keeping payments and checks all in one place. Go to base 44 and write your prompt. What your app should do, how it should look, and the prompt they start to generate your app.
Though he was a child, he lived years far beyond this. All his life he believed himself to be in the Mercury, and that was torn from him. He had to leave his home, everything he'd ever known, to save a kingdom that wasn't his own. After journeying through time itself, what felt like the end of the world, he found himself back where he belonged, yet he didn't. Where was he supposed to go after all of that? No one really knew the journey that he had taken, how deeply he had suffered, the future he had lived, the terrors he faced down. So they had been thankful for his peace, their minds, but he gave them everything. What lost was his home now. He wandered his native land for some time, trying to find a place that he belonged, but it never appeared. In search of his friend Navi, Link, the hero of time, entered the forest and just roamed, endlessly and alone, searching for Navi, hoping that she would return to him. Where else did he have to go? What other purpose did he have? Oh, Link, to be so young and live through such peril and suffering with no one to help carry the burden that memory can so easily mother.
Oof.
His fate was parents, but mattered not to
Good.
found him in the woods. Elden and Bayle spotted him first, immediately reporting him back to the Masked Skull Kid. Such an easy target, this green-clad
I could be getting full health.
Tail charged the young and untrained Epona, causing her to rear back and throw Link from the saddle, knocking him out cold, exactly according to their plan. Who cares what happens to the horse's rider? The Skull Kid praised his sibling fairies for their work and approaches the unmoving wolf with the intention of taking anything valuable that he might have. And he finds a precious keepsake from journeys past, the Ocarina of Time. But Link doesn't stay down for too long, and he doesn't quite have the Skull Kid to return his property. He actually stares down the thief for a moment, and then he lunges. Taking their chance securely, the Skull Kid steals Epona as well, throwing the terrified horse deeper into the forest with Link barely hanging onto their side. And
Look at this word.
the Skull Kid kicks him from the vine, leaving Link to chase them down on foot. There are obstacles in the way, but Epona shouldn't have been able to make it over, yet the thieves and the horse are nowhere to be seen. In his haste to reach the ones who have wronged and stolen precious things from him, Link falls into a tree.
Good.
A seemingly endless pit that just goes down, down. He survived that fall, and where on earth was he now? As though waiting for him, a highly agitated yet calm Skull Kid greets Link with a snide comment about his horse not listening to a word it was told, so he got rid of it, and he mobs Link's shock at such a terrible statement. The outrage of the green-clad boy is another point of amusement, but he stood a chance against the Skull Kid. This boy in green. The Skull Kid had once before in the lost woods of Hyrule. He brought him a song, but he doesn't recognize it now. Perhaps it's been too long, perhaps he's too far gone in the thrall of Majora. He cruelly left behind him one more supposed to be. He strips of Link his humanity in his form. He creeps into Link's brain and
Ember?
stares at him. In the dark abyss, he's crowded, shoved, chased, and run down by a frightening Deku. The mighty hero of time is altered, turned into a tiny Deku scrub. How funny. The Skull Kid laughs and mocks him, tells Link that he can just stay here forever looking like that. While hysterically laughing, the Skull Kid floats away while the Deku boy gives chase.
Nope.
Off the halt Link, her fiddle snack meal, so progress, but oh no. The Skull Kid doesn't wait for her.
My apologies.
Behind alongside their victim. He takes no time to get back on the Link to this problem, rather shamelessly. She informs him that this wouldn't have happened if it weren't for him. Therefore, he's obligated to see her return to her brother's side. She will accompany him until he does this. So, get the door open, Link. The hero is not so vindictive that he will reject the fairy's demands for assistance, so he does help her and gets her out of the area she otherwise would have been trapped in. With the Skull Kid and Tail nowhere to be seen, Tattle again latches onto Link with a flimsy apology for a plethora of wrongs he's been subjected to in just the last hour of his life. And if that wasn't enough, then Tattle claims that she might know where the Skull Kid is going. And if Link wants
I have to go to the bathroom.
then best take her along. Deal? Deal. The two will be partners until we catch up with the Skull Kid. Learning to manage his body is a trial, but it's not really weak as a Deku scrub, just different. In this form, Link can use special Deku flower to shoot high into the air. He can bounce across water for a short time. He can blow projectiles to defend himself and twirl about to cut down foe. En route through the strange underground, the body of another Deku stands petrified, a sorrowful look upon his face.
Dueling shield, another trusting shield,
But something tragic.
which is great.
Now is not the time to ponder this, though. There are other matters to see to. Continuing through the tunnel, unexpectedly leads the Deku Boy back to signs of civilization. A water wheel is turning, mechanisms are whirling, but what purpose does it all serve? But through the mechanical claim comes a terrible interruption. Terrible fate. Battle line not long ago, she had been part of the wood. But this salesman isn't here for the business. He's here for the hero. He introduces himself, the half-mask owner, who travels far and wide in search of masks, and very specifically, an important mask was stolen.
Okay.
They made each other's acquaintance in this unfortunate time. Seems like the salesman promises that if this scrub can get back the operator the Stole Kid stole,
Should be okay.
help him turn back to normal, and in return, they will bring him the mask that was stolen. The impact surely it won't be a mask for one such as he. The salesman says that he will be part of his land in 3 days. After all, he's a very busy fellow, and he'd love to have that mask back before he goes.
He lied. Okay, good.
52 hours remain. Link is in some place called Lockdown, but he's never heard of settlement this far into the forest, and there are faces here that are not recognizable. Strange that a place like this could exist in Hyrule, and he never heard of it. They should go see the Great Fairy in town. She watches over everything, and if anyone knows what the Soul Kid is up to, it's her. Rather than try to find leads and make acquaintances, they head straight for the north part of town, to the residence of the Great Fairy. But finds that this great powerful being has been broken into fragments of herself, and it was the Soul Kid who did it. How did he become so powerful that he was able to do this? Because tricks and pranks are one thing, turning a Hylian into a Deku scrub is another, but shattering the Great Fairy of Longtown into pieces, that's...
I cannot resist anymore, guys. I have to go.
This is the Shocky of the battle, who's been hanging out with the ruffian for quite some time. But the fragments of the Great Fairy remaining here in the pool ask them to find a way to return a Stray Fairy from within Clocktown. That will remedy the situation by making them whole again. In the search of town, they come across several familiar faces, like the mailman, the crazed man from the windmill across the road, and you, the security. He counts others from Hyrule City, but none of them recognize him. And they're all doing different jobs, living different lives here. They're not the same people, yet they're so similar. It's all so strange. He finds the Stray Fairy eventually, and returns it to the family. Now returned to her proper form. The Great Fairy admits that she thought the Soul Kid was a helper, though she was greatly mistaken. To Nick and Aiden, she gives to him the ability to use magic. Though she does not know where the Soul Kid is, she directs him towards the man who lives in the observatory just outside of town. Oakland City is Texas. Someone just met you from Boston. Hi, girl. Hi, girl.
You have no idea what these people are capable of.
It's police ass. It was just us here at that night.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can. First up, let's talk about AI color schemes. You can get any combos you want. Bold and bright, minimalist and sleek, or something you didn't even think of. Just describe the vibe you want, or even use the colors of your logo, and let AI do its thing. Beautiful. Next up is the AI section creator. This is great for those website essentials like a contact section or a place to subscribe. Now, I'm running a sale, so I punch in some details, and just like that, I have a promo section. Functional and beautiful. I love it. Now, for the AI text creator. I got some products that need description, so I type in some keywords, and there it is. I've got copy that land. Now, let's see what the AI image creator can do. Sometimes you just want to spice up your visual game. Type your idea and watch it turn into a high-quality image in seconds. You can have some real fun with this. If you need to tweak something, just brush it over, write what you want, and there it is. I may not be an artist, but that's art. If you're ready to build something you love, head to Wix.
I gotta be honest. Having both is the best. Having both the healing of the health and the healing of the mana is the best. Good.
Comes across the leader of a supposed gang called the Bombers Secret Society of Justice, a boy named Jim. Seems these bombers have a little hideout they frequent, which leads directly to the observatory, a secret tunnel within the city. Jim takes a measure with Link, find all the bombers,
Shem likes it.
and get to the passcode to get to the gang. Not willing to find the gang, Jim.
Good. Sorry about that, guys. 52:45. You know?
You might need that flower to shoot him high enough in the air to reach him. You know, what if he just made the deck man disappear? He does find all the bombers eventually, fair and square, playing along with them in their little game. They won't give a membership to their gang, no scrubs allowed and all that. But just this one.
And now what sucks?
Best keep note of it if you don't want to have to play this game again. With their little wager,
I have no clue to go.
Through the tunnels, Link finds the keeper of the observatory. Another familiar face, but a new acquaintance. The old man is distraught, a bit upset, because the other day a troublemaker was in the observatory and threatened to break his equipment. And threatened to steal his valuable moons here. The evildoer is probably on
Fish.
more mayhem as they speak, and he tells Link to spy for the telescope in the clock tower. Sure enough, there's Skull Kid, high atop the tower, looking at something. Mother of God, that moon has a face. Is that the moon? It has a face. Well, there's a lot to unpack here. And something just fell from its eye and landed outside the observatory. Oh, that's just weird. What fell from the apparent eye of the moon was another tear. It's dazzlingly lovely, and surely worth a fortune as well. Just killed it. Now Link knows where the Skull Kid is. It's off the large clock tower, but how does he get up there? The happy minded salesman said that he only had 3 days to get it, and one has already passed. So
See?
maybe that Decker flower? The one that cranky adult Decker was guarding his private property. Maybe he would be willing to exchange his spot for the moon tier. Well, as luck would have it, the Decker man has been searching for just such a thing. One lucky day for both of them. There is rare trade. Linking up himself and Decker man can link up with the vanishing of the first one.
Nice.
Know that the tower only opens up once a year, at midnight on the eve of the carnival. So Link has some time to wander Clock Town and take in the sights before confronting that scoundrel. The next morning, the exploration begins. Link hears from a juggling duo the rumors about a kidnapping that took place to the south. But don't worry, the kid will go. He goes to a couple local game parlors to try and have some new fun. After all, he is still a kid. At the stockpot inn, he's welcome to look around and socialize, but there are no rooms or beds left to rent for the carnival just around the corner. He listens to an elderly woman as she reads the story about the carnival, shops with the frustrated dancers upstairs, finds a milk bar that only adults are allowed to be in, and then chances into the mayor's abode. In his office, there's a tense argument taking place between city guards and the carnival committee.
So you see, they're telling me that this is the one.
Issuing an order for citizens of the city to flee. Public servants and committee members are duty bound to remain, and it's a death sentence. The moon is sure to crash through. Which way? What? Did he say crash? But the
I am freaking out. I have been looking for you, dude. I have been looking for you for so long. There you were.
Righteous tarnished.
Righteous tarnish.
It's been some time. After unburdening my soul to you, I had hoped to make a fresh start. But there was one thought I could not dislodge from my mind. So, here I am. Quite unable to move on. After Lord Moke's slaying at his dynastic palace, it appears his body has been absconded with and taken straight to kind Mikola. Surely you recall that I once served Lord Moog as a pureblood knight, after failing him in every regard and losing sight of my vows. I'd do anything to make amends in whatever meager way I can. What could they possibly have in mind for Lord Moog's remains? The implications are rather unnerving. Freya, by the gods. She must be feeling the need to reaffirm her allegiance before she heads to war. A true Redmane she is, hardly troubled by the rot. But no one is without their shortcomings. She has a hard road ahead. It does make one think. Perhaps our concerns are but two sides of the same coin. Well, what's this? Yes, I should have known. Even the truth was itself mere folly. As if using Lord Moog to gain entrance to the Land of Shadow were not enough, he plans to use his corpse as the vessel of his king consort. He has forsaken Lord Moog's soul. He desires only his empty shell. It beggars belief, but I'm afraid Tender Mikola fails to grasp the humiliation implied by this act. One thing is certain. My dear lord deserved better. Righteous tarnished. You have my gratitude. You have given me the answers I needed, but I can hardly fathom it. Such folly. Unto the end. I am a warrior, but I've aged.
I cannot afford to act hastily. Curse it all. I know my limits. I could spend the rest of my life honing my craft, and still that creature would be out of my blade's reach. The absolute folly of it all.
Because he's telling you all of this, which is absolutely great. However, you just told him that Michaela was betrayed him. So in his mind, Michaela, which was supposed to be the guy behind everything, is not a good person, and now he possibly will act in vengeance. So basically, that's what we're talking about. Moog was supposed to be the guy who used Michaela, but it was Michaela that used Moog and charmed him. So then Michaela going to be using the body of Moog to sacrifice and give himself the concert Radon.
I'm afraid I'm busy. Truly. I should have asked Ans.
When I had a chance.
I'm afraid I'm truly. I should.
Seer. Because I'm going to try to talk to him again. See what happened.
It's nonsense. Does the captain really believe that the moon will fall? Citizens who did flee caused an unnecessary panic, and the real threat isn't the moon, it's what's outside of the city walls. The two parties go at one another, arguing in circles, and the spineless mayor is of no help. He just hips and humps his way through things, refusing to take a stand for anything.
It will do Freya.
Link spends the rest of his day and night roaming the city, checking out shops, checking in with performers.
And then Freya's
But on
quest.
the third day, the inhabitants of the town, they're being odd.
So the Graves, after defeating the Breaking Cat Charm.
The guards have their hands over their chests, staring at the sky, and they beg Link to go find his parents so that they can escape. The town is a bit more empty. Everything is tense. The man with the carnival committee had said something about the
Oh.
but the moon falling, that just can't be true, right? This rainy day fades into a suffocating night. Public servants were not given the order to flee. Children still wander about, but few vendors remain, and the ground is starting to shake. The closer it draws to midnight, the more potent the fear becomes as a roar.
I am so lucky. I am so lucky. Because if she didn't tell him what decision she took, she would be against you. Because yes, I know from the spoiler, and it's kind of like a big spoiler, but at the same time, until you know what it does, until you know what it does for reals, it doesn't really bother you. Even if I do know, it's how can I say that? Like, there's a huge spoiler, but the truth is, I kind of understand why she's doing it. So, not Michaela, somebody else.
All the Deku Scrub can do right now is just try to hit him with something. He blows a bubble at the Skull Kid, and it's just enough to get him to drop the Ocarina of Time. But nothing Link does will actually stop what is taking place. He may be the hero of time, but stopping this is impossible. Finding a moment of peace amidst the chaos. He retrieves the Ocarina, and he remembers back to before he left Hyrule, when he told Zelda that he was going to be departing, at least for a time.
Our front-rank issue. Blue-collar jobs were lost. Two groups have been left behind, but it's a complicated story. Instead of saying, it's a complicated world, I don't get it, say, all right, let me try to figure this out. Let me make sense of this.
Okay, now we'll probably comics.
Requires stepping.
And though sad, she didn't try to stop him or to change his mind. She promises to never forget the days they spent together, and she gives him the Ocarina and the Song of Time, with the vow that should he ever need help, he need only remember that melody. Link departed from Hyrule Castle with a prayer from the princess that his journey be a safe one, and a hope that one day they will meet again. In a desperate attempt to stop encroaching destruction, Link plays the Song of Time, beseeching the goddess of time for aid in this final
No.
And something
We know it's nearby, but
reverse. Memories of 3 days all the way out, the struggle with the Skull Kid, following that endless trees, being turned into a Deku Scrub, alive with tattle, fighting the dawn of that fateful day, 3 days before June. Lockdown has returned longer than he originally arrived. Link and Tattle remember what happened atop that tower, but no one seems bothered by anything, and the moon is
he's still there. Should nobody attack us?
Righteous tarnished. Could you please give this to Freya? Thanks to you, she too will have the answer she requires. Freya possesses a youth I no longer have. This knowledge will surely stoke the flames of valor within her. Yes. I can see her barreling into the fray right now. Perhaps I shouldn't meddle in her affairs, but this is the only way I can help. Perhaps I should. This is the only way I can help.
He's old. But by going in and helping her, it's gonna give her the knowledge that she needs to go further and further and further and further and further, and then be able to achieve what he can't, and that is to avenge. See, this is so cool because he's not trying to avenge anybody but Mog. He's not trying to help us. He's not trying to fix the situation. He's trying to stop. He's trying to avenge Mog, and I kind of appreciate that. So now we're gonna give her a letter to Freya. But before we're gonna give the letter to Freya, I want to check it out. Let me read something. Read something. Piece of paper, fold over so that the content cannot be read. You've written in the answer to her query, but the page is carefully folded to keep prying eyes from opening it. Damn it, you. Damn you, I want to spy.
I'm afraid I'm busy. Truly. I should have...
Pass on the letter of Freya.
Back. To me? What on earth could it... Oh. Yes. Of course. I see. As the Festival of War concluded, General Radahn's soul met an honorable end, but kindly Mikola wishes to revive it, which is fine by me. I know it would pain old Jeren, but war has always suited General Radahn best, and certainly far more than any honorable death. Endless war to invigorate the soul, as befits General Radahn, the great lion. Thank you. Now I finally cast off my misgivings. Give my regards to Honorable Ansbach. Tell him, if we should meet in battle, to face your bow would be fine enough, but to face your blade would be an honor. Brave warrior. Perhaps next time, we too will meet on the battlefield. Brave warrior.
I prefer Aberich. So now what I have to do is she gave me something, so I check it out. Should be here. We know that it's one of them. But it could also be a shield. There you go. A word especially valorous member of Radahn personal guard on occasion of its formation. Nice. Now we can move forward.
It's absolutely clear now that this is not Hyrule. Link does not know these people, and even if he could leave this land and return to Hyrule, he cannot just do that. These people are going to die if he doesn't do something. This is a new mission. It's a new purpose, a new calling. What you lost in Hyrule, he has found here in this place called Termina. Now, that weird happy mask salesman, he had said that if Link would retrieve the precious object stolen from him, then he would help him turn back to normal. And Link did get his ocarina. The salesman had also asked him to get back the mask that was stolen from him, but you know, one step at a time. The first stop is that salesman inside the compound, and as soon as he sees the ocarina, he jumps to conclusions. Link has succeeded, gotten back what was taken from both of them. But hold on a second, wait a minute.
Good.
Does the happy mask salesman remember? Does he remember talking to Link? Remember their deal? Because everyone else forgot. Everything reset, but the salesman didn't. Is he truly not from Termina then? Yet Tal remembers their previous cycle too. Just what is this man that he could be immune to the reset and casually possess something like the Majora's Mask? One has to wonder, what's beneath the mask of the happy mask? To honor his end of the bargain, he teaches Link a haunting melody, the Song of Healing. This melody allows Link to sorrow. Its melody will be of great use in the future. The salesman gives Link the Deku mask to honor this day. Whenever the hero wears it, the Deku force the mask. As the Link to honor hero
Good. 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 I'm lucky I should have died here.
News that Majora's mask has not been recovered drives the Emperor to take gritty advantage of a full meltdown mode. And even though he embraces closure, it wails that something terrible will happen if it's not returned.
This is insane because this is how easy it was.
He tells him a bit about the mask's origins. The salesman knows that this mask was cursed, a terrible relic of an ancient tribe of bloodstained history. Power is bestowed upon whoever wears it, a magic so indomitable that it could bring about the end of the world. Ancient beings were so frightened by it that it was sealed away in shadow. In time, the tribe of legend that used the mask faded away. The mask's power was left unknown, that is, until now. The salesman confesses that he went to great lengths to obtain this mask, but does not confess as to how precisely he did it. When he had his hands on it, he could sense doom within it, like a dark omen, and he begs the Link to get it back before something truly horrible happens. And of course, the hero agrees. The salesman knew that he would. With this agreement struck, Link checks out into the world of Termina to undo the evil brought to these lands by the Happy Mask salesman. It's time to get that mask back.
She did. Majora's Mask, she did Twilight Princess.
How to code or where to start?
And she did all the way till Tear of Kingdom.
I built this daily habit tracker that helps users. Tattle is beginning to understand what's overtaken her once companion. It's the source of all the problems. Her brother tale had never been before here. Swamp, ocean, and canyon. She believes that the pond was that lies before who are there is a bit of a mystery. One which there is only one way to solve, which is to go there and investigate. First stop is the swamp through the south gate, and this time Link has a sword and a shield to protect himself, meaning the guards won't stop him. Clocktown lies at the heart of this strange land, with each direction leading to a new territory. They trek out through the southern gate, and not far beyond the safety of the city, the duo come across part of the Skull Kid and Tattle's past. She and her brother had drawn this back when they first met the Skull Kid, before things became dark, before the mask. They found him shivering in the cold dirty storm. He told them he was alone, that his friends had left him, and the three of them decided they would stay.
Damn.
In 4 times they were happy. They spent their days
That's
playing
400.
into innocent enough mischief, exploring the forests. But that happy time ended when they attacked the Happy Mask salesman in the wood and stole Majora's mask. It's a confession to how they came to possess the mask. They had no right to take it, and it has caused so much trouble. The progression of it all, Skull Kid's descent into what he's become, it still doesn't make sense to Tattle. They leave the memory there, and they move on to the swamp. At first glance, nothing is clearly off within the swamp, save an odd peak in the distance that's oozing something purple. There's a boat and photography tour available that's interesting enough, and a potion shop with another familiar face from Link's past, one of the twin sorceresses from the Gerudo Desert. She doesn't start flinging ice magic at Link when he walks in the door. This actually looks like a legit shop. The apparent shopkeeper tells Link that her sister went into the woods out to find mushrooms and she never came back. She asks Link to go track her down. Kind of strange to be talking to one of the twin sorceresses. Stranger to see her working in a but better than the alternative of rampaging.
Now we have to do 600.
The sister is deep in the woods behind the house, laying on the ground, calling out for help with 2 monkeys at her side. They dash off at its approach, and the old woman says that attacked her from behind while she was eating mushrooms, but it wasn't the monkeys. No, they were protecting her. It was the Skull Kid. A healing potion will get her back on her feet. A little bit of medicine is just what she needed. It gets the old gal back on her broom and back to work. And those monkeys that were at her side were good. They telling him that once they're broke, they must be swamp to find a temple that poison was going on. Well, if that missing monkey brother knows something about poison temple, then they need to find her back. So to get the powers, there is indeed a that flowing from the water.
Nice.
No restrictions allowed in, only Deku. Thankfully, that's not an issue for Link. Within the royal chambers, something ghastly is about to take place. The missing monkey is tied up and about to be tortured. The king's daughter has gone missing, and the blame for her vanishing is being placed upon that monkey. His tormentors were all desperate to witness, but the monkey himself has a very different story to tell. He claims that he did nothing to the princess, and that if they don't act quickly, the princess is going to fall victim to a monster. Finding a way into the monkey's home is fortunately a more private conversation with him. He doesn't have long to talk, but he tells him that he went to Woodfall Temple above the waterfall in the swamp to check out the source of the woods flowing into the waters, as did the Deku princess, and he saw her get captured by the monsters that were now inhabiting the temple. If someone doesn't go up there and help her, then she'll never make it out alive. It's up to the guy to go into the swamp, and to aid him, the monkey will teach him the melody to open up the temple. It's a song that only the Deku royal family knows, making it apparent the monkey is a friend of the princess. But the bull-headed king of the Deku refuses to listen to reason, and the torturous punishment of the monkey will begin soon. Link had best hurry to that temple. The Deku princess isn't the only one depending on him now. The path to the temple is impassable to all save those who can use Deku flowers, meaning outsiders are effectively kept out. But there are more helpers to be found, even here. A familiar face from a faraway land is nearby. Though, of course, it's not the same being as from past times. The great owl Link once
Good.
It's not a statue holding its semblance. The owl will offer this strange of help. Using these statues will allow Link to quickly move across areas that he's already been to. Not bad. But there's little more that he offers, at least for now. No words of prophecy or story, just simple aid in his journey. And then he's off.
Need 600.
The entrance lies beneath the pillars of its courtyard, and only the song of the Deku royal family can open the way forward. The guardian of this temple is missing, allowing it to be invested in future Link if not for long. His name is the guardian of the temple. It's dark, full of monsters, just like the monkey form. He has his human and Deku form, making through the many dark monsters. Locate and control the bow and arrow in the depths of the temple to open up paths. It's a rather lonely affair to go through. This is hostile territory to anyone who's not experienced. It doesn't have a lot of equipment or vitality to work with, and there are creatures here that he's never encountered before. It takes hours of fighting and searching before he finally makes it to the doors of what has been blighting the swamp. Adolwa, a terrible deity of Woodfall, the evil spirit who has sealed away the guardian of this temple, captor of the Deku Princess, and the source of all the chaos and
One.
Also trying to close the gap. He is a worthy opponent. Something to fear. His swordplay is brutal and aggressive. He uses insects within the temple to further impede the boy's attacks. But Link is still the hero of time, and eventually he bests Adolwa. A mask is left behind in Adolwa's wake, a vessel containing its foul spirit, now safely locked away. But it seems that it wasn't only the monkey and the princess that were relying on Link to slay Adolwa. Also, Creed is one of the giants that protects his land, one of the school kids' best friends. It stays far away from Link in this strange place of chaos, and it speaks in a way that Link does not understand. But the giant is able to teach the boy that it too is a haunted song, the Ode to Order. Though it's not yet apparent how, this song will serve a greater purpose later. Tattle is able to make out a few words to the giant before it departs. Call us, it says. And with that, there it is.
Nice.
It's time to wake up.
Easy peasy.
We're bringing peace and security to the world. But now, time to celebrate. The waters of the swamp run clear. Tattle pieces together before which her brother spoke of. That guardian must be one of them, which means there are 3 more that they must find around Termina. The importance of this mission has been fully set upon Tattle, and she genuinely apologizes for the troubles that she has helped cause. She kind of misses her landing at the end by insisting that Link doesn't hold it against her, but, it's progress, at least. Their next stop should be the mountains. But first, the Deku Princess is free. She's sweet as pie to Link, and after he tells her what's been happening to her friend the monkey, she asks him to whisk her back to her home. She just knew that her father was going to act the fool after she went missing. They had to save that monkey. Link carries her away from the temple and sees her safely return to her home. She is able to stop the moment of her the monkey and set the record straight on what took place. But so much time has already passed. It's well into the 2nd day already, and there are still yet 3 directions to go. So Link decides to return to Boston and head on first. They manage to get on the road, and things have improved in town since the last time they were there. When they ride in, they find that, well, things seem almost exactly the same. People see the moon in the sky, but they've got something different. Link enters his bomber gang code at the bouncer, checks out the observatory, obtains the bomber's notebook, he checks out the stockpot in, but it's like, these people aren't even aware that the moon is going to fall. The carnival committee's leader is in town square yelling about cowards and his disgust. In the end, his workers fled the town, leaving him here alone to see the opening of the clock tower. During the final night, the clock shifts well. The clock tower drops open and once again reveals a pathway up to the center. The hero and Tattle make their way up and once again confront the Skull Kid, the mask, the child. It plays out precisely the same as it did last time, even with the addition to Link's arsenal. None of it makes sense to but this time, Link plays the Ode to Order, the song that the Guardian taught him. Link and Tattle haven't freed the other Guardians, but this is all they have. Maybe it will make a difference. From the swamp, one Guardian answers the call. The Guardian runs to the clock tower, raises his arms and tries to hold back the moon. There's no answer from the mountain. The swamp Guardian tries to stop the apocalypse, but it's not there. It's going down here. Link touches the mountain. Return to the first day. But with the swamp starts free, the next day, perhaps things will be better this time around. The waters will surely be safe, the monkey will not be tortured, the princess will be with her father, the temple will be clean. But that's not what happens. Link rewinds time. All is undone. The master of Adolwa is still there. The temple is corrupted. The princess is gone, the monkey is tortured, the king enraged and frightened.
Boom.
The waters of the swamp are once again riddled with poison. Every good thing that Link has done has been reversed. Undone. But he cannot go back to the mountain. He does not make that time. How can he do that and go to the mountain as well? He has heard part of the Not think about the fear of the Deku Princess. They have to find the next guardian.
Look at how good she is. She is good.
Tattle recommends that they next travel to the north, to the snow-capped mountains. It's dangerous to be sure, but it's also safe. So no bigger that far exceeds the wonders of dead mountains back in my rule. And possibly call this snow. About halfway up the mountain, tiny village, so we can cover the snow. There's a cute little bridge over a stream, a picturesque cabin, and oh, there's a Goron in the snow. Why is a Goron on a snowy mountain? Mountain clearly is not in the state that it's meant to be. The cabin is actually a blacksmith shop, but the heart is completely broken over. But there's nothing here that clarifies why this mountain is covered in snow. So, Higher Link must collect the find answers. Most water sources are completely frozen solid, and the mountain is plagued by water animals that are on site. But Link's fears are confirmed eventually when he reaches another village.
That's so good.
These are not people that live in cold climates, at least not in his experience. So why would their home be nestled here of all places? Well, the snowfall is a very recent development. In the Goron City, the only place accessible to him right now is the shrine, where a baby is crying non-stop. At first, it's a tragic sound, but whoever is weeping is proving themselves to be a non-stop source of sorrowful bellowing. The little creature responsible for the grating noise is the son of the village leader, the Goron elder, who has gone missing. The child is cold and crying for his father, who is nowhere to be found. The elder went into the snow to investigate what was happening at the temple atop the mountain, and he never returned. But Link didn't encounter an elder on his way up here. There's only one path up the mountain to the village. The elder was nowhere to be seen, like he just vanished off the face of the earth.
See, Freya is there.
Link comes across the owl again. He offered him help once before, and he he does so here as well. The owl says that across this chasm near the Goron village is an item that will allow Link to see what the naked eye cannot. The great owl aids Link once again by leading him across that chasm, acting as a guide on where is safe for him to traverse. Several leaps of faith later, Link finds himself at a shrine, and within is the lens of truth. Once used to uncover the secrets of a dead place, now it will help prevent the death of the Soundman. It aids Link in seeing what was once invisible to the naked eye. It can help him traverse the chasm back to the Goron village.
Nice.
Before the lens reveals a great new tragedy. Don't own expensive jewelry? Don't insure an army of vintage action. Insure them all for exactly what they're worth. That means you only have to what you want. Pay your cost in 5 minutes. It's for what? That's the end.
So people can see your brand up close. But we also print signs so people can see your business here, see it here, and see it here. You stand out. Even when they're way back here.
That was amazing.
Signs and banners at vistaprint.ca.
I would have missed that.
The ghostly figure looms before our village, his belly torn open ambitiously. He can't quite believe that Link can actually see him. As a test of this, the ghost asks Link to follow him. He leads him way back down the mountain, level his way to the back of the shop, and then goes up the face of the cliff in a matter of seconds, and atop it is a monument to a fallen Goron hero. This ghost is Darmani III, and this is his gravesite. He knows that he's dead. He's under no illusion. His afterlife was traveling to Snowhead, the second temple of the mountain, where a demon was now slain. He just knew that
Boom.
and that he could save the Goron homeland, but he didn't survive the journey. The great owl told Darmani that the one who could use that to remind him he has to do it, so he begs the boy to heal his sorrows. He seems to let him rest. And of course, the gentle hero plays for him this song of healing, meant just for being kind. The song plays the melody soothe his soul and bring him a peaceful lingering moment surrounded by his people. Perhaps a time long past, but a good place to linger. What he treasured. Darmani is able to pass on now. People recognize that nothing can do what he could not. It will allow him to perform more. It will be a future time. That bright child, though, will come with him. So, before departing for Snowhead, reach to the Goron village once more. Try talking to the toddler in Goron form. Seems like the little guy recognizes him as Darmani, and for a moment his tears stop. He asks where his father is. He just wants his father, and then once again his father resumes. The cold overtook him, encasing him in ice. This is not a mission that he's up for, but the security and the people demanded that he take
Damn, dude.
Seeing Darmani in surprise, though it takes him a moment to overcome. The news of his leaving son stops his disbelief. How long has he been gone? What's been taking place at the Goron village in his absence? The elder no longer cares who or what this Goron before him is. He can't abandon his mission, but his heart won't let him ignore the cries of his child. So he teaches like part of a lullaby that he would play for the child, call his heart. Though he can only remember the first part of it. It's the best he can do, the rest is up to Link. Once more returning to the crying child,
The Goron lullaby.
it sparks his interest. He knows what Link is trying to play, and he can teach him the rest of the Goron lullaby. This sweet melody will put to rest any Goron who hears the tune. Accompanying this lesson are memories from the child, of his father playing the song for him when the sky had grown dark and it was time to rest his eyes. Playing this here now, all the sheltering Gorons in the shrine draw up and fall into a slumber. At least for now, the wailing of the child has ended, and it's time to get up to Snowhead. The route to the top of the mountain is arduous, with monsters cluttering the road and snow rolling down the slopes. It's only traversable by a Goron that can leap the gaps, effectively keeping outsiders away from the temple. Something is blocking the final stretch towards Snowhead, though. A strong gust of wind keeps Link from progressing, but it's as though it's coming from nowhere. After some awkwardness and frustration, Tettle tells Link that something is in the blizzard, and who would have thought? The lens of truth reveals a massive Goron sitting atop Snowhead, causing all the turbulence. The Goron's lullaby calms the raging spirit, putting it to sleep, and sending it careening into the abyss below. Whoops. Well, at least now the way to Snowhead is open. While at first the height and confounding design of the temple is daunting, there's a strange order to it, making it a test of patience to climb. An odd assortment of villains call this place home, ensuring that the ascent is far from uneventful, and here Link obtains a valuable addition to his bow, an arrow-tipped flame. But the true goal lies high above all else here, locked behind a great door. Beyond it is the source of what troubles the mountain and its inhabitants.
Oh, delicious.
Mechanical beast. It's harmless in its form, and untouchable, which means Link has to protect it, and force the fight to take place against the rush of the population. Link the inhabitants of the mountain and the giant captain. Around and around he goes, rampaging through its halls, forcing Link to take cover or give chase across this dizzying arena. But Go is not blind to his intentions, and launches long-range attacks against the hero with shocking accuracy. Within the land of Termina, this is a battle that rages on deep into the third day. Link and Go chase one another and fight it out. After a long, exhausting conflict, Link takes the field. With the destruction of this monster, the fighting cannot cease, and the snow begins to melt away. The great giant is freed from its bonds, though it cannot its focus. The giant is protect the god from his land. And the god tells him that the time is turning Link to time is running out for this cycle. There's a brief time that Link
You're kidding me.
before it all has to be done. But at least for a short time, the elder of Goron has made it back over.
That's 700. 700. Oh. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
So he decides to go tour around.
Link, what have you done,
He
dude?
enters to a corner of the land that he had not yet explored. It was once blocked off by a massive rock, but now it's open. It takes him to a place called Romani Ranch, a truly lovely place. And who would have thought? The flora is here, safe and sound, being being housed in a pen attached to the main house. Thank goodness she's alright. The small kid didn't actually harm her, but there's no way to get her out. And the first person that leaves is a girl about his age, a familiar face, but of course someone completely different. Her name is Romani, and she's acting unusual. Something is very, very wrong with this girl. Barn, her older sister Krevia, parties with friends over her little sister's sudden change in behavior.
Seven.
Comments about their precious cows, but there are no cows here to be found. Something horrible happened, but neither of the sisters can put to words exactly what. They're both traumatized. This ranch will need to be investigated when time allows, but right now it's too late. Time is nearly out. He knows what will happen when he plays this long a time. He knows there's no way to avoid it. Time to undo all the stuff. Reverse time and start all over again. Though hearts have been mended and sorrows alleviated, in the end it won't matter. If he stays here, then Permanent will be destroyed by himself. And every bit of good that he has done, he's about to undo it. But what's the point in even questioning it? Because he has no choice. It's hard to hurt. Just don't think about it. Just do what needs to be done. But the eyes of that girl, they haunt him. From the time the turning and battle to the dawn of the first day.
Look at this. Fire Knight's sword. You had it.
Something cannot be allowed. He can't harden his arguments. Make the signs that he must go back to that range.
Flash.
This is the first thing now. First up will be the one range. And on the 20th of the runs around here frequently. That's not because it's close. Whoa. 1,000 yards there overtakes Romani, and she tells like that they are coming. They. Every year when the carnival is they come riding in on the right hand. A whole lot of walk.
Good.
This is an unexpected twist, and kind of unbelievable too. The young warrior girl proclaims that she has to protect the cows against the invaders, but she can't. So Romani becomes slain. So the arrows keep each sending their songs, but the two can practice travel together. Hero and horse keep them. Come back then. Situation to help them protect cows.
Damn, did I fuck up?
But Link will absolutely come back here to aid.
No, we're good.
So then, however, Link and Ebola can roam the fields and turn them together. On the ranch, they meet a strange man in a cuckoo shack named Grog, who seems vicious. He knows the moons were the fault. His only regret in life is that he never got to see his baby sisters grow up. As the sun sets over Romani's ranch, two sisters head inside for their supper and settle for the night. Young Romani will be sneaking out in a few hours, but he gives Link time to scope out a spot for a shot. Zombie deck here? The boy has a few hours to mull over all the possibilities. Maybe he should have one pack of raving mad cuckoos. The cuckoos would actually experience the bandits. Right at 2 a.m., the girl sneaks out of the main house and runs for the barn.
Nice.
And at 2:30 a.m., like die. Alien or ghosts? Alien ghosts are coming straight from the barn. No doubt they want some of that sweet, sweet chef Romani milk, and we hear the plan that there are a few joys greater than influence off milk. These are the they that Romani knew. And for all the rest of the night, they run about the house rooftop and around the barn to shoot the invaders, with the trusty ranch dog there to help keep track of them. Around and around they go, with waves never ceasing in their one goes down to the other, pops up to the with the sunrise. Romani is in the barn, protecting the cattle. But if one gets through, then it's game over. The girl is not ashamed of that. He has to keep her all peacefully. After hours of shooting and chasing, finally, the sunrise vanquishes the invaders. He actually did it. Romani ran to save. No harm came to the girl or the cows, thank goodness. Romani rewards the Romani of their singing milk, along with the rest of the cows, and one drinks milk, and then she quickly hurries back to the farm. With the road at the ranch open and the land of the farm, she will be heading out after her work is done. And she's likely to join her on the right side. Or around,
I knew I was gonna die here, but it's okay. See, we're still getting a lot. Oh, yes. I have to reduce 700, which is a lot, but still, it's doable, you know? To be honest, I don't think we've ever had to get back that much.
Why not? This cycle is dedicated.
It's okay.
Until that evening. And at 6 p.m. sharp, Krevia is waiting outside the barn with a loaded up wagon, ready to start the journey to Hawktown. To help Link find some peace with everything that he's experienced thus far. It's just a simple wagon ride into town, and he's there to just be company and an extra set of hands should Krevia need help. Erfona will stay with Romani to help guard the property.
Very cool.
And they'll be
I forgot to.
Caveat opens up a bit about has a lot of responsibility to attend to her efforts, and she's trying to raise her sister. Vandalism has been taking place, Romani has been learning to use weapons, and goes on about most of the moon has her deeply concerned. Her friend Anju was supposed to be getting married the next day, but will the moon fall? There's a front row of right now. And that's all. Has completely distracted. The path is blocked, and it should not be. No one is intentionally. President Nelson thinks so. Continue to force them along the path that Kremia does not want. Has them both on edge. They're going to want the property of the Foreman brothers, and if Kremia's concerns speak to anything, it's that this is not a safe place to be. Two mounted men with pitchfork attack the wagon and get chased. These men are
Nice.
their property along the solitary road. Why even bother trying to conceal their faces? Kremia has been victims of accidents up the ridge, and these are the two responsible. They ride huge mules, attacking the wagon to attack the product in the back, and they'll break every. But they won't the body. As they go,
Bodyguard, a 5 years old bodyguard. Jump it.
Are only given out in extremely limited quantities, and it's an acknowledgement from Kremia that Link is a
Nice.
Check out that bar. Lockhead is very famous. Manager of the except he's not good with happy reasons. Lockhead is going to be a performance substantial format, but he wished he could do a soundtrack for the spots on stage that he filled and not enough Link to fill them. Since there's not much happiness to be found in the bar, who would have thought that bars could be depressing places, Link decides to take off early, leave the adults to their drinking. His time is starting to run short, and he has accomplished what he set out to do. But before departing, he stops by the laundry room. The siren call of a photograph rings out. They said he just thinks about the past. Long ago, this strange man was in an animal troop. Why could a man join? That's because the animals in the troop were all great, but there was one thing he didn't find about it. Why was the dog the leader? Was there something wrong with him? The dog was an amazing leader. He led a stellar troop no matter the animal. That's why he stole the dog's mask. He wanted it because it was the leader's mask, but he no longer needs it, so he gets to Link. And see, this mask is meant to lead tiny animals. It will help them mature quickly into adults in an instant. And hey, that guy Grog back at Romani Ranch, didn't he want to see his baby crickets grow up before the moon fell? It's kind of morbid, but maybe Link will take this cycle. Make Grog happy. It's the morning of day 3 by the time Link gets back. Plenty of time to test Boo's theory out. He dons the Bremen mask, starts to meditate, and walks around the computer. One by one, each of the kids follows him around, and when he gathers them all up, he starts to mature into full-grown crickets. This was Grog. He's perfectly satisfied now, and he expects to will only look super good. It's easier to he has to let it go. Cycle to restore something to what he's doing. He knows that the goal is stopping the moon, but maybe, just maybe, everything else is all
I love the way she does it. She's so interesting.
A new cycle begins, and it kicks off with a mistake. Link must go to the ocean to the west, but sometimes directions are hard. He goes barriers, but there's no clear way forward. The only thing in this little clearing is a conspicuous rock circle. The lens of truth reveals a lone who is so uncertain that no one has ever stopped walking before. Link gives Code on his vision that he gets back on his feet, and to repay his kindness, Shiro gives to Link his mask, his stone mask, which will make him just as boring and uninteresting as Shiro. With his health restored and his mask cast aside, Shiro
Nice. Boom.
direction towards the ocean. This is his first time at the seaside.
Dead.
Poisonous waters, snowstorms, mice with bombs on their tails. While he's not the birds here, a group of them are flocked around something in the water, quite like vultures, circling at night. And there are no something that's causing waters, and finds himself hauling.
Ouch. Ouch. Ouch.
He's far beyond that point. It's a marvel that he can even walk when he's back on land. He doesn't make it very far before collapsing. This Zorid is named Mikau, and he has only a few minutes of life left to explain his plight to Link, and he will do so in song. Mikau is the guitarist for a band called the Indigogos. Their vocalist Lulu laid some eggs, which is also the voice it's all he can get out before once again collapsing. As there's no getting up this time. As was done for our mom, played Mikau the song of healing, just to let his soul, so that he might pass on and leave with his blessed mind. In Mikau's lingering moments before death, he sees Lulu. She's looking at him, recognizes him, the sadness gone from her eyes. And then the rest of the Indigo gets appear, ready to start a melody. Lulu takes Mikau, together they go to meet the band. Mikau looks good. Quickly recognized, he can see the spirit of a legendary Zora guitarist. He will allow him to take on the visitor Mikau, and all the abilities of Zora. He can now use the fire with water, just as Mikau does.
Such a beautiful way of playing things. Another one. God.
The home of the Zora is not far away, just on the other side of the cove. And just like the ocean outside, the water isn't poisoned or frozen or boiled or gone. It can be shut up. It's just put in the bay. The stage being prepared in the middle of the hall for the Indigo goes. Link is recognized as Mikau, which gives him a band members. The leader of the band. The ocean is changed. It's abnormal, possibly because there's trouble brewing at the Great Bay Temple. Descendants of the Zora protector of the temple are fated to be met with trouble when this happens, namely Lulu. Upon seeing Link as Mikau, Evan asks him if he got the eggs back, and that he hasn't is distressing. Lulu has taken to standing outside, staring at the ocean, not attempting any communication anymore. Evan believes that if they can get her eggs back, the sadness will fade and her voice will return.
Boom.
And believes that Mikau has the blood of a Zora hero. He is the only one who can fix this. Link chases off a creepy stalker from Lulu's private room, and inside he finds her diary, which he reads with no hesitation, as though that her bag outside wasn't bad enough.
Good.
In her diary, Link discovers that Lulu took her eggs to the marine research lab at the behest of Evan after her voice faded away, just to have them checked out. It was after that trip that the pirates broke into her room and stole her eggs through the cover of night. Telling Mikau about the theft made her feel better, but she didn't want to come out. If Lulu knew what had become of Mikau, her heart would break all over again.
Slack.
Lulu herself is standing outside Zora Hall, all alone, staring out at him. She looks to him with recognition and a moment of hope, but seeing he's empty-handed, she loses the light in her eyes again. Like she's trying to tell him something, but she just can't. After learning all of this, it feels like a heavy gloom is sitting over the ocean now. Lily's diary made mention of a marine research lab taking care of the eggs before they were stolen, so Link decides to drop in under the guise of Mikau. And the elderly researcher is in fact expecting Mikau and the eggs, and that he doesn't have them yet is irritating to the old man. So, this is where they he was preparing 7 up the coast of fortress. It's a massive complex made of well guarded by all the remnants of the Garuda, high rules. If they spot Link, they find the objective. But the actual situation, there are traps to avoid all around the fortress. But it seems that fate has been on Link's side. That mask that he got from the wounded soldier, Shiro, it makes Link so plain, so uninteresting, that he's practically invisible while wearing it. And with the stone mask on, Link doesn't have to creep around the corridors dodging patrols. He just walks right past the guards. But even with the aid of the mask, this place is hard to make out details of. There's not an egg in sight, but confusion starts ease and more complications yet arise. Such a defeated moment between the leader of the pirates and one of the pirates. 3 of the 7 eggs were lost at sea when they were attacked by a massive sea. They returned some eggs,
Good.
which is obfuscated by the rest of the plot. If you get all them together, then they'll lose and they'll find good sight with it. Of course, that's not true, but they believe it's bullshit, and they'll do anything to get that supposed treasure, even steal every mother's babies. Unfortunately, for the pirates, that is, they're not the best.
Feels like this is higher up.
Somebody broken, especially since there's an egg in that room that they're guarding, and some sort of treasure. Oh golly darn! Link shot down the nest, and oh no!
Again?
Everyone's fleeing. Anyways, the treasure in that room will come in the hook shot.
Charge the laptop.
Perfectly workable in the child form as well.
Where are my rules, guys? I don't know.
4 are hidden within the fortress, 3
Hell
are
yeah.
someplace out at sea. Good. The prospect of deep-sea diving is a bit terrifying, so for now, Link will spend some time here at the fortress, just taking his time to clear it out, not because he
Chill, dude. I don't think
it's just time consuming. One by one,
I'll go on to another level. You never know.
pirates that would rather fight him than just throw him out.
Yeah, we have to get back to 700. That was way too much. The good news is I didn't do this, so it could be there. And what I would like also.
It's not terribly hard to find. Link saves a golden seahorse from a nearby fisherman, gaining to the murky waters of the ocean.
Ah, there you go.
But eventually he
Perfect.
has to confront it. And
Nice.
deep into the night when Link finds it, a deep, dark hole in the ocean floor.
We'll try to start killing the
cavern has to be checked for an egg, starting from the top all the way down to the bottom. Each snake that
Which we call it, the giants?
with a flashing head in the low tower. They just can't get out at the situation. But the final
I think we only did one.
all 7 eggs are now safely in the center of the lab research. Wonderful news, finally being delivered for Lulu. Surprise! They all begin to hatch. Little baby Zoras begin to flutter around the tank. And then that is all like a four eggs are lost. It was called the Big Wave Lost Nova, a song meant to restore their mother's soul. It featured versions of the show starring Lulu, played the song for her, meant for her. In the form of the cast, and played for her the song for her children. And sure enough, something about it draws her voice out again. Lulu sings joyously, accompanied by Nemo on guitar.
300.
The voice awakens a nearby sea creature, a great turtle that acts as a sort of keeper for the Great Bay Temple. Though the turtle has slumbered for many years, he's still aware of the goings-on within the ocean, and he knows Lulu by name. The return of her voice acted as a signal.
This could be a death.
Atop the back of the Great Turtle, the hero of time now has access and transit to the Great Bay.
I'm gonna talk to the other guy.
Another giant. This facility is almost a factory, but what purpose it serves isn't really known. Maybe this place helps keep the oceans clean. To reach his goal, Link has to solve a complex system of water flow pipes, which creates a puzzling network that runs through the temple. Turning on certain mechanisms and controlling the direction of the water flow gradually opens up new areas. Here, a once guardian of the temple, Ward, rampages against Link, protecting a treasure that he needs to proceed, the Ice Arrow. From the morning of the second day deep into the night, the hero struggles against
Now what we need.
and planning, and this place truly is a test of the Hylian spirit to overcome. Finally, the hero reaches the chamber leading down into the heart of the temple, in the lair of what now plagues the day. Called Fjord, has disturbed the waters of the sea and holds captive the third giant that Link seeks. This fight is a balance of finding his
I love Majora's Mask. My favorite Zelda game.
Must enter the water to continue the attack. But should Fjord recover before Link sees the pool, it will try to consume him. Through the dark hours of the night, the two fight it out in the depths of the temple. Fjord even takes the hero down.
Wait, 2,000, 20,000.
Monstrosity.
Ads, okay. Am I the only person with no YouTube Prime? The gauntlets. I know I have another one from them, but I think it's their helmet. I'm not sure.
And again, he goes to have a brief conversation with them.
Dude.
Tyler no longer waits for the Guardian to speak. These creatures seem passive, unacting, unwilling to communicate fully. She screams to the giant that if they don't do something, then something terrible will happen. The response she receives, though, is help our friend. Title assumes this to mean they must free the final Guardian, but what if instead they don't want to kill? Title thinks it makes the Guardian make more requests. She issues one in return. She asks for a guarantee of cooperation, but the giant doesn't respond to it. They are sent back to the Great Bay. Now that the ocean is destroyed, it's time for her to go to get back to sleep, to watch over the ocean from his slumber. He's going to listen to Lulu's lovely singing a bit longer, and then back to bed again. There's one land that has not been explored. Time is running out for this cycle. For a short time,
Kinda.
to see Lulu back to the light of the Indigo goes, the full power of her voice restored. The Great Bay has calmed, things are returning to normal. Like the Great Turtle outside, Link can spare some time to relax, enjoy the Zora's home, walk with the bay, explore the outside, but, well, it's a hard part. Return Lulu to her heart, bring Deacon back to live out what remains of his life, let the Great Bay become murky and polluted again. How can the monkey swamp will be perfect, or on the summer then on the mountain, the Monty Ranch will be attacked at night, Lulu will again spend her days staring out at the sea, unspeaking. He can't save them all. He can't help them all. But out of desperation, he goes to back down at midnight on the final night. 3 of the Guardians are free, so maybe that's enough to stop the thing. Maybe Saddle confronts his gold yet, or the order and calls the three giants in order to know and ocean long. Simply as they flip their hands, it's like holding back.
Whoa, let's go. 2 summer
He
songs.
has no choice. It's time to go back to the dawn of the first day. Don't think about anything else, at least not right now.
7. The deadly corrupted king.
Lies to the east. Ikana was once a bitter and violent place. Once. No, it still is. Ikana is a harrowing, peaceful and focused region for some time. Ikana is
Slack. 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 Slack.
But at night, the dead come out to roam. It's frightening, even to him. Dampe never goes out at night. Never. A massive bone creature rests here, a long-dead captain called Stilton, who came to death due to his failings in battle long ago. And Link can awaken and chase down Tia, engage him in combat and defeat him, then Stilton will tell him of his way, and that he has long awaited an order to death, in order that permission to give it to his men as well. When Link rests him, Tia passes his request on to Link, and asks permission to find and rest, a request that Link is of course all happy to grant.
1.
This will allow Link to communicate with the dead soldiers of the Iconic Kingdom, to issue them the order to cease their wandering and to rest. Night has fallen over the graveyard, Dampe has taken shelter indoors, and there are undead Ikana. None of them thought of him. They call him captain, and they give him respect. He orders a gathering of them to open a gate in the grave site that they're marching around. After all, if the captain commands it, then they will obey. A small gauntlet marches that way, leading Link to a brightly colored stage surrounded by a gruesome iron knuckle. They're just as evil here as he remembers them in Hyrule, but why an iron knuckle here, guarding a stage? That seems unnecessary, if not outright cruel. Upon his defeat, he pulled back, revealing the stage into another forest. But this one doesn't act with hostility, rather, you can this one is Sandy Black, the brother of Shark. They both belong to the Royal family as composers. Black the Shark's soul is
Weird, they didn't show us. They didn't. She didn't think about the new sword.
He's Sharp as well. Black gives the Link the Song of Storms, a melody that contains the thousand thunder's power of the Eagle. This will cleanse the black person's soul of his brother before him. It is his only request before departing. The vocal letter that includes dark times within Hyrule acts as a gatekeeper to the heart of the valley, demanding that he show them proof that he can at least see the spirits of the now haunted land, which he doesn't actually have. The vocal letter tells him that he must obtain a map containing one which can be found through the branch. But Link spent like 2 days running around the branch. There were no weird haunted masks there. Unless they meet the Gorman brothers, those two dolts that chased Kremia's cart through the backcountry. Link rides back to that road up to the ranch, and at dawn of the second day, he goes to see the two weirdos. They start insulting Link and his horses to tease him fun. They had some pretty rich insults for two men that can barely dress themselves. They challenge him to a race and promise him a gift of 60 points if he wins. Unwilling to let them yee-haw their way through mockery towards his horse, Link agrees.
Yeah, nobody talks shit about Epona.
That time that he raced Mr. Ingo at Lon Lon Ranch back in Hyrule, except now there are two of them, and the racetrack is a bit of a dead trap. Perhaps that's intentional on the Gorman brothers' part, or poor upkeep. What is clear, though, is that Link whips them, and staying true to their wager, the elder Gorman brother rewards Link with the Gyara's mask, something that was worn by spirits.
Damn. Damn.
Are you kidding me?
What about not dying here?
Okay, Google, call Square One.
Square One. How can I help?
It's been one of those days.
Those days.
You didn't see the pleasure in that animal's face when he caved in off his skull. We did it! No!
Honesty. Yes, I am Bobby Munson. I've ridden with these brothers for most of my life.
You were an informant.
Sweetly, ever after.
That's what you were.
Get something like this. Returning to Ikana, the vocal collector is gleeful that Link has the mask. They tell him that it was the mask of a ninja clan leader who once spied on the hilltop castle with a blood-stained history. And if he wears it, maybe he'll be able to draw out the spirits who still wander here. Further into Ikana's territory, in the heart of the canyon, four lights to be found. First is a shady, prancing character that never stops smiling. He's taken a strange place to call home. He isn't care that the ghosts and undead are rising. He wants to shoot because there aren't any other people nearby, except the father-daughter duo who are farther up the hillside. And oh boy, does he like Link's sword. In fact, he would like to borrow it. As if I was born yesterday, Pantsing Man. You know what we know about men that never stop smiling? Don't trust them, just first drop kick them. Final warning that he senses a thirst for blood nearby. In the presence, but it's not. Donning the Gyara's mask brings a fighting spirit out of hiding. One of the Ikana's ancient foes, an assassin. They greet Link, believing him to be a superior, but quickly take up arms against him when the treachery is sniffed out. The Gyaro must bathe these hills in blood, not even death, could halt their hatred for Ikana. But the Gyaro are not allowed when bested by Link. They will admit their fault and offer him bits of advice in history before they burn their own body away to leave no trace of their self behind. There's a music box house in the abandoned village at the top of the hill, and there's no sound coming from it. The whole purpose behind the music box, right?
1, 2,
There's a water wheel attached to it, but no water flows.
3.
And it's surrounded by those endlessly sprinkling pumps. It stands to reason that the water wheel needs to be running to support the music box. But actually, standing back, taking in this entire scene, why is this house here in this dead land? Whatever want to call this place home. There's danger around every corner. Link follows the driver's head into a nearby cavern to search for clues and any obstructions that would be blocking fresh water flow. His stupid brings Link face to face with a...
I'll talk to him again.
Perhaps I shouldn't meddle, but this is the only way.
First message.
I should have expected as much from Freya. Some things simply never occur to her. Paralyzing fear. True despair. That's Freya through and through. That's Freya through.
The ghastly thing called Sharp, yes.
At least we did. We told her a message.
Who invites Link to join the ranks of the dead with a conversation of his own making. Hopefully Black Dude is not about the Sharp ability will quickly narrow and shield the Song of Storms fail. In a moment of fate, the hero plays for Sharp the Song of Storms. It sends the blood to his He cannot believe what he hears, yet momentarily banishes him from Link's presence, and water once again pours forth from his cavern. This causes the water wheel on the house to turn, and the music box built onto the top of the home begins to blare its tune. The music box acted as a defense against the undead in the area. The Gibdo that were hounding its exterior are driven away as soon as it returns. Now freed from his curse, Sharp returns and acknowledges what he's done. He says that he'd done it because he so desperately wished to revive the Ikana royal family. He would drain the life of everything in this canyon to bring them back. And he'd taken over this canyon and stopped the flow of water because a Master One had deceived him. But now he sees how terribly wrong he was. His curse is undone, and the lies of the Master One have been revealed. Sharp asks of Link to find the temple of this land, and to sever the root of evil that torments those who remain. To reach the temple, Link must first find the king within Ikana Castle, who also suffers a curse in death, who awaits the coming of the one who will break it. Sharp may now leave this place to find his brother and his peace, now that his final request has been made. A child was in that house. She's completely on her own. She quietly creeps out of the
44.
dead land and stares at the newly flowing water. The Gibdo that were stocking the home are gone. She can leave it again. Link tries to run up to the girl to chat, but she bolts back into her home and locks the door as soon as she spots him. She's jumpy, still frightened, so he gives the house some space and watches the girl come back out and walk up to the passing water well. Rather than stalk her, he takes the opportunity to use the house that she just left to see what the deal is with this place. And there's no way a little girl could be in a convent. No, something here is certainly not right. Downstairs, Link takes a look around and notices a door is moving on a closet. It's worth investigating. Something is in there. Inside is a man half transformed into a Gibdo. That little girl has this thing locked up, but who is it? What is it? It starts walking towards Link with its arms outstretched. The title asks Link if he can still feel its heart. Playing the song with him feels like a man. He truly was in the thrall of something sinister. The little girl where she heard her father's horrors in the night. He had no idea what happened to him, but it doesn't matter. The father and daughter completely ignore Link. The hero takes the mask that was cast away from the man after the song appeared, a Gibdo mask that will allow him to speak to the fruits. But now is not the time to question them or investigate what happened. Link and Tyler leave the parent and child time to recover from their shock. Instead, it's time to go see what's at the bottom of that water well.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. These days, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want. And watch it take shape.
At the bottom of the deep, dark well, there are Gibdo all over the place. Wearing the mask, Link is able to speak to each one, and each one will make a demand for something before it will move. It forces Link to go out and collect enough for odds and ends around Termina to make his way through this fresh hellscape of a labyrinth. It takes him hours of battle and combat to satisfy every Gibdo wants to pass through his turning towards death. He finds the mirror shield at the end of the water well. It opens up the mirror passage that connects the water well to another previously unreachable place, the courtyard of Ikana Castle. Sharp has Link carefully waited one through the and that doing so would lead him to the temple of this land. The castle is infested with the dead, and after countless years abandoned and hollow, it's decayed into rubble and rot. This was once a splendorous place, an empire to be feared, now occupied by corpses, the memories of violence. The Garo that Link brings out of hiding give him hints on how to proceed through the castle, and how to face the great king once he reaches his throne room. It would serve Link well to listen to their wise words. Ego's Ikana died with his kingdom, yet he still sits upon his throne. His guardians never left his side, not even in death. Link should expect them all, expect to see everything to kill him in that throne.
Good.
Empire that nearly toppled this land.
82.
It's fate's fortune that the Garo and Ikana destroy one another, and Link is not here to choose sides or find each of four if any opposes will fight them. He enters the ancient throne room, sitting down one of the deadliest pieces all of time. Ego's Ikana does not move against Link. He doesn't need to. It's below him. His guardians begin this fight by shrouding the room in darkness and breaking into the floor. The Garo does not allow them their shame. He burns away the another curtain blocking out the light, and finds the lead. Sometimes they cannot stand to see it. It harms them like nothing else. The two guardians ruthlessly strike out at the hero from the shadows, refusing to draw in too close, and forcing him to face combat in combat. His goal is to lure them towards the light and inflict upon them with his shield.
Two.
But when finally they each fall and Link burns away their corpses, Ego's Ikana draws his sword and shield and begins the fight anew against the exhausted hero. He's a powerful
Tougher.
and can detach his head from his body, forcing Link to deal with him on two fronts. The ancient king nearly succeeds in cutting the boy down, ending his life, but by a hair's breadth, Link manages to bring Ego's Ikana down, casting away the evil curse that clouded his mind. With his vision,
I'm not trying to get that one.
in the moments before he finally leaves this world, Ego's Ikana reflects upon his old life and the fall of his family. There was so much hatred, so much chaos and bloodshed. But after somebody thrust open the gates of the stone tower, their need for violence sprang forth again, and the canyon fell into the sad state that it is now. It is thanks to Link that the spell binding them is broken. To return the light to this land, Egos tells Link that he must seal the doors to the stone tower, defeat whatever is inside, and lock that place away once again. It's the
For
only place.
Hondos.
While hundreds of his own soldiers could not conquer that place, perhaps the lone warrior before him does stand a chance. To help him, Egos teaches the Elegy of Emptiness, a terrible song. A soldier who has no heart. Should Link need another to stand in his place, he may use this melody to create a single copy of each of his forms. 4 empty soldiers in total. He will need his ability to reach the final temple. Ego's Ikana passes from this plane, his final request being for Link to shine the light of justice upon his kingdom.
Not a problem.
It's the final day, and so much has been accomplished, but the memories that Ikana can are best left in the past, so to speak. That girl and her father in the music box, they can be helped once again on his passage through. But that water well, the derelict castle, the undead and skeletal soldiers, the Garo, they're all things perhaps best forgotten. There is yet one more obstacle that he must face. He's seen it far off. Even knowing precisely where to go and being fully equipped for the climb, it takes like almost almost all of the
tree.
just to reach the entrance of the Stone Tower Temple.
Nice.
It's no wonder an army couldn't topple this place. Just having to worry about his own height is hard enough. Imagine trying to get 100 or more men to scale this place. It would be impossible. He will need all the time he can get in this place. So, the hero rewinds time and uses the gift of the owl statues to fly back to the Stone Temple. And the temple itself, strangely enough, is occupied by machinations and creatures that seem to belong here, which makes one wonder, was the Skull Kid incapable of entering this place and purely corrupting?
Okay, that's good.
And though it doesn't reek of Majora's curses, the place is still exceedingly dangerous. While the temple itself may still stand intact as dictated by the flow of time, that doesn't change the fact that a guardian was imprisoned here. It requires the use of all these shell soldiers to make his way through. And if that beings had been here, an army, if they had been used to open these paths, then they would have been trapped once the others have made their way through, left behind, abandoned, with no way to get through. That's one of the many security measures that keeps meddlers out of this temple. Dormant creatures made of stone and metal awaken when Link draws in too close. Dangerous combatants that guard doors and pathways. But most curious that Link should meet a still living being here, a Garrow master in flesh and blood, and as soon as he sees Link in the tower, he attacks. There is no explanation for why he is here or why he so ruthlessly attacks. That is not the way of the Garrow. His tendency to charge with fire-infused weapons makes him a far greater threat than his underlings that hide in the shadow. But upon his defeat, the Garrow tells Link a secret. The temple can be rearranged, up and down, made in verse, and he tells Link precisely how to do it before ending his own life with a bomb.
I have to read this, I guess.
After all, that is the way of the Garrow. The death of the Master reveals a hidden treasure that Link will need to conquer this place, the Light Arrow. And following the instructions of the fallen Garrow Master, Link is able to flip the temple on its head from the outside, opening up new branches and paths previously unreachable. And, as before, all of his forms are required to navigate through this labyrinth. Another, questionably alive being, greets Link en route to the heart of the temple, a Reaper-akin creature called Gomus that is only made vulnerable with the use of the Light Arrow. It guards the master key of this tower. But the story of Gomus is a complete mystery. It existed here to safekeep this treasure, but Link cuts it down after a bitter fight and claims the treasure for himself. If past experiences have taught him anything, it's that obtaining this key means that Link is close to the end of his journey here. But deeper into the temple is an unexpected surprise of sorts. A fierce creature guards a door forward, not unique, but what is revealed when Link kills it is most interesting. It's a mask.
Okay, good.
What brings you to East Texas? Something just moved you from Boston. Hi, girl. A new girl. You have no idea what these people
I have to destroy this.
Along the way, I've
It's just boring that we have to do so much grinding, you know? That's what I have to do, that's what I have to do. And that's okay. I don't mind it. Resume. See, I'm already okay with the Lost. Okay.
The Giant's mask. And why is this piece garbage? Why is there a mask here? When Link tried to put it on, it doesn't do anything. It seems useless, but it is a strange thing to find. But the end is finally near. It's taken nearly a day and a half to reach the massive locked door containing whatever curses this land. Throwing it open reveals that a
Good.
a plunge into something unseeable. When Link takes that leap, he lands someplace impossible, as though he's in a completely new land, far away from the stone coast, plunged into the middle of an endless desert.
Fuck.
Great twin insects called the twin mold are here. Massive creatures that seem impossible to even approach.
Grinding.
It is far too big to cross on foot, and they move at such speed that Link can barely get a clean shot on them.
What we just need
That giant mask, he can put it on here.
150, so that's one.
Large head-on. The challenge has become learning to control his oversized body and hit on the tail or head of each worm. But their constant movement and shielding of their weak points still makes it
See, it's kind of hard to do.
the complication of the front, the mask contains Link's. He can't use it forever, and after a long grueling game of chase and slash,
And we do have a problem in the fact that
and it's not impossible to do. He could absolutely kill the twin mold with just his bow and arrow, but the accuracy that would require would be phenomenal, and he does not have the speed to gather resources around this massive field in the sport. He's able to bolt from magic pots and arrows, take his giant form back, and push on with the battle. One of the twin mold goes down, but the other is still healthy. It lunges at him through the ground, flies through the air, blocks his attacks with its carapace, and destroys his sources of magic and arrows as it flies about. Just before night of the second day, with only half a heart remaining, he succeeds. Link has failed. The final destroyed. Once his
you also got this.
with this task finally completed, it's time to greet the last of the giants. Urges the panel to call upon them. They've experienced enough to know precisely what this means. When the time comes, at midnight on the final night, the melody the first of the giants they saved must be played. The song, Oath to Order. It served no purpose other than this. When it's time, the panel must have faith in that melody.
I'm pretty sure it's a fragmented skeleton tree.
For now, it's time for them to go back to the Econa Canyon.
There's no trophy for the online. Good. Good. Good.
Anyways, Link takes some time to play games with and take a look at Anju in the song pod in, and then goes over to the mayor's office to see what's going on there. And there she's having a conversation with Toto, the manager for the Indigogos. Madame Aroma politely greets Link and asks if he is the expert person finder that she hired, or rather, she assumes that he is. Her son, Cafe, has been missing for a month now. She has no idea where he went. He simply vanished without a trace. Madame Aroma gives Link a mask that will give him the authority to investigate Cafe's disappearance. And that mask, oh my.
Good.
It says a wedding ceremony is soon. It might be early, but I finished my wedding. I wonder if Anju she tends to do things at the last minute, so probably not. There's a gathering of the fellows at the milk bar tonight. I'd like to show off my wedding mask and talk to them. Oh, Anju. Okay, well hold on. Link was wrong. The kid from Cafe asked me the receptionist.
1, 3, 4, 5.
But just vanished, not tell her, right? Seeing somebody wear this mask is a shock to Anju, but she quickly rebounds from it and carries on without a word on the topic. So, like, who else can talk about this? Maybe the mayor? Maybe the captain of the guard? The entertainers upstairs have anything of interest?
Black.
Well, but she doesn't crimes. For Anju, quite enough to catch attention. It's designed to but like a stranger,
Boom, boom, boom.
he doesn't lack. That's not information that he can disclose, not even her. Once again, approaching her with Cafe's mask, Anju begs Link for assistance in the matter. She asks him to come back to the inn tonight for a private meeting, and there she can explain more. Well, this cycle just got a lot more interesting. So he has been stories from Anju's grandmother, and that's nightfall, the inn spent the night. Back in, unlocked door on the second floor. Sure enough, midnight, Anju Cafe himself, and she would like for Link to act as an intermediary to know where he went or is in trouble, but she's afraid of what happened. She has the whole thing with this.
The whole thing for a mask.
He'll be able to be Cafe. Link agrees to take this burden from her and to find out what has happened to her fiancé. The first step.
However, you get the wedding, so pretty huge.
Not really sure what he's waiting for.
Really nice shirt. Nice.
Complicated but not problematic. The school kid did see Cafe along before his wedding. He tried to help deliver ferry in North Bontown, but on his way there, somebody ambushed him and stole his wedding mask. A grinning, prancing man. Cafe is good friends with a pawn shop owner in town, and he knows that stolen items tend to wind up there. So with his friend's permission, he's been held up here watching him come through with his wedding mask. And Link has mentioned in Iconic Canyon, he really wanted to borrow Link's sword. It's certainly possible, if not likely, that he is the culprit, that he targeted Cafe because he was a kid and couldn't fight back. Cafe will remain watching the new man who wants the pawn shop. Link will go give Anju a pendant. It will serve as a promise to her, one that she'll understand. It's a promise that Cafe will return soon, that he has not abandoned her, he certainly hasn't forgotten her. Receiving this is such a relief to the poor woman. It makes her so happy, and she tells Link that she has decided she will wait for him. Her mother and grandmother are preparing to flee the town, but Anju will not go with them. Here she will stay until Cafe reappears. Early the next day, Link decides to go talk to Cafe to give him the good news, tell him what Anju said. But when he arrives, the door is locked. Cafe doesn't answer. So maybe this is just the end of this particular mission. They failed? Time to give up, perhaps? Anju doesn't say anything about Cafe reappearing, so did he just really vanish on her right before their wedding? That would be terrible. Later on in the afternoon, Link comes back one more time, just to see. And to his surprise, the door opens. But it isn't Cafe that's inside. It's the pawn shop owner. This guy always seemed as shady as the forest, and he's been fairly unpleasant to deal with. I mean, the guy does business with thieves, but he was also a good friend of Cafe.
Look at this, look at this.
He gives Link one of his own masks, the Keaton mask, just because he seems nice. He likes the kid, and that's all the reason that he needs. So maybe the pawn shop owner isn't such a bad guy deep down. He also asked Link to deliver some express mail to Cafe's mother, probably to tell her about what's happened to him. But where did Cafe himself go? What did happen to him? The shop owner tells Link that a thief went to a shop the other night to pawn something, and Cafe had a full-on rage-fueled episode. He took off after the thief, probably back to his shelter. The thief is named Seiken. It's indeed. Was that? And they let me borrow your sword.
So Ratch is done.
Decided to go handle this himself. Oh no, Cafe, what are you getting yourself into? Madame Aroma is nowhere to be seen, and the day is drawing to a close. The final day. There's not much time left. Link decides to make a run for the canyon, to where he knows that the Seiken hangs out. Maybe he can find a solution to all of this there. Running up the river leads the hero to a sealed-off lair.
There's nobody there?
As Seiken's hideout. Not very discreet, but Seiken also doesn't seem like the bride of that guy. Good news. Cafe isn't around yet, so Link has managed to beat him here. Link decides to hide behind some nearby rubble to wait for any activity, because somebody has to appear here eventually, and he'll wait as long as he possibly can for that to happen.
Fuck it.
After nightfall, it's Cafe who appears. Thank goodness. The two meet up behind the rubble to discuss his plan. They're going to wait for Seiken to return, let the thief open the locked doors, and then rush
Of course, Inky.
It's one worth waiting for. And 1 hour later, Cafe is again proven right about the thief. He arrives right as expected and opens the door to his hideout, leaving it wide open. And Cafe doesn't miss a beat. His precious mask is sitting atop a conveyor belt in the middle of a warehouse. Who knows what else Seiken has stowed away here? And Cafe, almost immediately sets off the hideout security system, locking down the doors, turning all the defenses within each room, and starting the conveyor belt with his valuable mask atop it. If they can't reach the end of the belt before the mask, it will be dumped out of reach. They're on a time limit now. To solve each of the puzzles in the rooms, they have to work together, with one opening the door for the other. Link takes the combat-heavy side, while Cafe takes the puzzle-oriented gauntlet. Each of them have to make it through all of the rooms and stand atop a deactivation switch.
Nice, it works.
If one of them fails, they both fail. But together they manage to make it through. Each of them reach their switch and stop the conveyor belt from dumping Cafe's wedding mask. Time is
Okay.
running out. It's just past midnight. If they both run, they can make it back to Clocktown just before the end.
No.
Link is able to soar back, quickly landing back in Clocktown. It gives him just enough time
Yeah.
deliver that special letter.
So when you go to the same place and you get the kind of like a
Sitting alone with only the bartender around.
Fuck it.
She looks every bit like a heartbroken mother. Delivering Cafe's letter to her is a comfort she desperately needed. It's far too late to escape what's to come. But at least
Fuck
she
it.
thinks knowing that her son was alive and trying to get back home. And next is Andrew. Link goes to where she's and he sits with her,
we are good.
hoping that Cafe makes it. With Cafe does make it back to Andrew. But seeing him in the body of a child, it's not easy. They were supposed to be wed, but this wasn't her groom. Setting aside her tears, Andrew greets and accepts Cafe. Even if he's not the same, she's gentle with her words. She knows his scent from their childhood. So long ago, they agreed to marry each other on each other. There's no way that could happen now, but they decide to exchange hands.
We know it's sent.
It's a thank you for reuniting them. This regretful tale is at its notice for Andrew and Cafe. This is where their lives will never end. The moon is falling fast. They cannot take refuge. Instead, they decide to stay here a little bit longer and greet whatever the morning brings. And it's too late for Link to go and confront Majora. The clock is ticking. He won't make it there in time. Andrew and Cafe had a few heavy-hearted moments together. It's time to rewind time and undo it all. This is the final cycle. Midnight on the final day, he will climb the clock tower and he will confront the Scorpion, confront Majora, and this madness.
Dash G24.
They're all awake now. The guardians of this land stand ready to heed Link's
Oh, 542.
What they'll do upon arrival is a complete unknown.
Can finally chart again.
And Majora. Maybe they just unmake the curse of the mask. Perhaps Link need not struggle more against this threat. He's back up.
Finally.
Plenty of time to dread once again climbing that clock tower.
Link.
In his bomber's note that there are gaps in schedules
It's
around
Link's.
town and the fields of Termina that he certainly missed, but the anxiety of facing the
Okay, so now,
focusing on
at least Freya's not there anymore.
almost impossible. He goes to see Andrew at the stockpot inn, but he can't bring himself to stay.
No, I'm pretty sure there's something else. Or
Upstairs are going about their business.
possibly much later on.
And that their car services are all going to be canceled. So, just a waste of time in the store. Andrew's grandmother is always going to read him a tale, but being in the city is
Nice.
just too stressful. Instead, he'll just fast forward time himself. That night, Link stands outside the stockpot inn and just stares out for a few. What is he doing? This is an actual waste of time. Jumping ahead when he could at least make the effort to see what's going on around town. See if he can help anybody. Maybe if he finds something to focus on, the anxiety of night 3 will ease up. It's the usual, the same old around town. The main square is quiet, vendors are closing down, there's not a lot to see or do. Sure, there are a few interesting interactions here and there, but for the most part, things are just peaceful and ordinary. Time passes from early evening into late night, and just past midnight, Link walks into the northern section of town, where something distressing is happening. A familiar man with a grinning face walks past a very elderly woman carrying a small bag on her back, Seiken, that thieving snake. And, true to his nature, Seiken grabs the bag off of her back, pushes her down, and begins to run away with it. Out of reflex,
Not sure what to do.
see if she's alright, but in doing so, Seiken gets away. The whole thing happened so fast, and the guard didn't move to stop him. She says that she was packing bomb bags for her store, but it's long gone to an iconic camp now. That's really unfortunate. Seiken is actually the absolute worst, and Link completely failed to intervene on her behalf.
Okay, so I'm guessing this is the one. I'll be honest, I don't remember how to do this. We never even did it. Black Ops 7.
At the dawn of the second day, he finds himself back in the swamp. Monsters are all around. Everything rolls back around. So with only one more, there's a time pressure to seek out by the time he returns to Clocktown, completely unsuccessful in his endeavor to find a purpose this cycle beyond his Skull Kid confrontation, a waste of 2.5 days. There are a few hours left. Maybe he can convince somebody to flee. After the final cycle, he doesn't know what will happen atop that tower. So he stops to see the post.
Good.
Link has noticed him around town on the final day. He chose not to flee. Maybe he can convince him. When Link enters the person's house, he finds him on the floor having a complete mental breakdown. He says that he wants to flee. He's supposed to give him the order, and tomorrow...
Look at this, look at this. Look at it. It's gonna push me.
On his bed, he tells himself, "Dear myself, job delivering the mail. I have a request for my hard-working self. All of the townsfolk have taken refuge. I want to flee too. Even if it's not written in the schedule, I want to flee. Please. From me." He so badly wanted to escape, but when the time came, he couldn't do it. And Link can't convince him to go. The captain of the Rocket Party needs to there to allow others to
Good.
going to suffer for that choice. But one has to wonder, did the mayor himself flee? The postman just stays on the floor, enveloped in his own panic. It's all the more reason that Link cannot fail. Midnight is approaching. So
Good.
be ready. Ascending
That we
the stairs
did.
leads to a very familiar spot. Atop the tower, same as before, sits the Skull Kid, as the exquisitely harrowing moon moves low in the sky. And same as before, the Skull Kid taunts that even if the four were to come right now, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Well, it's time to challenge that confidence. The Skull Kid begins to call the moon, the command for its final descent to begin, but this time, Link takes no action against him and instead just plays the oath to order. The rumble ceases. The Skull Kid ends his call to the moon and just stops, like he's confused, looking around for something that he wasn't expecting. Whatever is happening in his mind, it forces him to crash and scream against what's approaching. From the four corners of Terminal, the giants step forth to catch the moon in the sky. They exist to protect this land, and up until now they have been ineffective against the curses of Majora, held captive and made inconsequential until now. The four are able to stop the descent of the moon just before
Good, that's pretty much it.
As dawn begins to break, the man in the moon completely stops, held in place by the guardians.
It is so shitty because
The sun is beginning to shine and Terminal isn't in flames. Furthermore, the Skull Kid is unmoving. Title and Tail are brightly reunited. Title concern for her brother has been consuming her his entire journey. Finally having him back safely is her goal fulfilled. When he turns her
it's nuts.
the Skull Kid is to berate him for what's happened.
10 out of 10?
To try to understand the Skull Kid, to not be so hard on him. Title has some quite harsh words to describe how she feels about the Skull Kid now, but less
18.
who is really in charge here. Majora rising.
To Majora's Mask.
Skull Kid anymore. It was a fun distraction. Things just became far more interesting. Majora ascends into the moon, and it's terrifying. Its crash course resumes, and it looks like the four actually saw this. In abject fear,
Apologies.
rewind time to put day. There's no
Boom.
now, and this is part of the temple.
I'll try again to reach the other level because there has to be some ways to do it.
For never intervening, for letting things go as far as they did. But to keep her little brother safe, Tattle changes her and demands that she will go, actually. No backing down now. It's a huge, lush field of grass surrounded by a forest. In the middle of the field, there are butterflies all around it and children play. Children who, wearing the mask of a mouse here with attractive eyes.
Boom.
A game? What? Why would he play a game with someone wearing the mask of Majora? Each of the four children running around the tree asked Link if he will hand over his masks to them. Masks that they didn't earn. Most of these were gifts from the people of Termina, and they just want him to give them away to make them happy? Give them to presumably evil beings? No, absolutely not. Who knows what they'll do with them? Some of these masks have real and true power within them, and Link has played enough games. He's not giving Majora or these children...
No, you should have because you gave the first ID
He will
mask.
not give these moon children his masks. Instead, he returns to the one wearing Majora's mask. Will you play with me? Yes?
In venture capital, I have to get dangerous with new technologies daily. That's really where AlphaSense comes in. There's a lot of noise out there, and AlphaSense gives me the
There has to be a reason more than just that.
You only have weak masks. So, you'll play? Yes? Well, shall we go?
Majora's arena is psychedelic and unusual. 4 walls hold the masks that seal away the guardians of Termina, and Majora itself sits upon a seat of importance. It is the eye draw of the room, a sun-like throne, and when Link draws in, Majora engages. For all of its manipulation and cruelty to others, Majora itself is unlike anything that Link has ever faced. Were Link not the hero type and once holder of the Triforce of Courage, his presence could see him cut down in a matter of moments. Even as a seasoned fighter, Majora is immediately difficult for Link to handle. It whirls around the room in loops and makes it hard to shoot and difficult to dodge, forcing Link to learn a timing in which Majora may be vulnerable with its weak sides exposed. But that opening is extremely brief, and being out of position is an opportunity lost to inflict pain on Majora, and each arrow loose is one that he will not have later. Once this realization is made, the hero slows his attack to calculate each shot, and he uses his magic to save resources.
I don't know how to go.
Behind his actions, it's a long sequence of dodging and outplaying until Majora changes the rules. Phase 1 is over. Now the 4 enter the fight. Majora's chaotic twirling continues, and now each of the masks that once rested on the walls float about as well, firing off their own attacks atop what was already taking place. But how is he supposed to handle 5 enemies at once, especially ones that float around the arena that he cannot make sword contact with? Each shot counts, even after getting a life-saving bundle of arrows, but the silver lining is that with each of the 4 that Link does manage to take down, the encounter becomes just a little bit easier. One by one he takes them down until he's back for one-on-one combat with Majora, but that doesn't mean it's easy. It fires powerful beams of fire at the boy, but he remembers this. Long ago, yes, also in the future, when he was an adult back in Hyrule, the twin sorceresses within the Spirit Temple fired beams at him just like this, and he was able to use it against them. So
There's a secret wall.
his mirror shield and sends the attack back at Majora. This has already been a long and drawn-out affair.
Okay, good.
Low, he's running out of wind.
There's a secret wall. How am I supposed to know that?
This phase seems to be easier to handle. The masks aren't wildly spinning around the room anymore. After a direct strike to its center, Majora lights on fire and doesn't put it out. Just starts floating around the room.
Doo-doo.
Majora's mask isn't done, not by a long shot, and the worst has yet to come. This is
30 runes.
It's changed into something with teeth. It screams at the top of its lungs.
There's a lot of them.
It spins and dances, walks backwards. It's hard to keep up with, and it constantly puts a creepy stare from its new eyes. The way it moves, it's alarming. Ganondorf was cruel and violent, but he was predictable in his rage. He made sense. Majora, though, is unreasoning, and its ominous movements are perplexing and distressing. Link has to chase it around the arena to line up the shot and then flip it into melee range to deliver as many hits as he possibly can before the creature once again rises and resumes its crude dancing. If only that screaming would stop. Every time Link takes a hit, it seems to maniacally laugh, or that he could be wailing or howling. It's like no difference. He's lost count at how many hits he's landed, but after another eternity with this thing, Majora's attacks stop, and as before, it does not fall. How is this thing still going? How is it still
Boom.
Majora changes the rules once again, and it's 4. Majora's Wrath. It's more humanoid, but still screams an ungodly sound, but this thing is far more lethal than anything that came before. Its arms lash out as weapons, but close and long range, and it strikes the hero. One hit. One hit. One hit. And
There you go.
has been defeated. Did you really think it would be that easy? Here's what you and the mask salesman don't seem to understand. The pain and terror of Termina makes me happy. I'll be waiting far from the fairy tale. Were you expecting to hear of the wall thing anything? In the young man's aim to destroy Majora, he left behind some within Termina who needed him. He sought to be the hero sooner rather than later. But there are powers that exceed even Majora. Old fables tell of a traveler who put down the terrible man.
Oh my god, that's so cool. What a good way to tell the lore. So she failed, so she had a reason to go back and get the mask deity.
Might not be a happy ending. He must allow room to. There are people who still need it. Fill up the bomber's room. Play the games of the big children. Give them gifts and happiness too. And then things will be more.
Dude, look at this, look at this, look at this. The coffin.
Back to the dawn of the first day. Seems the unknowable goddess of time once again intervened on Link's behalf. Not him. Doesn't really matter, does it? Okay, well, he's clearly missed something, so pen and paper time. What is missing in this bomber's notebook? First obvious thing is that elderly woman that's taken, attacked, and stole from. And if possible, maybe the postman. This is the final cycle, and Link wants to
Look at this, look at this.
He can help out Andrew.
Such a cool cutscene.
He might not be able to see them united, but he can at least get them close enough for that sorrowful end date. So he gets his stops for the case of Andrew Cafe going, and then prepares for aiding that old woman. That will be the night of the first day. Easy enough. But you know, if he's helping the postman, Andrew Cafe, the old woman, why not the Romani sisters too? He knows this kid. Mom, they're talking about that over a box. They rush to the ranch, talks to Magna Roma, talks to Andrew. He does it all with time to spare. He will have to be quick that night, though. Right after the woman, he'll have to rush to Romani to help them out. Once everything is set up, he gets back to my
1644.
so that he can jump the jump button. Just a few steps away, though, is a curious character, one that Link has never encountered up until now. Wearing the keep mask that Cafe once wore, Link draws out an actual Gaten who was hiding in nearby grounds. This is an unexpected surprise, and he has some trivia for Link. What's he hiding?
And this one is leading us to a
Words that Tingle created. Tingle, Abracadabra. Cuckoo, Tingle, Rama. Kalu, Lempa.
leads us to a simple dungeon.
Of course, Kalu, Lempa, you can.
I don't think we did the dungeon
What weapon
before.
does Romani, the girl at the ranch, use in practice? A slingshot? A bow? Or she doesn't use it?
It's actually pretty cool.
The answer is a bow. She's killed many men with it. Next question. What instrument does the Skrull kid
You
play?
can see.
A tin whistle. What's the best thing about home insurance from Square One?
La la la
You get
la
to
la
make
la.
yours the only unbundled home insurance in Canada. Bundled, only paying for the coverage you want. And nothing else.
Kinda nuts because they're all defeated.
Don't pay to insure it.
Oh, shut the hell up, dude.
At home business coverage, a flute, or an opera.
It's a flute.
The answer is a flute. In another timeline, the Skull Kid was the hero of time and he had the ocarina, but not this time. Question number 4. How many members are in the Zora band, the Indigo Goats?
5.
4, 5, or maybe 6? The answer is 5.
Yeah.
I'm trying to count Toto as one of the members. Here we go, last question, and it's a top.
Remember?
Balloons. She uses men. Is 1. What did you do? Make the whole dry incident. Well, after night balding gets into physical and it's not. This time he is ready and waiting. He does try to reason with them, grabbing her.
Sure, fuck him up.
Takes out his sword and makes a fair swing at the beast drops his goods and he takes off. Once again, Darth is up. The merchandise gets like a great reward. Another good meat done and another map effective. Get back to rough meat. And what from the ranch the crew moving there and now. Nick saves the sisters, saves the rank, puts big close smiles to their faces, and then he can kill them. From the upper right side. It's not really really quick. There's the house in the swamp near the dead trees. Then he is able to move on. Guys, back out in the swamp and end of the event. Find a man in a state of transformation.
Good.
Changing into a Skulltera. He begs him to kill all the golden Skulltera and break the curse that he's under. And the reward for doing this is the mask.
Ouch.
Another familiar item from a faraway place. Now, what else? What else? Being here reminds him.
Mosquito bites.
What felt like an eternity ago, after he had rescued the Deku Princess from Adola, they'd mentioned that the butler had prepared something for him. But did he actually ever go find the butler? He remembers that to the right of the house.
Nope.
But, well, going there, there's a problem. The water is poisonous and there's some octopus thing in the way. So the water needs to be not poisoned.
He
messed it up. He was supposed to come here after cleansing the temple and he didn't.
We have Cheetos, crunchy Cheetos jalapeno.
This is a lesson to be learned about diligence. So he has to go kill a gold.
Oopsies.
The hero remembers enough about the temple that he can probably clear it again with some time to spare, and he already has an owl statue activated at the entrance to the place. So he rushes back to the Senate courtyard, brings the temple back up to the surface, and he heads back in for round 2. But it's an unexpected turn of events. The guardian of this temple is still free, and has enough control of this place even now that they can take Link straight to Adola. He doesn't have to reclear the temple. He doesn't even have to set foot beyond the Foyer to reach the mountain. Link takes Adola now all his upgrades, his tools, and his gadgets. His first time here, it was rough. He had little to work with and very low vitality.
She upgraded her sword, she didn't talk about that.
More than a minute in the ring with Link. The hero absolutely destroys Adola in this round. He gathers up the Deku Princess again, but come here, practice on Link. She will just have to hang out in that bottle for like, you know, a couple hours. Link runs back to remind him. Then I get back to town and then he goes back to the Deku Palace and begins to hopefully not suffocate. Feels good to be with us. Link is safe and returned home, rescues that poor Mr. Monkey, saves the Deku from along the line of Adola. And there's a thought stirring in his head. Something he needs to think about before he
I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish him.
This chase sequence is nearly as awful as it could have originally been. Link keeps pace with the butler and succeeds in reaching the end of his gauntlet at his side. The butler congratulates him and apologizes for this difficult task. Link reminds him of his son somehow, who left home. He vanished and the butler doesn't know where he went. There was that shrub that Link bypassed when he first fell to the tree and arrived at Terminal. Was that the butler's son? The Goron mask held the soul of Darmani. The Zora mask held Mikau. He never stopped to think about who was in the Deku mask. Could that be who it was? The butler gives to Link the mask of sense, another good deed from Link, but this one feels a little bit different. There's a sadness to it. There's nothing more he can do. He can't really give the butler closure, so it's time to just move on. The defeat of Adola and helping all of those people, it sparked an idea. As Link goes about his side quests helping people out, he decides that he's going to take it one step further. Time is slowly. He still has a full campaigning. Why not have a bit of a boss rush? Save the Goron, Zora, first the canyon. If the Guardian will allow you to jump straight to the end, this is the
20.
He doesn't have time to unfreeze the Elder or soothe the spirit of their mind, but he already knows the song that he needs to lull that from furiously. It lets him beeline to the temple, and sure enough, the portal has been ready to take him straight to the village. It is another long climb, not made easier by equipment or tools. Something takes the base down and stuff is stuck on the map. Well, or this is working. He continues his pace, clearing side quests, helping those he can, and then he flies out to the Great Bay. He can't take time to get Lula's eggs back, but if he can purify the waters of the Great Bay, make it safe again, then the Zora themselves should be able to handle that task. So he plays for Lulu the song that her children taught him, awakens the great turtle nearby, and gets back out to the
You know what's insane?
Bay. The place was a huge edit. What doesn't happen to the Bay? The Guardian whips him away to the lair of the inedible Fjord. And this time around, he takes the monstrosity down in one go, no problem. The Zora people are this canyon was once a horror show, but this time here, he feels like a big fight. After he takes the temple and takes it inside, he plummets into that void. This is the
Holy shit, dude.
so he does have fun with it. All like now is going through. Link becomes God, go aside, and he
Yeah,
around the
my
world,
apologies.
massive streets. It's almost disappointing when the fun is through.
I need to break his boy, but I can't. Try that again. But wait until I'm done with the DLC to kill them. You died in one shot.
Never went to the pawn shop. The cafe never leaves town to go chase back. He'd already seen through their stories before, but it still feels sad not being able to finish it out. So the postman, Madame Aroma, Andrew, and Cafe are all depending on him to truly succeed in saving Termina to find happy futures. It's not the finality that he hoped for, but he got them far enough along that he'll have to dawn upon these lands. They'll be okay. The postman will be able to return to work. A family will be brought back together. A wedding will certainly take place. If Cafe's curse can be lifted. And he should apologize enough to Andrew. He's not a bit of free time, so Link goes for a ride in the field again, and hears a strange music coming from an iced over mushroom sort of thing. There's an almost naked, absolute sex god of a man dancing under the moonlight. He died some time ago, but his only regret was not passing on his dance moves. Link mends his heart with a song of healing, and the now untroubled spirit gives Link his mask so that
24?
You know, there were
Nice.
I wish I could have a full dance routine for the carnival. Link heads back and finds the twin gals trying to work out their routine in West Uptown. He teaches them
24, 24.
solving their creative dilemma and making them
The fact that she added that at the end is actually super nice.
and then he realizes that he's completed it.
Because then you can give the mask and then you can actually finish my Majora's Mask super easily.
All of these lead players are moved, so he builds up his quiver, gets potions and berries, collects every battle resource that he can find. He checks and has all of his tasks on hand, and when he's ready, he jumps ahead to the final night. At midnight, the clock tower opens up, and Link ascends the stairs before the mask room. Again, the don't get here. Order summons the guardians of Termina to hold the still, and all of the time, not the moon, back to his body. Let's see what the future has to say.
He's standing on it. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh my god, you saw that? Boom. Look at these are bad. The first village are you craft a FT pot with.
Alright, well, time to say goodbye to one pizza. As a friend? Well, of course they do. Of course they do. But not all of them remember him, and they do have their own lives to deal with. So you probably just hope they feel the same way about him. Now he feels that way.
Okay.
But he'll let reason. The next child is a friend we feel. And just like the new child before him, this one demands more practice.
A share without the horse.
To another realm to play a game of hide and seek. Link must travel through a series of tunnels filled with flowing water. Using the Zora mask, he has to find the correct path through the branching labyrinth of underwater paths. It takes some luck, guessing, tapping,
Ash of War?
eventually, waiting for him. In a room similar to the one before. And just like
Did this a couple of times already.
another set of three he takes. And then another question. The right thing. What is it? I wonder. If you do the right thing, does it really make everybody happy? That's a hard question. He's certainly trying to always do the right thing. Trying to make people happy. But that's all he can ever do. Just try. He's always done his best. have like ramps and right turns, but you will have to use the girl and have to make it through. But you, if like doesn't panic, you let the force naturally guide him forward, and it's the only path to a clear branching path. You make the path more easy for himself. Fighting the turns and trying to memorize the layout of the track will just make things harder. And at the end of this practice of letting go, is of course connecting the track, patiently awaiting the sparkle, when the man is more of these paths. And that is another question.
Nice.
Well, of course it makes others happy. Helping faith people is a good thing. It just makes people rejoice. At least it makes good people rejoice. And evildoers, they know that they're evil, right? They deserve to be unhappy when they confront them, because they're evil, right? Back to the field, one more moonchild.
But who are you to say who's evil and not?
It takes him like 4 maps. His entire collection is almost wiped out at this point. Each map he surrenders his small punch to the next. He's not gonna have anything left by the end of the season. Another game of hide and seek is demanded, hopefully this is the last time. But his small child pulls with me.
Good.
He must face, and hopefully he can be well prepared to launch shooting and fire arrows to get through each one door as well. If he didn't, he'll be stuck. The final episode shows him a race head again, demanding all of his big maps. That's the last of them. Last question. I want to think of the
What? This is so much streaming.
what maps? What kind of a question is that? Of course this is true.
This is why I kind of want to play some Bang Ride, like, because
Or a fraud.
it's not the same, you know?
Field one more time. The last thing they is that kid wearing Majora's mask.
The run versus something else. This is a map.
Customers like Jack.
Okay.
But as he goes with the other children, he approaches them. Everyone's gone away. How is it?
Yeah, I remember this. Aha. And now this is the easiest battle ever. No. It's not evil. It's the best. Sorry guys, we're kind of overdosing on Elden Ring. But at the same time, it's almost done.
They're just irritating now. They're in the way, so they will be the next to die. One by one, he cuts them down with ease, ignoring Majora for a while. And when they're taken care of, he can turn his attention back to enjoy the process of ending this menace.
We'll do 14, 15 today. That's good. I'll be able to do 16, 17 tomorrow. And then 18, 19 is going to be the one. But then 18, 19 is going to be the hardest. Why? Well, because, how am I doing this?
But each hit from Majora is returned twofold. The powerful sword Link now wields does so much damage that it almost stuns the wrathful creature, allowing him to strike it multiple times before reaching
31, 15.
Keeping the deity away for so long, its flailing arms are simple for Link to dodge this one. So simple that he...
There you go. So 12 and a half. I can do 16. We saw these guys before. I need you. 13,000, imagine. Now, I remember this being a bit of a puzzle. There's two ways. One of them leads to the righteous way, one of them leads to rewards. One of them being a skeleton fragment.
The giants tell Skull Kid that they've never forgotten about him. They've worked out his breath. And oh, Skull Kid cries and sobs at hearing this. He was so sad, so lonely when they left. He didn't understand why they had to protect the lands. They didn't mean to hurt him, but still, it happened. Now he has to come to terms with that sadness and find a new way forward. Though now, with Paddle and Bayle at his side. The Four cannot stay. Once again, they must return to their quarters of the land to serve their purpose. They hold no resentment, no animosity, or hostility. They go in peace, leaving the Skull Kid to find his own way. When he shakes off his sorrow, Skull Kid approaches Link, asking if he was the one meant to save him, and if maybe he wanted to be. He smells just like a
Good.
So why don't we come together now as friends? But first, this guy. The Happy Magic Salesman was the man who originally found and carried the Dwarf back. Who knows the mentors that he's had? Sometimes instigator, sometimes guiding light, always a little creepy. It is time for him to depart these lands. However, the Dwarf's map is gone. He has no reason to remain here. There's always more business to see to. Since your nature and this is
Now there's another one.
very something like this, not that it's wrong. Okay, the story you can tell, sadly things that we may never get to know. So, safe trip to you, salesman. Thanks for letting us out in your own heart. The people of Jupiter have lives to protect together, but the Dwarf's master needed to slowly fall eventually. Some damage has been done.
Good.
On the horizon for recovery. It's time for Paddle and Link to say goodbye as well. When Nami vanished, he was never given a chance at closure, but this time it's different. Though Paddle is run around the edges, the two still get each other a fond farewell, parting ways as friends. Link will not be remaining within terms
Endurance.
of the carnival that's about to take place.
I don't think I'm gonna have something heavier, but if I was, we'll be able to wear it.
The Indigogos perform their set of the Milk Bar Latte. The Gorman Troop dancers get to put their skills on display. The inhabitants of Termina are getting back to the way things used to be within their homes. The postman wildly runs the fields around town, no longer completely tethered to the town. The great fairies of the land have been made whole again. Romani Ranch is teeming with life and happiness. Sisters with all of their cattle happily carry about their days, with nothing in the world amiss.
Good.
And shopkeepers around Clocktown continue on with their businesses. Those who work so hard to be a part of and help make possible the carnival are able to sit back and enjoy the many shows and festivities that take place. And the cherry on top and Jimmy Cafe are both completely back to normal and able to get
Yeah, this guy's gonna be tough. Ay, ay, ay. Feels great. Yeah.
But there is more life that he has yet to find. Termina was proof of that. This is the end of the story. You will go on to have descendants, tales not for us to know. The bloodline of the aspects of wisdom and courage will carry on. One day, the one who carries courage will return to the dark forests to slumber beyond death, to aid a future hero who will be burdened with twilight fate. But, well, what of the aspect of power? Of Ganondorf? He was to be executed in Link's absence. The vile Gerudo King was taken back out to the deserts, to execution grounds, where he would die alone, unnoticed, shamed, unremarkable. The sages were to oversee this grim task. But he was the holder of power. The execution failed. He murdered one of the sages. He was cast into a fourth realm as a final attempt to just contain him. But in doing this, another people would be forced to contend with the power and influence of this evil king.
35.
Of the failure of the sages. In a far-off
5.
kingdom reshaped by his passage, the very same Ganondorf will return. And he will hold in his heart a hatred so deep that nothing will stop him from returning to Hyrule. Nothing would stop
Hyrule.
the descendants of wisdom and courage.
Yeah, but technically speaking, if you play Skyward Sword, like this is a great video, but technically speaking, this is not true. The demise promised. Demise did a curse. The goddess of Aelia was to be reborn and reborn and reborn and reborn. Link was to be reborn and reborn and reborn. And then once that happened, we'll fight once again, again and again, again, again. Check. Good. Super hard.
He had lost 7 years of his life to destroy his mind as a significant portion of his life. So she sent the hero back, fracturing the possibilities of what Hyrule would become.
So this is important.
Countless generations later, the world would be flooded, and the legend of the hero of time would be kept close in the hearts of the world's inhabitants. Perhaps stories that will walk together another day. But for the land of Hyrule, in the timeline of today, where Link would return to his childhood, father, the Gerudo King's evil intention, Ganondorf was arrested. He was imprisoned before he could cause any harm, and there he stayed for many, many years. The promise of execution lingered nearby. His days were numbered. Ganondorf was taken back to his homeland eventually in the Gerudo Desert to a terrible place called the Arbiter's Grounds. His bloody prison served as a holding pen for Hyrule's most terrible criminals in the execution grounds where their lives began.
Good.
Ganondorf's time finally came. It was the sages themselves who would oversee the Gerudo King's sentence. Without their seat, because he was unworthy of it, he was bound to a massive stone. His sword was by the sage of the water temple. Ganondorf was slowly dying, but he was designed his life to be preserved. But that does not take his side. An aspect of the Triforce awoke within him, the absolute power by all rights, his himself, and Ganondorf broke through his genes. He killed the sage of the water temple, there and the floor of the living God. He pulled his execution ready from his own
Shit.
and turned his eyes upon them. In desperation, the five sages turned their eyes to an ancient artifact on the execution grounds, the Mirror of Twilight. To stop Ganondorf's fury, to save the land from this evil being, they activated the mirror and pulled Ganondorf into it, sending him away from this plane to a dark but gentle place where Ganondorf would be cut off from his source of power. They sent him to the Twilight Realm. Now we begin a new tale.
In alpha sense, there's just a single button which allows me to look at millions of documents, add summarized key insights. That saves me tremendous amounts of time.
Good.
Long, long ago, when Hyrule was embroiled in bitter civil wars and power struggles, there was a time of peace. After the goddesses created the world and sealed the Triforce away in the sacred realm.
Tough, dude. Tough. That's what you do when you know. At least we did something good today. We did a lot of good today.
Yes, we know this, but he was not alone in his desire. The evil king would eventually meet his demise, beginning the first cycle of conflict between power was to be purged, but others sought the sacred realm as well. Some through things who did not make it into the annals of history, but one such plan people known as the Interlopers. They were powerful wielders of magic and enigmatic people who learned hell of the sacred realm, and like so many others at the time, they were intent on finding it and taking it for themselves. These individuals were so dangerous though, when it got to the
Good.
to stop them. Three lights, Elden, and Bayle were ordered to seal the whole magic. Terrible magic called the shadow. Anyone who touches the shadow will be changed by blood power. The Mirror of Twilight was created by the Lightsmiths and used to cast the Interlopers themselves into the realm of Twilight after the greatest power to strip them out. In this foreign place, they became the Interlopers changed. The Twilight realm was far different from their home. A place perpetually cast
Good.
beautiful gentle twilight. The Interlopers became things to the Twilight realm. The Twilight, or Twilight, whatever you wish to call it. Though their powers had mostly been taken from them, they were still capable of harnessing some magical abilities. The Twilight made this realm their home, and they adapted to it
Tough.
as the years passed on. Quite different from the Interlopers of Hyrule that they descended from, the Twilight established a home kingdom and a system of rulership. Power structures were created around those who created magical abilities. While it might seem perhaps dangerous to the most powerful rule, it was quite the opposite of Twilight. Ages passed.
This is important. Yeesh. Nice. Okay. 4207. This, if I remember, is Nightmare Fuel. One of the worst. However, this is where we need to go. This is the culmination of this. However, there's more. Not a lot more, but there's still some more. Thank you. Making sure that there's nothing.
They were caught in some sort of limbo. They lived in perpetual, almost unspeakable fear of a great evil that didn't want to understand. Hyrule was conquered. Xanth took his place as ruler over a new darkness, and Ganondorf watched and waited from within.
Okay, there's nothing. Yeah, this is gonna be a nightmare fuel. A lot tougher. There's a lot of imp with the cannon. Nice.
The mayor of Orden Village asked him to deliver a special gift to the Hyrule royal family in the capital city. But perhaps it would be better for Link to do it instead. It did him good to see the world with his own eyes, leave the forest, experience life. But for now, the hour is late.
We're gonna do this and this. And we can cheat. Yeah, I remember this. Nice.
A slingshot, so that the kids can see it in action and try it out themselves in a safe place. Though one sad day for William Collin, the son of Russell, in fact, clearly feels outcast from his peers. He doesn't quite belong. He's the target of the other kids due to his mild manner. Then a monkey interrupts the fun of the action.
Good.
There's been an odd
Aha, that's huge.
that don't really belong there. That monkey is either part of the problem or an ill omen, and the young man is right now. Being the responsible one here, the playtrough. His younger brother Mallow is fine, thank goodness, as is Beth. But deeper into the woods, Talos Blazewood is on the path, in a dark cave, and the boy himself is nowhere to be seen. Farther up the path is a vendor that gives Link a lantern and access to resources, but the boy, he's nowhere. And to make things worse, there are aggressive bats, flying creatures, and goblin-like creatures all the past to the sun with sworn for practice fighting. But this young man is particularly courageous. Even with the limited means to protect himself, he persists in his walls of the forest. After an expansive search that spans the entirety of the day, he finds Tallow locked in a cave with that same monkey. Both of them seem to be a great addiction to the rescue.
Grave? That was the item was too easy to get, so. I love this. You're one and you get able to defeat me.
The mayor is very supportive of the young man taking Russell's place on this errand, and impresses upon him the importance of being tiny and prompt. However, she sustained a minor injury on one of her legs, something that Link missed, and something Ilya very aggressively points out. Though the health of his transportation is vitally important, and nobody wants to see Epona in pain. So after a great deal of unnecessary yelling, Ilya takes cover to clean the wound in a nearby stream. Something that Link is going to have to address, as Ilya has no problem interfering with his trip, but on his way there, the children of the village intercept him to demand his wooden sword to play with. It's just kind of one blockade after another today. He's able to get past the kids to the stream to collect Epona from Ilya, but she's decided to close the gate, keeping Link out. She's continuing to yell and refuses to return Epona to him.
Bored.
But Colin manages to sneak his way in and shows Link how to get
Dude, I could have had 5 hours. Oh, that would have been amazing. Amazing. 46, 25. Let's hope I don't die.
Under the direction of their new Lord Xanth, the King Bolin and his underlings invade the forest pool and attack Ilya, Colin, and Link. All three are taken down quickly.
Priorities.
Bolin is here to find the light spirit that lives in these woods, and he's a highly effective hunter. He's found just what Xanth was looking for, while Link laid unmoving to still watch the pool. The children of Orden Village are collected and kidnapped, their parents unaware of what was taking place as they were all on Link's property or outside the village boundaries. When they return to the sun, low in the sky, Epona is gone.
Priorities. Yeesh. Nice, it works. Okay, good.
And at first the creature seems rather menacing, but when she smiles and starts talking, she's menacing and
There's gonna be a boss nearby.
like must have, and Minna doesn't do a lot to alleviate the confusion. She's rather
Okay, that's good. Nope, no stack, no stick America. Good. And there was also no level forward. Like most of these are gonna have something in the background say, hey, use it twice. I'm gonna be some enemies, because again, every single item should be hidden. See, with the shield healing me and the talisman healing my mana, this is very good. Priorities is lighting these dark tunnels. How? I don't know. Good. Boom. By the way, this is POD. Payable of Death. And this song was in Little Nicky. It's quite an old song. Sorry, my daughter. What you gonna do about it? So pay attention to the ground. Aha. I did that if I remember a little bit. We're looking for the lever, because that darkness isn't good. This is how I'm gonna fall into the holes. We do have the talisman, but it's not enough. Yeesh. Good. Good. Good and good. Okay. Boom. Boom. Again, I don't know where they are, so it's a bit harder. And these guys can almost kill me. We're missing some stuff from there. So this is an imp. And yes, it shoots fireball. Yeah. However, guess what? I know you are. I know how you work. And guess what? I beat this once before. I can beat it again. Damn, dude. How hard was that? I know what you're saying. Oh no, Ink, you died. Yes, my friend, we died. But in death, life. It's America.
But to fight the darkness invading the land, Link must go into the Forest Temple and retrieve this part of the fused shadow. He can exist in both the light and the dark. He may safely hold the fused shadow. This is precisely what Midna wants as well. Link doesn't know this, and he doesn't know how far she is willing to go to get every piece of it. While Link walks the world of light, she will safely travel with him in his shadow. The two delve farther into the forest, finding it to be sickly and filled with monsters. That monkey that Tyler chased the other day greets them, taking Link's lantern and showing him how to use it to stave off the poison fog flooding parts of the forest floor. It thinks to her that they're even able to get close to the temple. She drops the lantern and bolts once he's reached safety. The forest temple itself is just up the path. Outside,
Good.
but an unfamiliar being. A golden rope awaits Link on the path.
53, 45.
When Link is within range, it pounces at him, though this isn't done with malicious or wild intent. Link is taken to another space outside Hyrule, a decrepit warrior before him. This is a hero of the past.
Now's not the time, bro. But this is the guy that's supposed to break to repair my phone, so this is good news. He possibly takes my phone. I'm gonna have my third phone, guys. This is huge. Nice. The good news is there you go. Great.
And once again, Link takes the form of the divine beast, and Midna takes her spot on the back, leaving behind the shadowy state that she had to take in the light world. Just within the wall, they come across Talos' play sword. Link will be able to track the kid off the scent left on it. He can't be too much farther away. And with him will certainly be the other children. After teleporting to the bridge and fighting off Twilight beasts, they finally make it to a closed-off gate, and just beyond that is a place called Kakariko Village. There's signs of civilization, but the village has seen better days. There are monsters all about the small town. The Legendary Elden calls them early in their exploration and requests
Big Mouth Imp Ashes. Kind of like a cool place to have it. However, oh, thank God. Thank God. Stuff.
Even higher into the mountains, where people call the Goron Rock, trouble seems to be brewing. They've shut down the path up the mountain outside. There are small, constant eruptions, and monsters are covered correctly as well. These might be the legendary Elden is gathered up into storm though, finally managing to
Good. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be the boss. Whew. Now I don't remember what boss it is, but That was a shit show of a dungeon. Sorry, Elder Inquisitor. Oh, I remember this guy. I remember this guy. Funny thing is, we used his sphere to be the Elden Lord in the game. Because what I did before is I destroyed the. I started playing the DLC before. Boom, 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 boom. Once again, super simple. Use the spellcaster. The second you come on M with it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. That was harder. I still have a lot to do. I still have a shit ton of to do. The okay, that was good. That was actually pretty good. 5909. 5909.
The children need to be taken back home eventually, but with the
We still have Midra. We still have frickin' the goddess of Wrath. We still have Mesmer. And that's pretty much it. If I'm not wrong. Do 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 do.
Neither the mountain and the troubles with the Gorons, Renata himself cannot do this, and Link doesn't have the means.
Boom. Still got me one. This is. I think he fixed my phone. I hope he fixed my phone because you were supposed to do this.
But just before departure, a familiar call echoes down the abandoned street. A horse in distress. Would you believe it? Is Epona finally resurfacing after all this time, and with a few goblins on her back, causing her to run in fear? She manages to lose them and gain a Link, but it takes some wrangling to get her under control. The whole affair must have been terribly traumatizing for the poor girl. But when she calls and she realizes who her passenger is, the two fall in line to venture together. With Epona at his side, Link can now cover the fields of Hyrule much, much faster. Her arrival was right on time too. They need to get back to Orden. There's no time to waste. The spirit of the adults and parents back in the village immediately rise with Link's brief return and knew that the children were all right. Life has returned to this place, even if they're not quite home yet. And the mayor himself agrees to teach Link a few little secrets about handling the Goron. The first is sumo wrestling. Sumo wrestling? Sumo wrestling. Both
Guys,
ins and outs of grappling and throwing martial arts.
113.
Really does have some practical use. But Mayor Bo also had an ace in the hole for handling the Goron. A pair of iron boots. Link feels guy compared to the You'll need something extra to keep him fat. It helps. Now it
I met those guys before in the very first area. Nice. It's one of his friends. Nice. Each stuff, but a weapon is gonna give him amazing. It's his fear of bleed. You gotta finish him first. You're using item way before. Ay, ay, ay. Could have killed him. Nice. This is really tough. If it's 5.
The mountain has been erupting non-stop. The Gorons have a treasure that they protect, given to them by the light spirits, which can only mean the view shadow that Midna seeks. Their leader Darbus and the tribe elders went into the mountain to seek it out when Hyrule's
Oh, 4?
Darbus touched the view's shadow and he turned into a hideous, violent beast. His rampage through the
Should be okay.
even worse, so they chained him up and sealed him away. The other 3 elders are still someplace in the mountain, each holding a key to where Darbus
It's 4:15, not 3:55. My apologies.
collect the key parts from each of the elders and stop whatever evil has taken hold of Darbus. Well, this place is a hot death trap, isn't it? The mind protects trapped as confusing as possible. That's the sacred mountain for Gorons.
We did use a... Ooh. Ugh. Nice. One. Stuff. Boom. Boom. Good. That was tough. Even with the broken rune, that was really tough.
She opens the way out of the mountain, just as Darbus regains control over himself. Now free from the effects of the fused shadow, Darbus is full self again. He doesn't really remember how he got here or what happened. He's not terribly responsive to Link's approach.
And this is the essential wood.
Time for Midna and Link to get to him. 2 pieces collected, 1 more to go. The restored light spirit element
It awaits inside.
needed aid in the location of the last fused shadow. They must go north to the lands guarded by the Nehru. They can offer no more insight or guidance on that, but really...
Okay, so now the question is...
Ask Link to find Ilya. She's out there somewhere, and she can...
Slack, 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 slack. 15. 16 is great. Shadow keep. Guys, I cannot believe it. We're super close to the end. Well, the problem is I don't know where it is. Are you the one? Yes. See, how am I supposed to believe this account?
It's located down an alleyway, down some stairs, kind of a shaky part of town. But inside is a warm atmosphere. And would you believe it? Ilya is here. So she can such a relief to know that she's alive and well. She
Betrayal and sacrifice, but I've never been this worried about Jax. Tara's death.
hasn't arrived yet, and the two are sharing a conversation about how this
Nice.
could have ended up here so far from home. The soldiers in the back of the
La 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 la.
the citizens of the city have not gone back.
08. Oh oh.
The neighbor will be able to tell them more about the new Voodoo shadow and possibly what there's such a severe water shortage taking place. So whenever the next stop, turn southwest and then north.
Good.
The lake bed is practically dried up. This is a situation far more dire than those in Hyrule Castle probably realize. The bridge crossing the lake is in severe decline. It doesn't even have legs anymore. The link and Midna are partway across it.
430.
Pool of oil covering the entirety of the bridge. They were prepared for someone to come this way.
Uh-huh.
They don't know what's causing it. But they can't get back there with no river to swim on.
Okay, so you have to do this, I guess.
They can't even walk back the way things are. To further complicate the problem, Lincoln can't reach the shrine of the
So this is what we did.
light.
However, this is what we need to do. I'm guessing. Nice. And this is the level up. If we go down, you would find the depth, you would find everything. Oh, fuck. If I remember correctly, there's a... It's right here. This is super important. Because there's a... You guys remember the Shadow Keep? The first bosses we found? There's a guy like that who's gonna give you a fragment. Cattle tree fragment. Good. Good. Boom. Boom. Okay. Dry leaf seal. Dry leaf seal is one of those seal. And it makes a dry leaf attack stronger. Or spell. Good. Ooh, let's go. Okay, that's good. Slack.
Water freely flows to the mountain. There are no water rationing lines, and it's kind of nice to be around people again. In Talbot's bar, a diary unpleasant old man suspects the Zoromon is the doctor apparently, but he hugs off after he claims that it's beyond his expertise. Like he didn't even try to help the boy.
Good.
Ilya finds him, but she doesn't recognize him. His presence doesn't seem to be anything to her. She goes back to sit beside that Zoromon and talks to the bar owner. Talbot mentions that she knows a certain shaman in their village, Renato, and that he might have the ability to help the boy. The results from the back of the room volunteers to heroically help them reach the village, but once Talbot has wakefully laid down to speak to the high school field, they instead quit the bar. Link is clearly a fighter in the traveler though, so maybe he can escort their car to Taku's out. Talbot is devilishly observant.
Okay, I'm not sure. This does seem to be the safest way.
Not even her own name. She frowned pretty while I was on the road, and Talbot took the nose in. That's really all she knows. Right over the boy that rose up and went trip. There's not a lot of time left in the normal way, so they really can't afford to wait. To reach the village, they have to cross the English territory, and the King Bull is back, patrolling a major bridge that they'll need to use. It's another round of jousting.
There you go.
Maybe just a rematch. This time, Link has a bow and arrow, and while he might
No.
Link lights it up, quickly landing long distance shots and still, and once again, sends the King flying off the bridge into the darkness below.
Shit.
There's still a long way to go, and the path is littered with smaller bulbs that have their own bows and arrows, and fire. It's a long stretch of road, protecting the wagon, putting out fires, killing combatants along the way, and opening gates blocking their path. They reach the safety of Kakariko village deep into the night. The wagon made it through the trek. Everyone is safe and sound.
Safe and sound.
Renato is indeed able to take care of Prince Wallace, who constantly asks about his mother once he's settled in. The boy doesn't yet know that his mother was killed by creatures of Twilight. And Ilya's memory loss is
Shedinja.
both Rylus and Ilya will have a safe place to rest now. None of the people will take care
Shit time.
Zelda approaches Link and tells him that she's part of the Hyrule. Should Link be interested in such a venture, which he totally is, then we should stop by back at her bar in the city casino. She would love to have him join her. Once he's alone, the spirit of Queen
It's Cheetos jalapeno. My favorite. Mmm. Goody. Mmm. We know where to go at least.
Darkness that was within, monsters have overwhelmed. Link blasts his way in, probably to the absolute forward of the Zora guard standing there, and begins to delve into this god-awful place.
And take your time.
The goddesses of Hyrule have surely blessed Link with a boundless pool of patience and understanding. Unlike Death Mountain, is a pure test of focus. The very foundation of this place rotates as a puzzle. The mechanisms hidden all throughout the many tiers of it require activation before he can to find more nooks and crannies that lead forward. For hours, days, possibly, the two sides backtrack, unbacktrack.
Oh, 400,000.
Making weird jumps. I mean, they do find a very cool tool eventually, the claw shot. It does help in speeding up the process of getting around and opening up pathways. But after hours of pain, we find Link and Midna make it to the heart of the tunnel. And it's in the custody of a creature made of tentacles at the bottom of a very deep water-filled pit. This is Morpheo, and at first it looks like nothing but a giant mouth and party-time tentacles. It's very aggressive and impossible to approach in melee range. Link needs to lay himself down to use the claw shot to pull Morpheo's eye out of its body to inflict damage with the sword. But Morpheo will release Mighty Bombfish into the arena as defense against this creature attacking it. After several hits to the eyeball, Morpheo has quite the time to the game and pulls the rest of its body out and out and out of the sand, revealing a grossly eel-like creature that now swims up through the pit. Link's saving grace here is that it's slow. It's easy to target. It can be pursued through the water if he plans his course carefully. If he can grapple close, he can
that means what?
Eye over and over, chases it down and runs his sword into its skull. Eventually, the blinded and wounded creature has had enough. It swims haphazardly around until it runs its face into a wall and sinks to the floor. Morpheo is dead. Its demise means Link and Midna can finally take the final piece of the fused shadow. This time, though, Midna is apologetic for all that she's put Link through to get here. It was necessary to gain the power they need to advance, but it's time to go. They have Kingdom to save. Outside, Link has a moment to play.
2000.
Because of course he would. Their movement across Hyrule had been profound and noisy, and it just danced with Twilight and Linnea protects Link and Midna, but Zan's easily crushes the creature, and with the fall of the returns. And Midna can't just hide in Link's shadow here. Zan confines her movement and takes from Midna the pieces of the shadow, tossing it aside like trash after Midna accuses him of old magic creatures of love. But in actuality, Zan's power is very different from Midna's. She has the access of the Triforce, but Midna cannot understand. Zan pulls from the Twilight a sphere, a conjuring of the sword that's directed towards Midna. In a moment of snap judgment, Link takes a lunge at it, only for Zan to catch him in the air and direct the attack right towards his face. What embeds into him is a shadow crystal, something that will prevent Link from leaving his Twilight form as a wolf. This is the perfect chance for Zan to play the mind games with the Twilight Princess.
One.
How unfortunate is this one for your people's oppressor. How sad it shall never belong amidst the creature of life. He needs her power to feel the weight of this harsh, bright world. Her unwillingness to cooperate is unfortunate, so, as punishment, Zan ignores Linnea and bathes Midna in its light before the killing blow can be delivered. Linnea takes both of them away from the place, out to the field of Hyrule, away from Zan. So much damage was done to Midna, though, and she's in the world of light now. Linnea tells him he must go to the tower. He must return to Princess Zelda.
I'm dumb. I'm dumb.
And Midna doesn't have long.
Telling overdose of Elden Ring. Mmm. Mmm. Tomorrow we can finish the game tomorrow.
When Zan had them in his grasp, it wasn't the sacred beast that he targeted. It was her. She's everything that he needs. As the rightful ruler of the Twilight Realm, she possesses power that he can never turn. Their own home, the light spirit that angered, were told them to seek out Zelda once again. Clock is ticking. Zelda herself had told them that in conquering the village, that her father had secret passage into the castle. In his current form, one will be feared, shunned by any humans that come across. Understandably so. He looks like a wild animal. Under the cover of night, he sneaks through the
That was delicious.
outside of Pepper's bar, a cat catches his attention. It's a bar cat named Ruby, and it recognizes him. So it was Ruby's dad planted above the bar, and to the old water and getting back into Hyrule Castle. It's clearly been years and years since it was made this way. The path is the poorly safe, covered by spines and rats, but it's their best way back to the castle. It turns out to be a very long trek, and Midland is desperately eager to stay every minute counts. He has to fight his way up the contract with Midna on his back, adding to the difficulty of it. He gets her to the top of the tower as fast as possible, back to the makeshift prison of Princess Zelda. Yes, she is here, yet she appears behind them after a few moments. Midna asks the princess to instead heal Link of his curse, untrap him from his form, because he's one of their own. Zelda asks him to feel the now, it's something truly evil, and while she cannot understand everything comes in balance. She tells him to go to the sacred grove deep within the Barren Woods to find the sacred blade known as the Master Sword, an ancient weapon that evil cannot touch. It will cleave the darkness shrouding him and turn to his will. As for Midna, times like that, she will not escape. She will not die in the light. The dying princess asks him if he can make it to the woods on his own. Can he find his own way now? And she asks Zelda to tell him where to find the miracle cannon, the bridge between their worlds. Zelda has suspicions about Midna, so she was, but Midna feels like she was Twilight firmly up to
Nice.
She will not allow him to die here. Zelda casts her power and soul into the world. All one day, she will be careful what's ahead. She's gone. No trace of her left behind, which begs the question, where did Zelda die?
I died.
A wall of twilight developed behind them. This is what the never hoped to find out. They will need everything in the castle.
I died.
Off the Barren Woods, this child will take the road and your sword. Way back is familiar with the duo. They've walked this path a few times already. Before the Forest Temple, they find that same monkey again. The monkey Kid thought was evil, and that later through the Forest Temple. In his one form, Link is able to talk to her now, and after saving her from a few baddies, she tells Link about a lovely wooded area on the other side of the hill, a whole different section of the forest to explore. Together they've all across, they conquer a simple series of obstacles, they meet an ill-behaved skull kid that needs a serious boot bonus new for being so mean and destructive, and then they find a soul-draining puzzle that somehow as will peacefully await his rests, the Master Sword. The blade wielded before to defy evil now falls to this hero. Drawing close, it stirs the sword, as though the blade itself were alive. Light cascades all around him, and then within, the chosen hero has found his blade, and it will walk away all the darkness of Twilight's curse within him, finally returning to his true form. Never have his blade lose himself again. He's now holding the blade in his hand. It does
Come on. I'm gonna 10 more hours and you got this.
She even asks nicely. She asks him if they can go track down that mirror of Twilight together. It's somewhere in Hyrule, but she's not entirely sure where. She could Link knows almost nothing about this mirror, but he did make the acquaintance of a woman that was dedicated to such studies. Thelma, back at Hyrule City. She did invite him to drop by and join them, so why not take her up on the offer and see what they know about the mirror? The city is absolutely bustling under the law. The streets are
Nice.
people. More people than Link has ever been around before. He speaks out and sort of found, but people really don't pay him any mind. Bar, pay the group a visit, and inside, Thelma gives him a hearty welcome and tells him to go make the acquaintance of his new cohorts. In the back of the bar, he meets Shad, a book-smart seeker of knowledge. She is always eager to tell a tale. Asha, an explorer and the daughter of a battle-hardened knight who passed off his combat skills to her. And, well, that kind of looks like Russell, doesn't it? He doesn't say anything, but gives like a coy little smile when he runs up to introduce himself. None of them have any knowledge of this mirror, though they are missing a member who's at Lake Hylia, studying the far-off desert, a man named Aru. So he would be a great lead as a man who knows things about the world. They track this Aru character down, high atop of the
So I think
Thelma said he's studying the desert. He assumes that Link has come to inquire about the weird events taking place there, but, he has no idea what this older man is talking about. Aru knows that the ruin of desert holds a prison that once housed the worst criminals of the land, and that a mirror exists there that banished them from this realm, though he calls their destination the underworld rather than the planet realm. That means it's one of curses and malice. It's cruel and it's not meant to live there.
good. My part.
Well, it works. Can't be choosy here. Fire and Aru had it this duty. Aru saved Fire's lifelines, and now Fire will honor anything else that Aru sends to him, even this. So he changes the settings on his cannon, lowers Link in, and aims for the Gerudo Desert. Thankfully, he's got really good aim with that thing. He shoots Link straight towards the desert, where he safely lands atop a mound of sand. He tries something hard. One of Link's hidden talents must be the ability
Perfect.
From the underworld on the other side, the Twilight Realm is the antithesis of Hyrule, and Midna is part of it. By all rights, they should be enemies, but her people did not become violent, malicious beings. They're quite gentle in the Twilight. It wasn't until Zan's lust for power began that things really went so terribly wrong. She doesn't know what this great power that now wields, but it's really not the power of her tribe. She cannot return home without that. Because Zan resides within the Twilight Realm still. They have to find it to reach him. Now they understand a bit more about his friend, and the importance of looking for him.
That's not it.
There are wild things here that are hostile towards him, and a tribe of Goldland that attack on sight. They set a chance of luck that he from that prison operation. So trying to go against isn't really difficult.
Dry leaf, Chris. Oh, robe. Nice. That's so nice. The dry leaf armor. Why is that so nice? Well, because we have the dry leaf weapon.
The paths are locked down, so the last one's out, meant to keep people from getting into the
This is so cool. Okay. Nope. At least it works.
The old keepers of the Arbiter's realms used the spinner to seal closed areas of the prison, locks that could not be taken, a vital piece of equipment and solve in this place. Beyond a massive one-block door, they find a sprawling spiral room. The bones of the great beast rest in the middle, and Zant appears atop them. That Link lives is quite surprising to me. He's not here to monologue. Zant restores life to the bones of the great beast, creating the Star-Lord. If Link tries to approach on foot, the flowing sand will swallow him up. The tracks around the area allow him to dodge the Star-Lord attacks and gain momentum so that he can push himself into the center of the room to attack the spine of the fossil beast. But as the fight carries on, the beast shows itself to be quite intelligent. It puts up obstacles at Link's approach and reanimates the bones of the dead to act as its protectors. It takes several hits to the spine to stop the creature. For a few minutes, the room goes quiet. Scolded. Though there's a strange energy about the room. Solid ground. It is still a case that is used to raise the enemies off. The top of the Arbiter's realm.
Next one.
But that suspicion of something being missed is incorrect. The Star-Lord isn't done with Link, and it isn't
Possibly it's an easier way.
Start at the bottom of the massive pillar, but ride the track back up. Not to the top, but where the Star-Lord controls the bounce. It's not leaving this thing alive. It's a delicate and awkward balance of speed and aim, requiring Link to travel around the pillar and the outside to catch up with the Star-Lord. Then he has to dodge attacks, maintain that speed to catch up, and time one perfect jump that will
See, this is Twilight Princess. I'm a bit less caring about it. Good.
Their final obstacle is on the top of the Arbiter's realm. Finally, they can ascend and live out their wings. Long, long ago, Ganondorf walked these halls, Christmas agreed to his execution. Then the unthinkable happened. The execution failed. The water sage was murdered, and Ganondorf was cast into the mirror of Twilight as a desperate attempt to stop them. The sinner acts to restore the old execution. And Midna is horrified to discover that the mirror of Twilight has been broken. The pieces are gone. While Midna lamented this terrible turn of events, the decisions of they together tell the tale of Ganondorf. What happened during his execution? They were afraid of his power. They are afraid of his power. They are afraid that it was passed on to Zan. A whole new Zan's final magical fragment.
Dumb. I'm so dumb. I had fucking foods. Fuck my life. Fuck my life.
How impressive you are. Now in English, experience in climax the August 22nd.
2810.
Well, you know, a couple of those will be pretty easy to find, but what they're supposed to do when they get there is a bit. Their best bet is to stop by town, but I don't see what when they arrive, Ashley is gone. Instead, our route is respond. Tapa invites them to go find him. She just so happens to be active right now, investigating something. If anyone had a lead as to where this mirror is, it would be her. But this journey has some retracing old steps. Going back to places already traveled in search of things. Link and Midna traversed towards the door's domain, because there was a snow-covered path that led into the mountains there. And sure, on that path, dressed in an odd garb resembling a yeti. The Zora's briefly told her a strange story. A solitary beast on the mountain had been sent down into the Zora's domain to red fish. It looked just like a mountain that she put together, but much, much larger. Now, while Link can't track the creature's in the snowstorm, he could probably track it via scent as
Oh no, hard by that point.
smell that he
The abyssal wood are gonna be freaking nightmarish. Nice. Aha. I didn't see that. I could have gotten the runes back. 29, 41. 59. Do do. She started to get sick, and monsters began to appear. Bad things just kept happening. She locked it in their bedroom on the third floor. Annoyed with Elden Ring. Half of the house and directions on where she thinks the key to their bedroom is, but because she's so sick with a fever, she keeps telling them the wrong place, sitting all around the broken down manor on a wild goose. Trying to make along the way, a ball which falls away. Enters out. They finally find it. The master bedroom is nearby. A quick run to it. Outside, the Yeti lady is insisting on showing him up to see the mirror. Admiring it. She keeps gazing into it until dark swarms about and her head twitches around and her eyes change. As he begins to spin around the room, he breaks the ice. She rebuilds the armor and yet around her bottom away. Is that what I asked? That was cool. And who should they come across but that one guy from Thomas Bar, the one that didn't speak but grinned at me. He takes off his helmet, sure enough, it's Russell. He's been part of Google Connections for many, many years, and he's putting into action. He doesn't know what is across the gorge in the other part of it. Okay, good. Okay, no eye gouging takes place, so cool. Friend, after another tedious, mean-spirited game with this small kid, Link gets back to the grove, but he can't seem to find what he's looking for. He didn't miss anything earlier, but there should be something else here. What if there's actually a common disease? After the whole day looking for the night in that location, Link goes back to the pencil that looks so sword, and he puts the sword back. Trifling. This causes something to change. A stone sentinel that was once guarding a weird set of old dusty doors in the room. So that's what he was missing. Looks there was probably a hint about that someplace, huh? Anyways, that door leads to another era within the grove. When a temple still stood on these grounds, this temple of time. Somehow a piece of the mirror was cast into it. Sure. Only a few know the legend of this temple, and the only one who can see it is Link himself. Once again, plunging the sword into its pedestal reveals another path, deeper into the temple. Oh, and the temple chicken, very motivated one, but folks, it's time to delve into a place of the past. This temple dungeon is beautiful, but dangerous to see. The main door seems to be locked, but not by key. Those stone statues always come in pairs, and this one is a skip copy. Midnight tells him to get it in gear, 90 seconds, and she fits the door. Okay, says. The two joined forces with Nickel Chicken to fight off the many terrible foes of the Temple of Time. There's an array of odd enemies that Link has never seen before, relics of a time long past. We'll go back to here, which is not where we're trying to go. It culminates into a huge one-on-one fight against the Night Queen with a brutal swing. He had to slowly chip away at its armor to make his hit actually mean something. Okay, I understand. It is revealed that it was guarding something here, the rod of the Maiden. This is just what they need. It will allow them to control the movement of certain statues within the temple. It's a bit of a task, but Link has also found the second statue in each of the door. So now he has to slowly drag it back to the beginning, room after room. Every second feels like an eternity, but patience is a virtue. And patience gets that statue back to where it needs to be. Beyond the mystery door is a change of scenery, something that's a bit more like and even more tracks. Someone really didn't want outsiders poking around in here. And I feel like this is good. Why? Always lounging the right. Oh la 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 la. Du.
Moins d'écran, plus de la bande. En fait, nous prenez soin de votre relation avec Isabelle. On lui donne une chubby de bonne.
Okay. If it's 3425. We've got my runes, which is good. So you have to do this. I think this is too far. Nice. Two.
Link is able to track the scent of the medication because, of course, the doctor didn't actually clean it up. And with that, he's able to run about the city as a wolf, terrorizing the citizens. But he does find who took that statue. It was the bar cat, Louise.
No way.
He was taken by some skeletal dog beasts outside the city. Okay, one more step in the airing chain. Probably best to get the skills adults to move anyways. I think the guards will handle that, right? Go back to it. Get to the back of that. Central food may be the house, but the house is the matters. Upon seeing it, Ilya does remember something. This is actually her statue figure. It belonged to someone else. Whenever person helped her get free and sent her away with the statue, she showed that whoever it was is still in danger and in the house. The elder Goron recognizes the symbol on the statue, belonging to the once protectors of the royal family. Throughout the many wartime
Shika.
the tribe of protectors dwindled and faded away. Now any that remain live in a forgotten place. Link must seek them out. That is where Ilya was before she was rescued. The elder points us to the path on the far side of the bridge to Elden. A rock slide has long since made it impassable, but that won't be a problem
The
for Darby.
Shika.
Go and clear the path for Link. Onwards to the hidden village in the tribe that history.
I'm dumb.
Managed to get faster than Link is a bit of a mystery.
I understand what I did wrong.
Darby is madly at work punching some boulders into submission. When he's through, he
I understand what I did wrong.
monster ahead of its band of minions.
Sorry guys, our brain is off right now.
She immediately bids him as the savior, which is red flag number one that he was definitely called for. Her name is Louise, final rescue, named after the founder of the village. It fell to decline with time, became impressive in the system. Now she claims. She knows his name, though, and she knows Ilya. She was under Impass's care for a short time, while the two of them were huddled hiding from the monsters in the town. Or to say that she knew someone named at the same time. Impass was able to speak her out.
Okay, good. Okay, good. This is where we found, okay, perfect.
Now she remembers Link well. Once she had that thread into her past, it all begins to return to her. The next time we got the Ilya charm. She remembers that she'd originally made that charm as a gift for Link before he left on his journey. Or, well, she made it for him to use for Epona. It's a horse call that plays upon his favorite song. He can use it to call upon her from anywhere in the kingdom. She'll come running. Now, this entire time, Shad has been in the basement studying that statue. Ilya remembers a bit more, but not enough concrete information to use well as a guide. Renato directs Link to go see Shad to see what they can uncover together. Shad is trying to stay Link here, but he's not asleep. He actually could use his help. The statue
So at least we got
The
this.
statues that can. Okay, now, back across my rules and operate with the Josh Bay people. Shad is able to understand most of them. This will solve the mystery of that statue and hopefully get them closer to that city in the sky. Because all of this has been to reach the last mirror. Lest we forget what the whole
Nice.
within is a word that Chad thinks might create a statue, but after trying, well, nothing happened. It didn't work, which is fiercely disappointing. There are a number of other statues around Hyrule that he wants to find out on, and he marks each one on his visit as well, should he wish. Right as Chad thinks, though, the Dominion mark springs back to life. That word from the book, it didn't revive the statues. Powered, God. Link goes to each of the statues that Chad marked in his map. Moving them reveals better characters. All in all, they can collect 6 photos from around Hyrule. Once again, all images to Chad and Kakariko. Just drop
You got this.
the legend was that it's designed to be in the word. One that makes it a lock of the center of this statue. Now, it can be moved, and the pathway to the heavens revealed. And what is this pathway to the heavens? Well, it's a broken piano. Okay, well, the God's word industries is right.
Okay, good.
Science is
Then know where to go. See what they do is they kind of make it like a low maze, right?
Chad is extremely understanding and asks him to maybe step out, almost with a wink in his response. They had dropped the cannon at Lake Hylia,
Ugh.
and the eccentric fellow seems pretty excited to see what Link has nearby. He's a bit of a fanatic when it comes to cannons and offers to help Link get it all fixed up for the cheap price of 300 rupees. It takes him a couple days of hard work, but fire does it. He gets that old retro cannon working, even warns Link to be careful because it'll shoot him extremely high. Thanks, fire. You're not so bad. Stay weird, my dude. Time to load up. Link gets cannon, takes a few steps.
4, 4, 5.
Since the arrival of the new reviews, things are really falling apart. Monsters, beasts, the city's breaking down. There's a dragon here in the open heavens of this line. The city and the sky is hard to traverse. There are a few opens along the path early on, but once Link gets farther into the city, they're all but gone, save a few terrifying spiders. Though the city seems small and contained, it's deceptively large. The buildings were designed to be traversable in a vertical manner, meaning Link had to find his way up or down through the buildings as well. It's not like any place in Hyrule, this strange city
Good.
in the heavens. It's difficult to tell now. This was once
My
a bright
apologies.
city created from old but advanced technology. Yet for as deep in decline as it is, it still glows. In its prime, this place must have been an absolute spectacle to behold. Deep within the city, under guard by a strange flying lizard with a serious aggression problem, is another tool for Link to add to his arsenal, an additional claw shot. And of course, this can only mean one thing: Spider-Man time, sort of. It's cool, but it's not that cool, because if Link breaks through the cross-universe barrier, then the fanfiction really should look terrible. Eventually, Link climbs his
That's
way to a
perfect.
high-rise building, where from a great distance, he's seen a large creature flying around it. It's that dragon, one infused with twilight, called Argonaut. This beast is one of the most unique creatures Link has had to contend with. The fiend requires that Link to find a way up even higher. I'm in private equity, trying to rescue a material health company that's in crisis. So I rely on Alpha.
I am bored. I am bored. I am bored. I am bored.
Just to reach the beast, he has to be patient for Argonaut to get to a good spot, then claw shot his way onto its tail. The weight of the hero pulls the dragon down, but if Argonaut
That was
can't
dumb.
help the hero and its clearly bulky armor, then it will shed the ladder to take grander heights to fight against the higher end of its home. There was one piece of his armor that the dragon did not shed on its back between its shoulders. The fight must go even higher now, making the consequences of a fall greater than before. As the creature sprays fire during their confrontation, Link cuts the spider's leg around the creature to grapple onto its back. But he has to be quick as the dragon won't allow him long to claw shot around unchecked. They get fast enough to twist it onto its back and deliver enough hits to drive it down into the field where a storm is gone. Strong enough that Link can lose his balance and his footing if he's not careful. Once Argonaut recovers from the fall, it's back to the sky which is repeat the process all over again. When Argonaut gets defeated and the beast falls to the field one last time, the skies clear, the storms fade away, and we sort of leave for a crumbling city. Link and Nina have finally found and claimed the final piece of the mirror at Twilight. The journey started home, of course, but they finally have to conclude the part, sitting at least for their
What in the hell?
Nina reminds Link of something
I didn't see that.
only the true leader of the Twilight can destroy the mirror of Twilight. Zant couldn't destroy it, just that means he's not the true leader. The best he could do with all this power was break it, but now they can finally protect it.
Eastern Nameless Mausoleum.
Fly back to the mirror chamber atop that
I have never found this. Godana. Rakasha. Damn. Rakesha. He does have a nice armor.
She views herself so harshly, a ruler, reflecting her own people. She couldn't stand against Zant and Ganondorf. When he attacked her, it was swift and cruel. She was filled with indignation and rage, fleeing the Twilight Realm to seek Link.
My
She loves
apologies.
her heart. She loves her home and her people. She'd do anything to save them. It brought out a sort of viciousness in her, a willingness to do anything she had to do to stop Zant. And when she found Link back in the forest, she saw him purely as a means to an end. But over time, The selflessness of Zelda and the bravery of Link changed her heart. She no longer sees them as tools or pawns. She's come to care for their well-beings. She wants to defeat Zant not only for her home, but she wishes to free and revive Zelda. Midna wants to fight for both realms.
With extra melee?
Must cast themselves into the Twilight Realm, where Zant
Okay.
resides.
LA recap.
The Twilight
Nice again. 44. 35.
She's just too ashamed to show her face to those that trusted her. When Zant took over, he hid away the light from his place, objects called soul. There were two of them, and the absence of the soul had kept the Twilight in their form. He sought to restore the soul that eventually returned back to their natural forms. Navigations inserted with Zant roamed the inner halls of the criminal home, activating that which stopped their passage towards one of the Twilight. The fall of the shadow was which forced him back to the form. All the
Good. It's super cool because it's basically stunned. Would I get too close? It's gonna be hard. Okay, halfway there. It's nice. He has a lot of range. It's a cool boss. 46. Oh.
After his rejection as the next leader of the Twilight Realm, he found his path to power through a god, and their desires are now the same. With the powers he now holds from this supposed god, he rises to face Link with no hesitation. Zant might be completely unhinged and wildly unpredictable, but it just makes him all the more dangerous as a combatant. He transformed their arena into places that Link has fought great foes before. First up, the Forest Temple in the Faron Woods, where he shoots projectiles and leaps around the water. His movements are weird and unsettling. After enough hits are landed, he changes the movement again.
36, let's go.
He rocks the platform they're on, making it Link keep his footing. Zant jumps on the edge of it repeatedly, trying to force Link into the magma below. The iron roots keep him safely planted. Link can't rush at Zant when he has him on, but he can go to the circle below. Next, takes Link into the horrors of the
I got 50 of those bad boys.
and his weirdness escalates. Mechanics that he uses to just online here as well. Use the claw shot, hold it towards him, the rest of it. Not having to oppose whatever it is. But Zant wants to he modifies his tactics to because where he's going to
Yee.
wild shots of he forces
He has so much range. We pushed him too hard. Nice. Was a great fight. What is?
With Zant's fall, the fused shadow had returned to Midna. Yet, she does not return to her former self with his defeat. Why is Midna still stuck in this form if Zant is no longer holding power?
That's mod.
Zant takes his chance to sink in yet more taunting words towards Midna. The curse of her cannot be broken.
Epic. If you have any extras,
It is his supposed god that keeps her this way, and because of it, she will never be leader of the Twilight.
so this seems like freaking gibberish.
Zant cannot be truly killed. He will be reborn, remade. They cannot win. Midna no longer studies her kingdom or hold him. Midna herself
40.
impaling him on the throne and ending his reign. It is true, and this is a temporary stop to Zant's madness. The force Midna used against him, it was only a fraction of the fused shadow's power. They first, he should make it back to Hyrule Castle and use the fused shadow to work on the Twilight Realm. The end point is surely within. He's their newfound target. If they can find him, kill him, end this insanity, in the light and Twilight Realm, let them they'll be fine. It's time for the march to march upon Hyrule. That flag, right? That's it.
What a cool weapon. You have a lot of range, huh? Look at that health, look at that health. Yeah, I could have killed him. I could have killed him. At the end I couldn't. I'll put updates. I don't care, dude. Good. Tougher.
The king's demeanor changes. He's been in the service of Xanth and Ganondorf because they're strong. He follows whoever is stronger than himself. But now he recognizes Link as the strongest of them all. While he won't rush the castle with them, the king gives Link a key that he will need to progress, and he leaves him in peace. Finding their way into the castle takes time and searching for a particular key, but once within the castle walls, they find it to be dark and painfully quiet. A wave of enemies greet them within to try and stop them, but at this point, they're really just an inconvenience. Dispatching them gets the lights back on, but it's still so
50...
58. Surely this Ganondorf awaits them. It's exceedingly challenging. Not only is it hard to navigate their way up through the broken pathways and these puzzles, but Ganondorf
This is check number 4. This is how strong he is.
Everything packs a punch. It takes an immense amount of time to find their way up, and they're stronger in Noctis' power. Finally reach the top. The throne room of Hyrule Castle. Darkness surrounds it all. Like foul birds falling as they run for their Ganondorf keys, not knowing what's in store. All the weapons
Good.
And below, Ganondorf himself sits. He proudly welcomes them to his castle. And then has returned to where he has the pleasure of taking his acquaintance, but no one like the virtual and critical. Then he has his rubbish, made it possible for him to that whole execution was the whole thing like that. The right hand in the past, and making her mind as though its existence means nothing to her.
This is really tough.
The holder of the Triforce of Power.
Because I usually use range to counter the fact that I have no height. I think the weapon is gonna be Great Katana. And if it is, it's gonna be amazing.
He turns his eyes up to the body of Zelda, and he casts himself into beams of twilight. When Midna was bathed in light, it nearly killed her. The pain was consuming, so she tries to stop the twilight from reaching Zelda, but she can't. It passes right through her and immediately infects Zelda. And Midna doesn't have the heart to strike at Zelda's body before it awakens. She doesn't know what's going to happen, but she just can't bring herself to harm her friend. When Zelda's eyes open, it's clearly not her in control. Ganondorf is using her as a puppet, a cruel blasphemy to take up arms against her. She strikes at Midna, sending her out of the program, locked for the inside of Zelda. In merciless wrath, Ganondorf forces Link into combat with the body of Princess Zelda. They commence with a game quite similar to the one Ganondorf played with another hero on the front. That is forced in words of light at one another, each of them taking their place.
Nice.
Ganon launches Zelda's body towards him and kept throwing off guard. But the focus of this exchange is the back and forth between his forms. It's so hard to watch this. She kills such a
I'm dumb. I'm so dumb.
Just long enough for Midna to collect herself and call upon the Shire. Midna does not harm her friend. Instead, she takes Zelda into her hands and forces the twilight out of her body. She still doesn't move. She still doesn't draw breath. For now, she goes to the same upon her friend. The twilight that Midna cast away begins to recall. Ganondorf begins to reform. Though this time he does not return in his Gerudo form. Instead, he moves them as Ganon in the Dark Beast. He seems almost invincible. Thrashing around and charging through the arena makes it difficult to make sense of. But with Midna at his side, there are two sets of eyes gauging what the hell is going on here. Ganon is teleporting through and running about the area. But if Link can get distance between himself and Ganon, then he can line up a shot to strike and stun him via the gem on his forehead. Then once he's down, Link will have but a few swift moments to send upon him and strike at the old execution move on his belly. The speed and aggression of Ganon makes this a difficult sight to and as the fight carries on, Ganon becomes...
If I can finish Mira today, I'm gonna be very happy. Because the Shadow Keep is almost done. And then we'll only have to do one. Which is number 18. Why? good. Boom. He blocked me. Cannot heal. I had a bit more 700, that was it. Oh my god, you see that? Oh. Whew.
And beseeches them for aid, and true to their purpose, they respond. They're taken out of the chaos of the field for a brief moment, taken to a space between realms made safe by the light spirits. The four of them gift to Zelda an ancient weapon, light arrows, that can cause truly grievous harm to that which is evil. These will aid them in casting Ganondorf down. One more fight to save the lands. From the best his efforts respect and regard for you. He will of course take this but the aspect of wisdom will rise with courage. Return to the field atop your helmet. Both Link and Zelda ready their weapons.
Shinshasa.
Zelda will fire upon Ganon as soon as they're within range, lighting them up with
Last one. This is the one. I know exactly your moveset.
They make for a ruthless team against them, and Zelda is quite a shot with that bow. Ganondorf resorts to shooting up orbs towards the ground and frighten the opponent and tossing from the saddle. And it works a few times. Too far from a one-sided fight. Ganondorf himself is eventually dismounted.
He'll be using his potion. Nice. That was tough. That's like Rakasa Great Katana. It's that Rakasa armor gauntlet. Look at that whole armor. The Great Katana. Don't worry, what we'll do is we'll take a break from Elden Ring. And then after a month, we'll come and see all of the armor. Why a month? I'll have time to watch a video about the lure. I bet you this is the end. I thought it was the... I have to do this though. I understand.
But this is not quite the end. Remember our Twilight Princess. Princess Light must be destroyed. Both the realms of Light and Twilight need her. So the four light spirits time will come together to see this tragedy unfold. Ever so
There's another one. Oh, that was tough. That was really tough. We'll have time to watch a Lord's video of Elden Ring. I'll be able to tell you exactly what this armor meant. And now we're gonna get 2 fragments of the skill tree. Get another level up.
She sent a single spirit forth to her. Shadow. The path between these two realms will forever be closed. Never again will something like this be allowed to happen. No foul usurpers will ever threaten the other realm again. So farewell, then. Thank you for it. To the wise princess, the brave hero, the powerful vile king. We depart from the land of Hyrule, the terminus of the Twilight Realm. On to other adventures.
Get to do this. But this is much easier than the bus. Why? Because the bus in itself had well, first of all, it was bigger. Second of all, he was able to use Crucible. We suck at this. No wonder. Nice. That's number 1. And number 2. So now you mention Skyward Sword. Nice. Ooh.
Sheikah technology brought to life the Legion of Guardians and 4 divine beasts that aided the hero of legend and the wise princess stopping Ganon. When peace began to return, the King of Hyrule commanded that the Sheikah bury their guardians and monolithic divine beasts. If their technology were corrupted or turned against the kingdom, it would be apocalyptic. It was too dangerous to be allowed, and they could either bury their pasts or become exiled from the lands. And surprisingly, many of the Sheikah agreed. While no small percentage of them felt against this and left the tribe for more nefarious endeavors, they widely stood by the decision and dismantled or buried their technology. From then on, the Sheikah lived very modest and simple lives in service to the crown. So too, for the one called Ganon, things also changed. He grew weary of this cycle of rebirth. Every 100 years, he would be reincarnated as the sole male born to the Gerudo of the desert. He would rise to power as the king of the Gerudo. He would attempt to seize the power of the Triforce for himself, and fought against power and wisdom, and ultimately be defeated. But no more. Ganon abandoned his cycle of rebirth. And for 10,000 years, Ganon festered in his soul, he grew strength, and became a being of pure malice, while the outside world changed. With the calamity gone and no sign of his the events of the past...
We have to go to Ancestral Wood. Nice. Uh-huh. The graphics are so good. I'm not a fan. Good. Oh, 4. Oh, 8. My apologies. So this is the Ancestral Wood, and these are amazing. Because it's there is. Nice. 3. As such, all stood ready to aid whenever one called. It was expected that soon a hero would emerge from the age of the past, but until then, she continued on her own. The command was issued for the ancient divine beings that 10,000 years ago Sheikah elders aided in this task, and one by one, they were eventually mastered. With great care, special teams undertook the task of leading up to the divine beings. Soon, ancient guardians Do you see what happened here? Wait, I'll show you again.
Was blindsided by your past and struggled to come to terms with it. He felt his number absence. In complete started, the child was on there.
Jordan's afraid. You know why he's afraid? Because this is gonna be the place where there's a guy called Midra. Midra is the only one to survive the frenzied flame. So because he survived it, he was like, yo, I'm gonna be it. But his presence in the frenzied flame is so big, we still feel it. And you guys remember when we chose the frenzied flame ending last year? Turin was the one that died when we chose the frenzied ending. Didn't care about Melina dying. They want Turin to die. So here is tough because you're gonna get people that are enemies that are super tough. So these are the enemies. Look, one. Don't let it see you. Once you are seen, there is no escape. It cannot even be touched. I'm guessing this is a... I'm guessing this is kind of like a... stealth? What is that? See, he's using frenzy flame. It's been so long since we see frenzy flame. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know it was there. Madding End. Madding End. Such a scary place. And how much want to bet that they're right here next to the other ends that was given to us by the monk. Madingen. See? Hand to hand, fist. The fist. Everything is corrupted around here. Everything is corrupted. Priori. Oh. Even them, they survive. Priori is the map. Look at afar from the giant rats. So fucking cool. And my friend, present to you the castle. Now, there's this I want to do. The test is to defeat Midra, and then to see if I can cure the rest of the abysmal wood. Now, I want you guys to pay attention to this. Because my friend, soon, this will not be. I haven't met one of them, which I believe is a great sign. Map Abyss. Look at here, dude. Look at here. What a freaking mess. Even the water. Bed and church, super corrupted. Gotta be honest, I don't know where to go down. Tries to see something in the... Do 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 do. It's a beautiful place, though.
Bloodline, and there was no one else who could teach her what she needed to know. So the child was left to learn on her own, but under the extreme pressure from her father in Rome. The queen had been dear friends with the Gerudo chief Urbosa, and about a year after the queen passed, Urbosa made a trip to Hyrule Castle under the guise of diplomacy, but in truth, she was deeply concerned about the princess. Urbosa had seen the sorrow of the little girl after her mother had died. She wanted to check in on how her training was going.
Good.
Zelda saw player every day until her set down. The practice of that Urbosa tried to pull the child out of the water. When she finally forced Zelda out, the little girl revealed a terror within her. Her powers weren't sufficient. Her father was constantly pressuring her to pray. And that this process wasn't working made the girl panic. She couldn't understand what was wrong with her. All Urbosa could do was hold the child into her ears. After all, who could possibly question and defy the keys in Hyrule? Over the coming years, each of the divine beings was brought to the surface. It was a painstaking feat that took innumerable man-hours to accomplish. As the prophetic return of Ganon loomed lower and lower, the young Zelda undertook scholarly pursuits to understand the ancient guardians and the divine beings, which the king sorely disapproved of. He believed that she should be spending her days in prayer, Hylia, trying to awaken her power, not to learn more about the past technology. Finally, they were all brought up to the surface. The process of choosing champions to pilot them began.
Playtrough is fighting and cannot be someone.
To personally oversee the selections and
Playtrough seed.
onto our guard researchers and assistants. One day, the chosen Goron champion was strolling about Denmark and saw a little tiny guy being attacked. The Goron had already been accustomed to the presence of hiding on the mountain, so he rushed down to help the little fellow out. But by the time he had arrived, well, that little guy had already cleared out the attackers, and then he saved the roof's hide by stopping the surprise attack. It was a bit embarrassing for the mighty Goron champion, but the two bonded over their extreme love of food, and they found out that they had quite a lot in common. The little guy's name was Link, and the two became fast friends. So, from the Gorons came Daruk, Rito came Rivali, from the Zora came Eva, and from the Gerudo came Urbosa. Though they varied in aptitude, they each eventually came to master control their respective divine beasts. Zelda began working closely with Sheikah researchers to understand the many varieties of ancient tech being unearthed. Things like the Sheikah Slate, the Shrine of Resurrection, old armor and weaponry, all the while developing bonds with humans that would pilot the divine beasts. Daruk's good buddy Link also found himself playing a larger part in the story. It seems that during a test with the ancient guardians, one of them went a little bit haywire and turned aggressive. Link took it out using only a potlet, and that garnered him the king's attention. Link was appointed Zelda's knight, and also granted the Master Sword. Boy, was Zelda unhappy about it. Old legend told of the wise princess and courageous warrior standing against the powerful Ganon, and Link fit the courageous warrior trope to a T. He seamlessly fell into his role and was an unmatched swordsman, but he was also emotionless and unspeaking. Zelda immediately disliked him, and resented that he was so effortlessly able to fulfill his role properly. She had spent her entire lifetime struggling and suffering to play her part, and this ass just walked right in like a snowman field. Hated him. All of it was Zelda completely see that she was and that for the most part, as the fuel for process,
Easy.
While in the Gerudo desert, she used Gerudo law to get him away from her. Males aren't allowed in their town, women only, and Zelda took a detour through their territory to use that law against him. Instead of meeting with Urbosa to talk about the problem, she told him that he could dress like a Gerudo woman. By the time he was able to get his attire ready, she was long gone. And when he finally tracked Zelda down, Yiga assassins were about to lop her head off. The Yiga were once the Sheikah long ago. When the king commanded that they rid themselves of their technology, some of those Sheikah who rebelled went on to form the Yiga clan. And all these thousands of years later, they now lived in service to Ganon. Link stepped in to save her from the assassins, and after that, she decided to keep her. She saw that he had gone above the mountains out of town to help her.
Good.
It took a lot of effort for both of them to eventually, Zelda asked him why he was so reserved and unwilling to speak, and he told her that it was because he felt like that was what he was supposed to do. He was meant to shoulder everyone else's problems with a silent strength. All that was ever expected of him was combat and problem solving for other people, and that's how his entire life had been. Even training as a knight, he could walk.
This is tough, dude.
Suddenly being expected to dramatically defy his own personality was difficult for him, but he was trying to be more open. Because really, he did have opinions and thoughts to be shared. Once the two of them started getting along and understanding each other a bit better, Zelda's smile returned and things just seemed to run a bit smoother. Except she still didn't harness the power of her bloodline. She went to the Spring of Power and the Spring of Courage to pray. The goddess Hylia to awaken her powers, but both of those great journeys ended in failure. She prayed until she couldn't anymore and nothing.
Look at this.
Her last hope was the Spring of Wisdom, but she could begin that journey until her 17th birthday. The champion of the Gold that should get in return did not fulfill her role. Way was her left to try to get her whole life. So on her 17th birthday, August for the Spring of Wisdom. The day before, Zelda and her father
He's missing batteries. Good.
No response, no awakening. It was a failed venture. At the base of the mountain, Zelda had to
What is that? Quickly await your chance. Hide yourself, make no sound. What is not an option? Crouch in the underground. I'm gonna try to do something else. I don't remember where it is though. It's a bit of a problem.
The only thing that can surpass the beauty of your eyes is the out of your eyes. Of the result, we see you like no other.
Conversation. Ganon struck. It was too late. The champion immediately went to their divine beasts, ready to pilot them and aid Link and Zelda.
Black Knife, the assassin that carried out the dead of the dead. Power yet to remain, which nullified the sound of footsteps.
Physical malice, Ganon manifested parts of himself into blight monstrosities and sent them to each of the 4 divine beasts. The blight took over each and every one, and when their champions appeared to take them back, the blights of Ganon killed them. They never stood a chance. He was far too strong. And almost simultaneously, Ganon used his malice to overtake and corrupt the ancient guardians that protected the castle, and then the killing really began. The king died in the castle, along with most of the Hyrule Royal Guard and anyone else on the grounds. The corrupted guardians and Ganon's malice spread out from that epicenter and started bringing down surrounding settlement and population centers. What few of the army did make it out fled for the Akala region. The farthest reaches of Hyrule were terrorized but left mostly intact, whereas the heart of Hylian territory was ripped apart by Kamehameha Ganon. Link and Zelda barely made it out, but Zelda was
What a cool armor.
Previously wounded fighting off guardians, and the Master Sword itself was barely intact with terrible battles. They ran all one, but it was too much for them to handle. They were cornered with no place else to run, but no energy left to carry them. But at that very bitter end, Link stood guard of the princess. They would face the end together. In the hope of
oh, he saw me.
She cast away the corruption of the guardians of the village, killed them all in one fell swoop. It was so simple and devastating. And when the grand display finally faded, she took it back to the right of this house.
Tough. Really tough.
Whatever was within the ancient blade wished for its champion to survive. It forced the princess to take Link's body to the Shrine of Resurrection. It would take years to accomplish, but he could be restored. Sheikah fighters found Zelda and Link on the empty field, and she commanded them to take his body to the shrine. There he would slumber for as long as was needed to bring him back to life. And Zelda herself went to the Lost Woods all on her own, carrying with her the damaged Master Sword. She laid it upon its old resting place at the heart of the forest before the great decade tree, and for a while she prayed and served. She promised that the shrine would see Link restored. It would just take some time. The old fairy said asking her what her next move was. And while she didn't tell him exactly what she was going to do, she assured him that she knew what needed to be done. And she asked him to relay a message to him someday when he returned to the great decade tree. That anything she needed to tell him was better done herself, because this was not the end, and he knew that she needed faith in the future. So, the Princess of Hyrule returned the Master Sword to its pedestal so that it too could rest and recover over the years to come. And then she returned to her home. Zelda stood before the destroyed castle, and she trapped the flaming Ganon in the window. She could banish her completely. She could force back the past, but then the corruption of the shrine. But she could at least stale me, and have the unsettled village. And there she remained, locked in struggles with the old people for 100 years. The first thing Link did was to
Yeesh.
Washed away alongside his memory. And a nearby console was full of technology, left here waiting for him for when he finally awoke. Same voice that asked him to wake up so he forget, telling him that he will guide him along after his long slumber. This is a Sheikah slate, and it will allow him to access ancient Sheikah technology around the land, after his habit of tracking and storing important information along the way. Thankfully, just beyond his sleeping chambers are a set of clothing, so he doesn't have to track out in his skivvies. And then, freedom. That voice once again tells him that he is the light of Hyrule that must shine once again. And then Link returns to a big, wide world that is vague and foreign to him. Under the light of the rising sun, things seem to be peaceful here. It's quiet and lonely, but there is someone nearby, an old man camping on the nearby hill path. This is a face that Link knew once upon a time, but now he's completely unfamiliar. The older fellow doesn't push anything on him to keep a fight on him. He looks at him, tells him that he's just some old man. He asks Link what brings him here. Suddenly, Link doesn't even know where here is, which the old man doesn't express.
I'm pretty sure.
Because what would the point be in stressing Link out? He's certainly not the type to lie, so it's better to just gently begin guiding him. The old man does not reveal who he is, but he instead tells the hero that he is on the Great Plateau, the birthplace of the kingdom, and nearby is a sacred site that has been in decay since the decline of the kingdom began some 100 years ago. It's the Temple of Time. It's a ghost of a former self, but he doesn't push past that. It's an introduction to the area and himself, and that's enough for now. Link can go about his business and make his own choice. Now, Link has been asleep for a while. He might not be thinking things through, because he immediately starts torching the hillside. I guess it's definitely a way to scare off or kill foes, but he does eventually stop the mayhem once that first begins, so he can go first. And
Fuck you.
From the ground, towers spring high into the sky all around. Far and wide,
Can't do shit.
are vast, where local information is distilled into geography. They can't link a map of the area, so it will benefit you greatly to find these when entering the region, as this land called Hyrule is sprawling and sometimes difficult to navigate. But with the resurrection of the towers, something else begins. That fair voice once again returns, and it begs Link to remember, to just try. Whoever she is, tells Link that he's been asleep for 100 years. From a great castle in the heart of the kingdom that Link does not recognize, something begins to awaken as well. She calls it the beast, and when it regains its power, the world will end. With Link's return and the awakening of the ancient towers, the Calamity too is resurrecting. Link had no way of knowing this would happen, and worse, he still doesn't quite understand what it all means. At the base of the tower, that old man shows up like he was waiting for this to happen. He immediately intercepts Link and asks, "Hey buddy, what's up? All those towers reactivated and something is rampaging around the castle." Link tells him that he heard a voice, but he doesn't know who it was. Well, for now, that's all right. What is happening around the castle? It's Calamity Ganon. 100 years ago, it brought ruin and slaughter to the kingdom. What remains now are just scraps of that long-lost time. Something within Hyrule Castle has been containing the Calamity, but just barely. It will regain its strength and one day break down the barriers holding it back. So the old man asks Link if he intends to go to that castle, which Link readily answers yes to. He doesn't need his memories to know what good and evil are. He doesn't need his memories to know that he has to do something about this Calamity. Well, Link can't just leap off the plateau. It's way too high up. The old man knows that he won't last a second in that castle the way that he is now. So he tells Link that if he can clear the nearby shrines and bring in the treasures from within, he will give him his paraglider. It's easy. The old man even shows exactly where the first one is, and fair is fair, so Link gets on his way. This shrine serves Link's journey twofold. Placing a sheet of slate into the outside console will allow him to travel between each shrine seamlessly. He'll be able to port between them instantly. Given how huge Hyrule is, that is a vital key to succeeding. And at the end of each shrine is reward. Some will be more difficult than others, but each shrines were created by masters to test whoever may enter them. The old masters were blessed
I have no clue.
with Goddess Hylia, wishing to aid those who were strong enough to stand against Ganon. Succeeding in their trials will grant Link their spirit orbs, which he can use during prayers to the goddess to further his health and stamina. Back on the surface, the old man greets Link on his way out. He knew exactly what Link would find down there, and is pleased at his success. Though he doesn't yet understand all that the old man is talking about, the elder Hylian tells him a bit more about Chica, specifically about their tech. How in the past it was used to save these lands from Ganon over and over again. He doesn't tell him everything, it's just enough to plant seeds into Link's mind. Maybe some information to...
They're looking at me and the inflicting madness.
He tells Link that he wants to declare out another 3 shrines on the plateau as well. When he said treasure, apparently he meant from all the shrines on the plateau combined. He at least shows Link a few things about Mark.
My apologies.
And in no time, Link is well on his way around the plateau, clearing shrines and discovering the pure joy that comes with exploration. One field at a time, one hill at a time, one shrine at a time, Link accomplishes his goal, learning new skills.
This is so crazy because there's next to no music.
The final shrine, Link is ready to face the rest of Hyrule. The old man greets him once he's done, and congratulates him. But before he'll hold up his end of the deal, the old man takes time to explain everything to him, and that he will meet him where 2 lines connecting the shrines would cross. Bit of a riddle, but not a tough one. The intersecting lines line over that broken down ruin, the once Temple of Time. The ancient guardians that Calamity Ganon overtook 100 years ago and turned against Hyrule made it all the way out here before deactivating. They tore the walls of the once grand temple down and laid waste to whatever was within. Now amongst the rubble are the remains of an alternate god Hyrule. You can take a moment to listen. Some of the rubble so the words of the goddess. He didn't have to fix that problem. He immediately hears the words of Hylia. Using his 4 spirit orbs, he's able to attain his land of choice. This is something he'll do over and over and over again as he journeys, something good to know before he leaves the plateau. But that old man still needs to uphold his end of their bargain.
This is tougher.
Getting up there is a little bit dangerous, but at this point, Link should be able to scale a building and make it across a collapsing roof without breaking his own kneecaps. The old man finally tells Link what is going on here. He is the spirit of Hyrule's last leader. In life, he was King
Okay, so
father of Zelda.
combat isn't an option. Quietly await your chance. Excuse me. Hide yourself, make another sound.
The calamity spread forth before they were ready in a devastating war. The champions and the knight were all lost, countless innocents inhabiting the land were killed, and the princess vanished after confronting Ganon herself. Whatever she had done had held Ganon within the castle, thus bringing a stalemate to the land, but that wouldn't last forever. King Rome tells Link that princess was his own daughter, and that he was the knight from the story. His life was returned to the Shrine of Resurrection, a process that took 100 years to complete. The voice he's been hearing is Zelda herself, calling to him from the castle. She will soon be exhausted from her eternal fight, and Link must gather forces to come to her aid. Otherwise, Ganon will break free, regenerate, and demolish the rest of Hyrule. King Rome directs him towards the divine beasts. With their aid, Ganon can be weakened and defeated. Without them, the fight will be extreme. It's too great a risk for Link to try to defeat Ganon. Gain greater knowledge on how Ganon's control. Tell Link to be out to the wilderness to Kakariko village where the elder Impa lives. He knew Zelda 100 years ago, and though very aged, she can help Link on his quest better than he can.
I don't know if I'm hidden in the grass.
Finally leave the plateau. The king bids him farewell, and Link is left to his own.
I know I'm not making sounds.
Impa in a place called Kakariko. There's a plethora of friends and foe alike to be met across Hyrule. Calamity Ganon did bring destruction and war, but life continued on after Zelda confined the castle. Outposts, small towns, and stables litter the countryside.
Listen, I wouldn't take a whole game of this, but an area is actually nice.
If Link is willing to spare the time, there are even tasks and problems that he can offer the common man assistance in. There's never a lack of things to do, journey to Kakariko village isn't a straight shot along the road, but rather a zigzag across the region. When he finally does reach the village outskirts, he's immediately met by a very aged woman who's taken a tumble, but she recognizes the Sheikah slate on his hip and tells him that they have been waiting a really long time for him to show up. Info will be wanting to see him right away at the heart of the village. This place feels nearly untouched by the
10,
outside world. When the Sheikah
9,
abandoned their technological endeavors 10,000
8,
years ago, this is the
7,
lifestyle that they returned to.
6,
Simple homes amidst a modest village,
5,
no path to Tamamai. The
4,
guards standing in front of the elder Impa's house
3,
stop Link, but they too recognize the Sheikah
2,
and know who he is. Impa has told all
1.
the useful stories of the past, and they all know what happened 100 years ago. And Impa herself recognizes Link's face, happily greets the young fellow. She thinks that he should remember her, but the light of familiarity isn't there. She understands that he has lost his memories, but she doesn't overreact or behave in any way other than calm. There would be no point in such behavior, and maybe this is a good thing. The weight of the world hasn't yet crushed him. He can approach this with new eyes and an unburdened heart. Impa has some words for Link, whom the princess herself spoke some 100 years ago. But before she'll say them, Impa tells Link that he needs to be ready to hear them. He must be ready to risk his life for them. But she will only allow him to make that choice once he hears her tale of the past, so that he can fully know of what was meant to happen 100 years ago. Impa's tale is a complete historical recounting of the preparations made to fight Ganon 10,000 years ago. The creation of the divine beasts, the ancient guardian army, the tales of the princess and the knight. It's all there, laid out before him in one
Here you go.
story. When Ganon's return was
The good biscuit worked.
years ago, they'd sought to walk the same path as their ancestors, but despite it all, they had underestimated Ganon's power and they lost that fight badly. Now that he knows what happened 10,000 years ago to stop Ganon and understands what must be done to end the calamity now, Impa tells him that the message Zelda had left was free the 4 divine beasts. Impa recommends that Link further expand his Sheikah slate by seeking out the research lab in Hateno Village and gives him a mark on his map to help him along the way. Hateno Village is a pretty long trip. It comes with tons of exploration and drama along the way, like meeting his first Yiga clan representative, who probably tries to murder Link when he refuses the offer to join them. It's not the last time that he'll meet up with the Yiga. They tend to pop up at really inconvenient times on the road, under the guise of regular Hylian folk. Weird obsession with bananas, they're a very strange group. Hateno Village itself is pretty idyllic. It escaped the carnage of the calamity 100 years ago and is still standing strong against threats from the outside world. Shops and homes are all around the roads, there are children running around playing, adults lounging and gossiping, and livestock safely grazing on the hillsides. High atop said hills is the lab that Impa told him to find. There, Link meets Simon and Pyrrha. The man Simon spots that his Sheikah slate is missing roots, but he knows who precisely Link is. Impa's words are known even
Should
here.
be okay.
He knows that he has to help Link in every way that he can. The other Sheikah in the lab, Pyrrha, is the director of the facility, and though she looks like a child, that's just because of an experiment that de-aged her. She's actually Impa's sister, and she is very, very old. Pyrrha was one of the Sheikah that took Link to the Shrine of Resurrection after he had fallen in battle. But all pleasantries aside, Pyrrha is all too happy to help Link restore his Sheikah slate. All he needs to do is first bring up some blue flame from the ancient furnace in town so that the lab can use it. It's not a hard task, it just takes a whole lot of running up that hill. But it powers the console inside of the lab, and with it lit, they can proceed. They add back in a camera, compendium, and an album, with its restoration of old files from 100 years ago. This used to belong to Zelda herself, and she was
Damn, dude.
Since the two of them went everywhere together, there's a strong chance that he was present when she took the pictures. And Pyrrha is willing to bet that if he visits the site of each 12 pictures, then maybe it will jog that old memory. That was something he would be better discussing with Impa instead of her. But yeah, okay, but what about adventure? Link doesn't need his handheld.
There's a possibility that it cannot jump.
For now, there are discovered to be
Can I jump? We're good.
marvelous creatures still call Hyrule home, like the great fairies and
Oh, I got lucky.
Fairy. For a price, they'll render various services and provide upgrades to you. Bit of advice, don't hurt horses. Link passes through what feels like countless shrines and reactivates great powers all across the land. And from time to time, big old brawlers rear their ugly heads and engage Link in fights out in the wild. After about a week, though, something really concerning happens. Under the light of a full moon, a deep scarlet shade covers the land. Ganon's power grows with each day, and at the hour of the moon's apex, he reaches the height of his strength. So vicious does Ganon become that the blood moon reflecting his power revives the enemies that Link has dealt that cycle.
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
All creatures killed in the name of Link will be returned to life by Ganon. All the progress that Link made in clearing the field is undone with their resurrections, and the fights will begin anew. The blood moon serves as a terrible reminder of Ganon's power, and is truly an event to be dreaded. A strange forest comes in view, and drawing closer seems to bring the sky lower. The fog becomes a wall that's impossible to see through. Braziers mark the way forward, but eventually, seeing them becomes difficult too. The
This
pull
is
of the flame
gorgeous.
helps Link navigate his way through, but once the braziers are gone, he has to use a torch to find his way. These are the lost rooms. Follow the wrong
Very
path,
creepy.
disasters. But his patience is rewarded by what lay at the heart of the maze, the Korok forest. Link has met a few of the Korok on his journey. They've always been friendly and helpful, if not a bit too mischievous. But they make their home here, under the protection of the Great Deku Tree, who also oversees an old friend, Light, the Master Sword. When all hope seems gone, after Link is taken away to the Shrine of Resurrection,
Good, 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 good.
in the century that's passed, a whole and strong one's dead, waiting for the hero to return to the land.
I was greedy.
He has brief flashes, memories from his past life, only moments at a time that don't quite hit with him. There is a son tree on the tree who's really surprised that Link has finally come back. He didn't think he would, it's been so long they'd given up hope. But Link
Dude.
that he has no idea who or what he is. So the tree gives him a brief tutorial. The Deku Tree has
509.
high rules since time immemorial. What now he protects is the sword of the Chosen Knight, created by Hylia herself, the weapon meant to be used against Calamity Ganon. Link wielded it a century ago, and he's
Tried to talk to him.
death in doing so. If he lacks the endurance, the Master Sword will drain all life from him. If Link wants to draw the sword, he's free to make that choice, but he'd best do it knowing that he is strong enough to do so. One heartbeat at a time, he puts everything he knows into the
Okay.
accomplishing what they were made to do, stop the calamity. And for a moment,
3032.
100 years ago, reassuring the damaged sword that one day he would return for it. Before departing this place, the Decretary tells the hero that he longs to see Zelda's smiling face once more. He will leave the four divine beasts, so he'd best get things moving along.
Now we have a bunch of redo.
Alright, first up. Well, Link completely forgets to go see Impa, but he doesn't need to because while exploring the region nearby Kakariko, he sees a new face, that of Azora. This fellow named Groove is trying to reach his prince, but they're too high up in this tower for the prince to hear his yelling. So he asks Link to find a way down to him and introduce himself because they were very specifically looking for a Hylian for some reason. Another Zora soldier greets Link farther down and lets him know that they're looking for a Hylian warrior. And he seems to fit the bill. No pressure, not weird. It's just that their entire team is in peril and they need Link to save them. Prince Sidon is waiting for Link and watching him, actually. At the bridge crossing into their land, he meets the hero. After brief introductions, a very tagged up tells Link that he can tell he's no ordinary person, and that he really needs his help. The Zora's domain is experiencing massive rainfall because of the divine beast, Garuda. It's constantly pumping out water, and now flooding is imminent. Of course, Link agrees to help. This is precisely where he needs to be. Because of the intense rain, the cliffs are unclimbable, and since Link can't swim up rivers, he's on his own trekking up the mountain.
I'm not sure what to do here.
Being honest, it is a right big pain in the keister. Prince Sidon shows up from time to time to encourage his ascent, to remind him of how much they need his help, not to, keep pressuring him or anything. This complete stranger that he's fully dependent on to save the lives of all his people, it's an entire city that's dependent on him. No pressure, Link. Also, be careful, you don't want to slip and break your kneecaps. Well, he eventually completes the climb and reaches the lovely Zora's domain. He's been here before, some 100 years ago. Quite a lot, actually. He would come here as a child. But he has no memory of any of it. A statue to the long-dead champion Mifa is at the heart of the establishment, but it doesn't ring any bells either. Prince Sidon greets him as soon as his head pops up over the horizon and ushers him on towards the king. Along the pathways, there are a few Zora that still remember him from their youth. And though they're thrilled to see him return, he just can't quite
Look how scary this
recall
is.
any of them. The eldest among the Zora remember him with much more clarity and are not really happy to see him. The loss of their champion
Wasn't for the Black Knight armor?
sorrow upon them, and some can't move on from the
What the
past.
fuck?
There are even some outright threats made against Link when they recognize him. King Dorothin is far more kind and receptive to Link, though. It takes the king a beat to recognize him, but 100 years later, it's still Mifa's father that's ruling the Zora. This guy is a complete unit to a massive Zora that lumbers over everyone else. But he's genuinely kind and understanding towards Link's situation. The king tells Link that he and Mifa were close 100 years ago, but the prince backs him down from it, telling the king that pushing that topic won't help anything. Rather than dwell on the past, they move on to the present danger, the divine beast. The thought of asking Link for help kicks up the anger of those most elder in the king's court, namely the one called Muzu. To some here, Link was seen as a failure and the reason that Mifa was killed. But this flooding issue isn't just a Zora problem. If the dam holding back the waters breaks, then Hyrule will flood and all caught downstream will be taken out with it. The king tells Link that to stop the flow of water, he needs to apply electricity to the orbs on each of Garuda's shoulders. The Zora are quite vulnerable to electricity, and his assistance in shutting down the divine beast water production would be great.
That was good, that was good.
Appreciated. The only issue is actually finding shock arrows to use. Before they conclude, Link reveals to King Dorothin that Zelda too is still alive. She's in Hyrule Castle fighting to contain Calamity Ganon, so the Zora will do whatever they can to aid her in this. If Link can do as Zelda asked and restore the divine beast, it will be at his disposal when his confrontation with Ganon begins. To help Link reach the divine beast, the king gifts to Link a special Zora armor that will allow him to swim up rivers and waterfalls. It was handcrafted by Mifa and intended for the one that she would marry, or that she wanted to marry. But well, that's certainly not in the books now, regardless of what happened 100 years ago. Once the king has finished his request, the prince tries to explain to a particular elder court member that Mifa did in fact have quite a few feelings for Link, and therefore that armor in particular was meant for him. Hearing this and getting a good look at the statue of the late princess does kick up a few memories for Link. While it's unclear how he felt about Mifa, the two of them were friends and comrades. She promised Link that no matter what happened, if someone did harm him, she would be there to heal it. But it was something that she couldn't see through 100 years ago because tragedy came too quickly to the land. This recollection of Mifa and the fact that the Zora armor fits him perfectly is enough that the court elder
This is insane, you know why?
go get a few shock arrows. While the Zora elders may disapprove of Link's presence,
Because I don't know where to go.
now it's time to finally get to work.
So I'm possibly going in circle.
Shock arrows at Shatterback Point atop Pointless Mountain, and something else about a terrifying creature or whatever. Well, that turns out to be a Lionel, and it's one rough and tumble fight. But around the Lionel's field are
So
a
good.
ton of shock arrows. So in this case, Link takes the risk in killing the Lionel so that he can have full run of the field. With plenty of shock arrows equipped, Link descends down into the reservoir to meet Prince Sidon. And ever the optimist, he's damn ready to help Link get things under control. Sidon can travel through water extremely fast, so Link will hold on while he does the driving, and when the time is right, Link will fly into the air and shoot the divine beast's shoulders with shock arrows. Garuda isn't some helpless construct though. It actively tries to impede their approach and harm them. With each orb that Link deactivates, it gets more aggressive against them. But one by one, the two work together and deactivate the water production cycle the divine beast was stuck in. Water stops falling from the
Me
sky.
not having Torin.
Machine. Prince Sidon safely drops Link at the entrance to the beast, bids him luck and safety, and promises to meet him back at the Zora's domain. And within, Link discovers that the spirit of Princess Mifa is trapped here. She bids him a sad hello, but holds hope that if Link can find the source of the divine beast's corruption, then it can be freed from Ganon's control. Familiar Sheikah technology is within the temple, and with a few hints from Mifa to get him started, Link takes out each puzzle and obstacle one by one. Once he's reached the map download, he's able to use the Sheikah slate to move the trunk of the elephant-shaped construct to pour water into
Okay.
places. There aren't a huge number of foes in the beast. It's more a trial of figuring out how to navigate it. It needs to activate all the terminals within to reboot it and purge Ganon's corruption.
Elder.
What happens to that malice once the divine beast rejects it? Well, that's the heart of why Link must be the one to check these machines. 100 years ago, Ganon sent part of himself, one of his own creations, to each of the divine beasts to kill its champion and corrupt it. This is the being that made Mipha. Water blight.
This is Elder Oval.
An brightly glowing master sword, he melts through most of its health bar. In just a few cycles, Link pushes the blight into an escalated state. In an attempt to control Link's movements, the blight floods the arena and forces him onto platforms. But despite its tricks and aggressions, the fight is the same. Shoot in the face, then move it with metal. Destroying the water blight cannon is what
Okay, so what I'm gonna do?
From the terrible corruption
Ancestral wood.
Comes Mipha's freedom. The Zora champion can stand by Link's side to fight against
Image.
In life, Mipha was a powerful healer, but in death, she has no use for that ability.
Oh my god, no.
She gives to Link her healing ability.
Ancestral wood DLC.
On the spot so that he might continue the fight. Though that power is not unlimited, he must still choose his fights carefully as the ability takes time to recharge. Mipha has been trapped here for so
what is
long,
it? Is that abysmal wood?
At last, her hope and purpose has returned, and she can find peace. She promises Link that when he needs her aid, she will be there to help. And when the time comes to face off against Ganon, she will rise to pilot Bakuga. Zora's domain is now safe. The waters will eventually subside, and threats of flooding will
Abyssal wood.
The divine beast will await its call atop a nearby mountain, standing ever ready to strike out against Ganon when the time is right. Mipha lost everything 100 years ago, and she knows she cannot reclaim it. Her family is lost to her, and she is duty-bound to remain with the divine beast. She cannot see her father or her brother, but she can now at least
now they show me this.
Her father worry and how she wishes she could see him again, even if it was just once more. Link is safely sent back to the Zora's domain, where his return has been eagerly awaited. Seeing his safe arrival alongside the
so you see this?
the hearts of the Zora, and when he tells them all of his
They tell me that this is here.
again, even the Elder Council member Muzu is relieved and welcoming to the outcast.
Yep.
Prince Sidon too gets some much-deserved recognition for his bravery and tact, because without him this would have been far, far more difficult of a task. One day he will sit as the king of the Zora, a worthy heir to a great empire. But Link cannot remain here forever. The state of Zora's domain was eye-opening. He must hurry to get to the next divine beast, lest some tragedy befall the people who once oversaw them. But before finding the next one, he does stop by to see Impa in Kakuga Village. She gives him advice on where to go next, a faithful guide through and through. She hones in on that Sheikah slate at his hip and confirms that the images on it are from Zelda herself, taken some 100 years ago. Impa encourages Link to seek out every single spot they were taken at, so that he might reclaim his memories. For the most part, he's on his own now, well-equipped with knowledge and gear that will
I only saw this. I only saw the save points.
A century ago, and for him to better understand the fight to come with Ganon.
We're going somewhere.
Cannot happen again. This time, they cannot fail.
Do 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 do. Crouch in the undergrowth. So it's alarm.
It only takes a few moments before a piece of his past returns to him. And what he remembers is difficult. It's the day
they're hidden in the undergrowth, which is amazing.
Zelda and himself. But this isn't a warm affair. Something is very wrong. Mipha had been so frightened. Something about Zelda is pathetic, and the face of Urbosa reflects the strength of her words. Root, first to point out the elephant and Zelda. The Rito champion Revali doesn't care about you, but Urbosa actually says why Zelda is so averse to him. He is a reminder of her own failures. Link is precisely what he needs to be, and Zelda is a far cry from what she's been told to become. From the very beginning, things were tense.
This is over here, right?
How things ended 100 years ago with their failure to stop Ganon. His started with even pressing light on the past. So for now, he's going to hold off on finding more of these memories. There's a lot that still needs fixed, and the sadness of the past will for now. He will return to this pursuit when things are maybe a bit more hopeful in the land. Now, Impa had mentioned that Death Mountain was having a hard time of things, but first he will go towards a massive flying thing. It takes him to the northwest, nestled into the traversable region of the Hebra Mountains. The Rito reside here. Farther north is a viciously cold and inhospitable landscape, but the Rito have established their homeland southwards enough that the land is lush, and for the most part they're left alone by the outside world, save a few hardy travelers. This was the homeland of the champion Revali, the most humble, hard-working, and sensitive of all Hyrule's inhabitants. He wouldn't have known how to describe graciousness because it was so ingrained in him that he thought it was just a part of being alive, which is absolute sarcasm. Revali was insufferable in ego. His unwillingness to concede anything was obnoxious, but he did call a spade, and he was a damn good archer. Whatever killed Revali must have been vicious, and it would be within the Divine Beast, which is clearly the massive flying thing around the region, but how does Link get up there? He can't fly, so instead he'll go to the village and seek help from the Rito. Revali was a rough character, but he wasn't a good reflection of what the Rito people are like. One of the first guards that Link meets readily tells him about the thing in the sky. That's their divine beast, Palmetto. But it only recently reappeared, and and when warriors went up to check it out, it started shooting things down. Now they're all landlocked and have no idea how to handle the situation. Being told to move around has been demoralizing to them. Those that decided to ran towards the and
I'm gonna play this fucking play. I'm gonna play this fucking play. What are you gonna do about it?
One of the old champions, and that means, well, maybe this Hylian can help them. Now he asks Link for aid in stopping the defense on Meadow. Two of their warriors recently tried to make up to the construct to see what could be done, but one of them
It's either here.
the other one is going to try making it up there again, this time alone. So he sends Link to save the stubborn warrior, one called Tifa. Perhaps working together they can figure out the situation. Well, Link tracks down Tifa's wife, Arito Nenseki. She tells him that her husband has gone up to the flight range up on the mountain, and gives him a bit of direction on how to get there. It gives us a link of the champion revolver. No, it was such an ass. It was like a clear gripping that he didn't sink his secret because no one would.
Nice.
He could not be in direct opposition to the enemy himself. The thought that someone as grand and skilled and smart and humble as he would be a sidekick was distasteful. To him, all they would need to begin was his mastery of the skies and his bow and arrow, I guess. Rivali's solution to his insecurity is to challenge Link to a battle of skill, which will take place upon the divine beast Bob Meadow, which is in the sky, which requires flight to get to, which is the one thing Rivali has over Link, so Link can't even get up there. You see the rhythm in his logic? Pro tip, no one likes a braggart, don't be a Rivali. Well, the memory cements to Link that there's no easy way up to Rivali. His best bet is still Tifa, so he begins the ascent to find him at the flight range. Oh boy, it's a chilly climb. Good clothes or some hot food is needed to keep Link nice and warm. But at the flight range, he does find a lone figure sitting on his bow. He's not very welcoming to Link, nor is he unkind like Rivali would have been. The hero offers Tifa his aid, telling him that he too wishes to stop the divine beast. It's a hard sell to Tifa, who sees him as just some random Hylian. Tifa will not stop trying to reach the divine beast, regardless of injury and regardless of the chieftain's requests. He makes it very clear to Link what his intentions are. His obligation as a warrior will not permit him to stop. He will only return to the village once the divine beast threat is over. Though he thinks it a foolish idea and has serious doubts as to Link's abilities, Tifa offers to let Link aid him if he passes a test. Use the updrafts around the flight range to move around and use his bow to shoot down targets. It's not really a walk in the park. This is a stern challenge. He has to be mobile and without the promise of solving them. And there's no friend sight on here to pick him up and drive him around. He has to be completely independent, but he does it. It takes a few tries, but Link is able to shoot his targets and retain altitude. So Tifa agrees to his aid. The two will work together in stopping Bob Meadow. So what is the plan?
So this was the way forward, right? This is where we killed the wizard.
He will draw cannon fire on himself, giving Link the chance to shoot and destroy them. It's a seriously risky plan that requires them both to be in harm's way. But unless they can break down its defenses, there's no way to even reach the divine beast's body. There are 4 in total that need to be destroyed, but just because Tifa is flying interference doesn't mean that the cannons will automatically
don't see shit.
Link has to get close enough to double tap the cannons, but not too close because that would lead to a big ol' ouch. While the Zora divine beast ups its tactics with each pass, Bob Meadow stays pretty much the same as each cannon is destroyed.
Pretty sure this not it.
After the last one explodes, the shield around the divine beast
Oh, there's a reason for this place to exist.
during their approach by a cannon shot that he has to retreat back to the flight range. He knows his limits, and he'll be of no help aboard the divine beast. He wishes Link luck and takes his leave to tend to his own wounds. Link lands, unlocks the travel gate aboard the beast, and then is greeted by Rivali, or rather his spirit, as condescending as ever. He directs Link towards obtaining a map of the beast, much like Tifa had done, and much like the other divine beast Bob Meadow is practiced in problem solving. Once Link has a map of the beast, he uses to turn his wings up. Then he can use gravity to get past obstacles. This place looks meant to be traversed by anyone without wings, though there are a few bypasses to make use of point B. Without a paraglider and training on how to use the wings that track the beast, though, he will be stuck on this one. Much the same as before, he uses a Shiva slate to activate terminals around Bob Meadow. The corruption from cannon is still deeply threaded into it, and it needs a good restart to force it out. With time and patience, Link reaches every single one of them, and in the courtyard of the beast under the bright shining sun, the terrible foe that killed Rivali 100 years ago makes itself known. This is the big fight. In opening the dodge, marking accurate shots, the black one starts on hard weapon. It keeps full defensive how you choose the time it can shoot up. Should he land a good enough hit, it will stun the beast long enough for some melee hits, but Link has to be quick to approach.
Nice.
A far more drawn out fight with the previous blight. It's a tougher test of Link's fortitude. At the halfway point, the blight is the ante, and Link is out of arrows. If stationary for too long, the wind blight will send little mini.
At least we got a save point.
But the monster is vulnerable to attacks from above. Should Link be able to glide
So if
over.
anything,
You'll have a back and forth of projectiles and aerial attacks. But the wind blight
we're good.
is a great mistake in teleporting next to Link in the field, leaving himself open to a barrage of melee hits. This costs it everything. Link destroys the wind blight, freeing Bob Meadow from its control and avenging the death of the champion, Rivali. Speaking of which, he finally gets to step foot into Hyrule again, so to speak. He's been dead, but he's now no longer trapped by the blight of cannon. And he's a bit more of a personal now, but
boom.
Rivali is just Rivali. He gets something of special ability though. This will allow Link to reach up high into the sky, making him glide much farther than before. But like Tifa's grace, it has
different for a rat.
Rivali will now begin preparations for an attack on the cannon. When the time is right, he and Bob Meadow will be ready to aid Link against the evil within the castle. In his own weird way, Rivali encourages Link to keep going. He has a long ways to go, and the princess has been waiting for him an awful long time. After Link's departure, Rivali brings Bob Meadow down to the sky first floor of the top. The Rito can return to the sky with no randomly.
Nice.
Bob Meadow walks over the castle, locks on to where the cannon is. When the time comes, it will join the fray against the beast, and Rivali will have his ultimate revenge. In the peace that has come with freedom and victory, Rivali admits to himself that Link was able to accomplish what he thought was impossible. The hero reached the divine beast without his own means, killed the Link blight, and he freed both Meadow and his son. He didn't realize just how lucky he was. And despite his own ego, Rivali achieved something that he loved for everyone's sake.
Good.
departure from the Rito homeland is a quiet one. He decides that next he will journey south to warmer lands where he's heard the Gerudo have established themselves. Flying down from surrounding mountain peaks, Link gets a broad picture of what's happening down in the Gerudo Valley. There's clearly a divine beast roaming the desert, kicking up one hell of a sandstorm, and it's very close to Gerudo landmarks. The lower he gets, the hotter it becomes. A nice change of pace until it gets way too hot for his mountain attire. So hot, it actually kind of hurts. As soon as he lands outside of Bazaar, the cries of the
What the
divine
heck?
pierce through everything. This is
Why are they so light?
It brings with it strikes of intense lightning upon the surrounding desert. Just approaching it would be madness. What's before Link is the Guard Wall, a good resting point for those heading into Gerudo City up ahead. But one of the guards of the Bazaar warns Link that the city is only welcoming to women.
Weird.
He will not be granted entry, no matter his business there. She does disclose to him that the Gerudo are very concerned that the divine beast will change directions to go towards one of their settlements. The size of it and the storms they bring would devastate anywhere that it goes. But all they can really do is watch it from a distance. Well, not being able to get into the city is a bit of a problem. Link needs to speak with whoever the current leader of the Gerudo is, or maybe their military captain. Someone has to know more about London if he needs to get in. While men are not allowed in the city, that doesn't mean that the Gerudo object to their presence. But all Gerudos are welcome persons, and men are just fine within their territory. Outside the walls of the city, Link comes across a man that's sort of lurking him out. Once he gets in, of course, he has no luck, but he does get the ability to manage to get in. That man is someplace
Yeesh.
can sometimes be spotted on the road.
Yeesh.
So, off the hero goes for any men who will be questioned.
Okay, so at least we know something.
Lilia is clearly not a Gerudo, but wears their attire. That in itself isn't entirely odd, though. It's light and breathable. It makes for the perfect desert attire. She isn't
This is pretty good.
about any men that go into the city, but is more approachable once Link tells her how wonderful she looks. And Lilia tells the kind young man his own set of Gerudo garb. She's all too happy to help him look as fabulous as she does. It really is the normal outfit, and in this guise, Link can enter the city. Lilia welcomes him back if he wants more clothing and has company at lunch. Many centuries past, the Gerudo were far more cloistered and confrontational. Trespassers on their lands were taken prisoner, if not outright killed, and they were forced to observe the reverse cycle of
At least we did something good. Whew, that was tough.
reincarnation. Well, the Gerudo were free. They no
That was
longer had
tough.
to live in the dark clouds of an evil king, and they changed.
Then we'll have like an hour to do
welcome in their city, and outside their gates, trade flourishes with the merchants of high rule. It's not all that uncommon for the Gerudo to leave the valley too. They go to different regions for trade, adventure, to find spells, discover new life, all sorts of things. They've evolved, and now are ruled by a chief that is truly one of their own. 100 years ago, it was the champion Urbosa that led them. She was a spectacle of a woman, a great fighter, respected amongst her people, and a wise ruler. She was easily formed by the Gerudo after Ganon killed her. Who is a Gerudo now is a descendant of Urbosa, a very young lady named Riju, and ever at Riju's side is Liliara, Spearmaster.
What is that?
To guide and safeguard the young chieftain.
That are those trees or this is a house?
Very to the point with him asking exactly what he wants. They've not yet seen him, so they humor him a bit. Liliara tells him that the champions that could have done something about their divine beast died 100 years ago in calamity. Riju brings up old stories her mother used to tell about the swordsman Forsake who fell into a deep sleep after that destruction. His friends were before her had said that their deep sleep as well, and they had a sheep asleep at their hip. And Liliara is immediately angered that
This is such a
they see through the facade. Riju agrees that this is a grave crime, but Link is
another one of those bad boys.
and was a friend of the great Urbosa. If you will help them stop Bonadoris, then they can be allies and he may walk the city, but only if you advance his
So weird.
If Link drops his Gerudo attire, he will be
Looks like a roof.
Liliara is a bit more skeptical of the situation and asks Riju to have Link prove his mettle. The Spearmaster asks of the chief to send Link on a retrieval mission. The Thunderhelm of the Gerudo is fighting. And if he gets back, the Thunderhelm is the only thing in all of Hyrule that can withstand the intense lightning strikes from Bonadoris, and it's a cherished family heirloom. If Link can get it back, then they'll let him access Bonadoris. Their guard captain at the barracks gives further direction on where he needs to go.
Okay.
And then he's off to face down the Great Giga clan. The preferred mode of transportation in the desert are sand seals. Not only are they quick and responsive, but gosh dang it, they are cute. The dangers of the desert are also quite unique. For example, within the old Arbiter's ground is a platypus alligator doomworm farmer monster thing called a Moldoga. Turns out there are 4 of the catastrophes around the valley, and a Moldo King if Link is feeling particularly spicy. But for now, he is staying on track. The Giga base is on the northern side of the valley of a canyon. The closer he gets, the more of them pop out of the shadows to try to stop him. A lot of killing takes place in that canyon. But within
This is so scary.
guards that patrol the ground will storm and kill things. He can't just attack the place head on. So he needs to distract them and sneak through. Thankfully, they
I guess.
and will happily rush at any that they see. He doesn't have to stay quiet as he goes, but he does need to keep out of sight. Making it through the base and his This is the hiding, or rather napping spot.
Not sure where to go.
Master Koga. He absolutely immediately recognized Link. She was like, I know exactly.
See, there's no people there.
And how lucky for Koga that he's walked right into his own little hideout. Master Koga is certainly one of the greatest fighters in all the land. He's athletic, wicked fast, unparalleled in technique, and unbelievably impressive. He's a spectacle to behold, the likes of which haven't been seen since Majora itself. It requires all of Link's cunning and daring to make it through the trials of Master Koga. He barely manages to defeat the Great One. When the Master begins to channel one final attack that would rupture the very earth they stood upon itself, and by the grace of the goddess Hylia herself, that Link is spared the carnage. The Giga clan Master meets a graphic end at the bottom of a pit, and with his demise, Link is able to reclaim the Thunderhelm. There's absolutely no reason to remain here, so Link rushes away from the Giga hideout, thankful to still have his life.
I don't know where to go, guys. Whew.
The chief has been anticipating Link's return, and he meets her on the walkway in front of her private quarters. His success in retrieving the helm is clear, and Riju
The only place we didn't go is here.
She is very, very young to be in a leadership position. She knows that many of her people doubt That obligation is upon her, though. She knows that she cannot force people to respect her. The theft of the Thunderhelm was highly distressing, but Link's return felt like a gift from Urbosa herself. Seeing the Thunderhelm on Riju picks up an old memory for Link from 100 years ago. He remembers a night when Urbosa and Zelda were having quiet time together on the Divine Beast. Urbosa was very close to Zelda's mother, and after the Queen had passed, Urbosa grew deeply concerned over the princess's well-being. He was around all throughout Zelda's life, to act as a bedrock and a confidant. Link wasn't involved.
Look at the water.
By the time he tracked the princess down, it was late at night.
Maybe the water is the guide.
She knows that he's just trying to do his job. Though kind, Urbosa was also very no-nonsense.
Maybe the water is the guide. This water is coming from the castle where there's the Omi.
Urbosa knows that Link isn't to blame for anything, but the time that Zelda has put into all of this is just cruel by comparison. Her entire life dedicated to fate, and she had nothing to show for it. Urbosa warned them
So we've been here.
his job in protecting her. Then a display
So I'm thinking here.
with the snap of a finger,
Bum.
great lightning bolt strikes the earth.
Bum, bum.
Enough to wake the dead. Wow, Urbosa. With the memory pad, Link has moved to put back together. Zelda really did not appreciate his presence. Sure, it doesn't feel very good, but still, he doesn't waver. Riju now has back the Thunderhelm, and the Divine Boris has only grown more dangerous in recent days. There's no more time to be wasted. It's time to journey back out into the desert.
Follow the water, I
The chief
guess?
and the hero will need to work together to get him there. She'll draw Boris' lightning strikes to the helm, so he will need to stay close to her. And once they get to the beach, he'll need to shoot its feet to disable its movement. That's how it draws up power.
My god, either YOLO.
Power down for the most part. Easy peasy. Just
This
don't
is them
get the lightning
blossoming, I
strikes
guess?
And off they go. Riju has been driving sand seals all her life and does not require assistance in steering towards the Divine Beast. This is not treated like a big race into the storm, because control has to be maintained in their
Again, we're trying to go
together,
here.
multitasking. Once they get closer to its feet, things do get a little bit chaotic. Riju veers around.
This is the only place I haven't seen.
Are a little rough to hit from far away. But so long as Link is within the protective sphere of the
It would be a
Thunderhelm,
castle
Lightning
now.
will be okay. Once they find their groove and they
No?
get close, the two of them succeed in halting the Great Construct. With its feet disabled, at least for now,
You scared me.
Boris stops the place and falls to the desert floor. This is a
You scared me.
Boris is already getting past its feet. There's no time to be wasted with this one.
I'm actually pretty good with scary games, but
A huge pain in everyone's
this
left
one?
patch.
Ooh.
Obtaining a map of the area, let's Link rotate parts of the beast into 3 interior rings, and like before,
Okay.
we can activate all the terminals within the beast to reboot it and purge whatever light is within it. It's a time-consuming process full of trial and error. At least it is for those of us who have issues with spatial awareness. The champion Urbosa had full control and mastery over the thing, which is impressive given how complex it is. Boris is a far greater test of patience than the previous Divine Beasts, but eventually he does conquer it. With all the control units active, he can find the main control unit and purge the system. But what on earth could have killed the mighty Urbosa? What would have that sort of malice? Well, this part of Ganon is the Thunder Point. Urbosa very warns Link that this thing delivered a warrior's death to her 100 years ago, and it is not to be taken lightly. She's not exaggerating either. It's extremely fast, and holds its guard with a shield. Link has to dodge anticipate the strike, and perfectly dodge will break through its shield and brute force. The saving grace here is that once Link is able to break through its shield and deliver some hits, the Thunderblight melts
Okay.
it. It only takes a few successful rounds against it to push it into its second phase, which is no joke. And it takes
Water.
to figure out just how the hell to even hit the damn thing. It throws metal rods around Link and launches streams of lightning throughout them.
Water.
Pull one out and put it in front of the Thunderblight.
Does this seem to like a
That sends it back down to the ground where he can melee strike.
it's like a house to me. Maybe a second church. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it tonight, guys. Such a complex thing. Boom. That's like a house. If you follow the water, should be fine.
Urbosa has an understanding of what happened 100 years ago that others do not. She can put all the pieces together and see that what took
But
place
it's not a
had happened.
church.
It's the only way that
Wait a
Zelda
second.
saving the life of someone that she cared for. Their deaths and what happened to Link were all part of that.
Wait a
cost.
second.
Sacrifices they all had to make. This calamity
That is
caused
that a gate. Because if you see here, there's a gate, right?
Urbosa tells Link to make sure Zelda understands that
What?
all this had to happen and that it's not her fault, and to let her know how proud Urbosa is of her. A parting word of the Gerudo Chief, or a reminder to take care of the
What are
princess,
those?
take care of Hyrule. Now, finally, the champion and the divine
They're
being
people
stand ready to beat down Ganon. They find
with a
secret
crystal.
and lock on.
Just like
Urbosa,
Midra.
100 years ago, is the best.
Dude, we found it.
She knows the tales that Ganon
We found it.
and that he served as their terrible king in ages past.
Oh, that's Midra.
Feels towards him. Same thing as Urbosa.
Well, I think
Makes it all the more satisfying.
it would make sense.
She sees her. Only the chief can keep her spirit master
I remember the...
all the things for its work. They still worry over Hyrule as a whole.
Wait a second.
For now, the Gerudo
Look at this place. Damn.
Link is still welcome to come and go as he pleases while in disguise, but he still has one more divine beast to see to. Up next, Death Mountain.
Swelling Grave, you guys remember this?
Jump into the epic battles of War Thunder. The massive multiplayer vehicle combat action game has just received a heap of new and interesting content. Aircraft, tanks, or ships. You don't have to choose because War Thunder has it all. Jump into
The high could be something similar to what we gave to... What's her name?
You can control both tanks and aircraft on the same battlefield. Feel the
Mario juice, extremely rare to find. Mark with fingerprint in three finger embrace. Damn.
Who would have thought that Death Mountain would be hot? There are technically roads named Death Mountain, but when he's rogue, you're the hero of legend. Linky eventually lands himself in a mining outpost where a gaggle of Goron are hard at work. Seems that a particular lizard creature has halted their work farther up the mountain, so they're forced to work down here to obtain ore. It's not the best of situations for them. One of them encourages Link to go and see their boss in the city to find out more about it. And the trip is pretty arduous. There are enemies around the road, it's hot as hell, and the cherry on top are that rocks are falling from the sky. Death Mountain has an accent and exactly
Godless solitude.
as it gets closer. The divine beast of Valradania is active and extremely hostile.
And has a degree of solitude. It's weird because the armor doesn't look that heavy, but it is. Now.
Come no closer. No closer, I say. The madness wears.
He's directly telling us not to come here. Unless it's a game that I have to play it, so sorry, old man. I know the lore behind it. He was touched by the three fingers. I know that he's a boss, and he's supposed to represent like us if we gave up for the three fingers. But I don't know much about him. What is that? Midra himself? Oh, we welcome you, uninvited guests. Must I warn you, as you venture to eat the word of our great master Midra, approach not the madness, lest ye succumb. Lest ye succumb. That is so cool. You can see how it was before. I wonder what happened if... Can I open from that side? I wonder what happened if you're wearing the armor of fingerprints. Or I wonder what happened if you're touched by friends of yourself. A good place. There's a lot of guards. Look at his beautiful mansion. Torn Day page. Torn Day. This is like a horror movie. Swear to God. I touched him, but only once. When he thrust his stuff in my face, brushed it aside. It was then that I touched him. The aging untouchable. We're hearing rats. Remember when I used the fury? That was a while ago. Now you are nothing. You're nothing, but you still kill me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Such a good game. Yeah, so right now it's still very early. It's still August, but I'm gonna have to try and find games for October as a Halloween special. And I think I have a couple of games. There's Kerry. I have the Outlast series. However, the Outlast series just lasts a couple of hours. The Resident Evil, I could do Resident Evil marathon. Yeah, I could do marathon of Resident Evil. I would be really happy to do that. Okay, we made our chef a little bit of a drink. A little bit of drinky poo. 0001, 6 o'clock. 5:39, so we can play at least an hour more.
Valve seem pretty chill. For all the chaos on the mountain, they seem pretty zen about it. They're open for business, welcoming to outsiders, and willing to answer any questions Link may have. He takes his time with trade and services, and goes to see their leader at the start of the next day. The most important now leaves the Goron. talk about himself, that's a fight, or at least you can about it. A young boy named Kinobo helps him drive the beast off the cannon fire, but he heads off to the Bay of Mines to report the painkillers for Pluto and never comes back. Pluto would like to let Kinobo know that he is looking for him if he happens to see the goal. Well, there's no sense of waiting around. Link will search out Kinobo.
Good.
Why does it time to go gets more apparent as he goes? There are rock obstacles on the road, things are in a poor state, and the zombies that they have to survive. The goal man is directly toward where Kinobo is coming to, and holy moly, it's no wonder that he didn't make it back. This area is a death trap. He gets the chance to learn how to use it as a check the bombs at one way, and it's a good way to spend time. When he gets close to the area where there should be, he turns the control ball way out to the left, and there's someone who is inside. That's a big old stuff. Things break for
The
like a stranger appearance sensitive to the magnetic, but
it broke me.
You know, Link needs to get back to town, but he urges Link to go and talk to the boss about all this.
Yeah.
Well, Link certainly is going to turn down on the credit, so back to the old Pluto. Specifically about the champion Daruk, who died 100 years ago by the King. They built a monument to Daruk inside a nearby mountain, and seeing the champion's semblance kicks up an old memory. It had taken a while for Daruk to get used to piloting his divine beast, but when he got it down, he was scaling Death Mountain like a champ. He had great love for his homeland and his people. Though he didn't understand everything about Kalinkian canon and the old legends, he was willing to do anything to defend protecting Hyrule.
Good.
The two of them were friends. So when Link became a part of the Circle of Champions, Daruk was as pleased as pie, and his physical strength matched that philosophy and kindness. The Goron was a fortress.
Yeah.
Not even the falling boulders
I mean, right now what I'm looking at is Dead Island 02, which is a good game that we never tried. And of course, we dropped the pen. Give me a sec, guys.
And he is not a minute too soon in his arrival. Kinobo is being terrorized by some moblin and needs a hand, which Link happily lends. Hearing that the boss won't be arriving is a disappointment. But he feels that Link wants to board the divine beast is now right shot.
Fuck that.
Using the risk protection makes it a human with cannonball.
02, 38. He's got my runes back. Good. The fact that there's a invisible wall is amazing.
Once he finds each of the terminals, figuring out how to reach them isn't too tough. By now, he's made these jumps 100 times over in different scenarios, and with all his abilities and tools, there's not a lot that can stand in his way. Firefight. 100 years ago, it was easy, and now it's fight at night. The firefight was way out of but it has no benefit. And when it does, after he takes out almost half of the firefight,
Good. My apologies. I love this. You can see who did it. You think it's dimension that is completely fucked up, but no, it isn't. Oh. I don't care. What is actually cooking? I don't know. Is you fought one with one arm, and now you fight one with two arms. However, I remember you from. Or warrior sword. Amazing. A little bit of a split attack. Good.
She marvels that such things were built by people, but if they were made by people, then they can't understand them. And then she stops, and Sally turns to Link and asks how proficient he is in displaying, if he can hear the voice inside him. She sees others as their best hope. She's already counting on her own failure. The next memory is near Rito territory in Terra Mountains. That's when Sally finds the ruins that the picture portrays next to a shrine. You remember Zelda being here alone. She slipped away from him to come study the exterior of the shrine herself. She can't get it open, and based on the outside markings, she believes that only the one who wields the Master Sword can open these shrines, but she hopes she can avoid including Link, and maybe just find a workaround herself. But of course, he was always able to track her down, and at least this time around, she became extremely hostile when he did. She offhandedly accuses him of being unable to think for himself, and is putting him into a difficult situation.
I beg you to stop. After taking things off, are we both not brethren common in our line? Yet you offer only cruelty. Ask what crime did Grimmy that commits? Yeah, I feel like Midra is suffering for everybody. I know so little about him, but to be honest, fuck dude. The phone fell when I was getting tight. Good. See? Most of them are freaking ambush. And this is the guy who this is the entry. Surging Frenzied Flame. But that's what it's showing. It's showing rocks, and they're throwing this.
Then she spots a very rare frog. It's used in food to enhance certain abilities, and she asks Link to just raw dog eat the thing. But frogs are friends, not food. Also, healing. Now, to Dirty South, near Lake Hylia. Here, 100 years ago, the two of them sat to get out of the rain. Link practiced his swordplay, and Zelda sat contemplating everything going on. Link's told her about his father, how he's walking the same path, and of his dedication to that life. She admired his commitment to the training and fully realized why. But she asked him a what if. What if one day you realize that he was meant to be right? Even if it's all that you know is have chosen another path. Like this, they like the car, this tough one. The other side is like that's the president. But if you get to it with hindsight, right? So, my help.
Math, craftsman, cookbook. Should be good.
Bits of her initial study process just before Link arrived on the scene. She met Impa, Kira, learned about the ancient technology and the divine beasts, traveled far and wide. She believed so deeply in everything she could to assist and understand it, and she was fascinated by the functionality of
We defeated everybody there, so
resurrection.
pretty simple.
So much life before Link's part began. On the walkway outside, Link finds his photo location and remembers well what happened here 1 years ago. He and the princess had stood here, looking over the ancient guardians being worked on by researchers. She was positive that they were on the right track, that they would figure this out and be ready for Ganon, but the arrival of her father ruined that positivity. His coax with pressure upon her to awaken her powers and suffocate. He chastised her and tore her down, demanded that she stop acting like a child and return to her prayers. That's all that she should have been doing.
Due to
her like this in front of Link, the shame that she must have felt. Her to placate him and explain her efforts were tossed aside. She and Link departed from the castle after this, and her father later expressed regret for this encounter, but he would never get to make amends for it. The next photograph is to the Akala Valley, to the Shrine of Power, to a memory of a time farther back when Zelda came here to pray. There was no answer from Hylia, no voice or power, nothing happened. Her grandmother heard the voices of the spirit realm. Her mother said that she too would inherit that power, and yet she heard and felt nothing. For all her efforts and trials, she had nothing to show for it. And here she expresses her immense frustration with it all and curses Hylia for her silence. All she wanted to know was what was wrong with her. Well, this photograph is familiar. He's seen the statue before on the site of the Gerudo territory. Venturing back to that area, he easily finds what looks like a decrepit sightseeing spot for Naked Park. This time in the memory, they're on horseback and the sun is going down. Zelda's thanking him for tips on horse riding. She had been able to connect with her horse, but now they're both far more comfortable with one another. At the park, she points out Mount Lene originally and says that that's the next stage of their journey. Under the goddess Lene's decree, no one under the age of 17 is allowed at her shrine, for only the wise are permitted to hold the park.
Nyag.
She prayed for the spring of her.
Ah. I'm not a betting man, but if I was, so they move forward. See now, I'm doubting that I even came here. Nope. Let's take care of everything I can. The beautiful thing. People have been one of my friends. You wanna know something? Wanna know something? This is Midra. Yeah, it's my friend. It's a loading screen. I'll tell you. This is the door to entry. The painting, which is the description of the DLC, is the way forward. Guess I might finish the game tomorrow, holy. However, I need to find RJ. There's a ladder. Good. I don't know what pragmatic means, to be honest. No, 40 minutes. Yeesh. You burst her ash, holy shit. You know what? You know what's insane? Now this is the end. Because someone's sign is gonna be the proof that there's something. And the question is, what happened to Midra?
Depths of your foolishness!
Poor movie. Look at him. Look how weak he is. What to you? Look at his body. So frail. Like a skeleton. But looks like not.
Enough. I have endured more than enough. I ask you forgive me, dearest Nanaya.
Oh my god. Wow. And you see his weapon, how nice it is? He's a Lord of Present Flame. Every time I'm in his presence, I get maddening. Oli, I'm not ready for him. Insane. Very low voice. Somewhat similar to the Scarlet Bloom of Melania. Damn. Complete mastery over the French flame. However, he's still weak. If he didn't resist for so long, he was more able-bodied. That would be invincible. Whoa, look at... Madness. I died here. Amazing boss fight. I cannot wait to do the lore behind it. Ah, I got a text. Wow, I'm in love with this boss fight. So freaking cool. Even my writing is fucked up. I skip a couple of lines. I was just so excited. The death of your foolishness. Kind of insane, because all you have to do is pick up your runes and then start a second phase. Such a badass boss. I love most of the boss will give you the time to summon. I got lucky, I evaded a couple of that. It's nice because, thanks to the playthrough that we did of the Transient Flame, which was last playthrough, we know exactly the range of his attack. Amazing. And I love that he says, "You fool, don't get any closer." Technically speaking, most of the people that get injured are already injured. There's nobody else in the mansion except for him. He does mention a person, but I think that's his wife. Did a little bit of Slim evade him. Damn, dude. Again, the madness is insane. Because not only is he gonna inflict you damage, but he stuns in place. He's almost done with my mimic, which is insane. He's gonna kill him. My mimic's gonna kill him. It's tough. It's a tough boss fight. But it's a fun boss fight.
Rivali, Mithra, Duru, and Urbosa all heed the command to strike out against Ganon. With each hit they land, Ganon's health depletes, and with no blight to aid him, with severe damage done, Ganon is brought to a more level playing field. Initially, it's difficult to parse out what Ganon's weaknesses are. He's mobile, aggressive, hard to land hits on, and carries an arsenal of weapons and abilities to use against Ganon. The knight cannot match the physical prowess of the beast, so it's a back and forth between them for some time, with Link taking more hits than Ganon. But he remembers the strength he would use against oneself, when he starts using Ganon's abilities against him. The counterattack and his protection. Deflecting Ganon's powers back at him stops him long enough for the Master Sword to do its work, but it takes several rounds between them to cause significant harm to one another. They attack each other methodically from a distance and with frenzy at melee. When the Calamity goes through with their chess game, he changes his ruleset and becomes even harder to hit. While Ganon's aggression remains the same, Link is forced to play more defensively as he can't just beat the hell out of Ganon. brought the calamity into the world. This creature of malice and hatred is far from done. When it is clear that the hero will defeat him in this form, Calamity Ganon has to
We should do a.
out to the field in Hyrule. It is not alone though. Zelda is certain that she takes him to the surface, and lifts him into the sky, face down Ganon properly. This fight is not over.
We should do a poise break potion.
That once threaded the cycle of rebirth is Ganondorf. It's the dark beast Ganon, hatred and malice incarnate. To aid the hero in this fight, the princess gets to link the Bow of Light, a powerful artifact that has time and time again been used to stop the aspect of power. The two fight around one another until some sense of truth to it shuts out the rest of the world. The princess comes up Ganon's body like every over and over again.
Same attack. Easily avoid.
And then, like a minute, shoots the source of Ganon's power and strikes the beast down. In its weakened state, the princess Zelda breaks free from Ganon's body and fulfills her role as the Zelda's bloodline is endowed with the same power. She fights with the malice that makes up Ganon's body. All the experiences in with him. With a pathetic spirit as he reaches his eyes out, she fights and finally fights.
Only careful enough.
With his banishment, the blood-moon sky turns clear once again. The princess is returned to her home. No longer locked in conflict with that terrible evil. She too gets to go home. This is his walk to the Hyrule. She knows that she always had faith in him, and though reserved, she boldly asks. Looks like it stopped working. Let's investigate the situation. Miss Father, I believe you would like to hear more about her. The least we can do is visit him before his enclosure. We'll go down to the school now.
Alright, I do.
And if all of us work together, we can restore harmony between the world.
You're foolish!
You do feel bad for him. I don't know a lot of his story, but it does feel like he shouldered a lot of the madness. So the plan is a video 10 hours long. On the DLC Elden Ring lore. You watching that? Learning his move pattern. Really speaking, he is very gracious in his movement. Very gracious. Ooh. Oh, look at this. Look at this. It's what he does. The first one, this bloom. Second one, this attack. Third one, use ray. Fourth one, jump and implement spine everywhere. Don't worry, we healed just before you did. What are you doing, Mimic? Good. Dude! That is insane. This is so freaking cool.
Another that shows the Zonai representing the heavens, then one that shows a union between the Zonai and the Highlands, a marriage that united the two races. bloodline of gods descended from the heavens. So this is what that meant. And if that's true, then he gets to face these supposed gods, Zonai from ancient history. This is how the kingdom of Hyrule was founded, not purely from Hyrule effort, but of the union between the Zonai and the Highlands. Together they created the kingdom of Hyrule, and these two who were wed acted as the first king and queen of the kingdom. But whether they knew it or not, these lands were already cursed. One arose from the steel of the power of the Sun King. He was called as and waged against them. Though she only has tiny bits from her studies, it determines that this was the imprisoning war that waged on the kingdom.
That's it, we're changing.
Came after, the details of it were long lost to time. But girls was like winning the information lottery. Excavations will need to be carried out to uncover the rest of it. But for now, they decide to follow the path further down into the depths. Each step feels more ominous than the last, yet still they proceed on through the darkness. While at first the gloom was...
Which one is it?
It becomes more tangible as they go. What gloom has reached the surface has proven dangerous to the health of Hyrule. This is a place they must be very careful in, because they are not immune to its effects. At the bottom of a great length of stairs,
forget what it is.
opens up into a cavern, and what lies at the center of it is music. Gloom emanates from unseen sources intertwined with strange blue and green light.
I completely forgot what it is, which one it is.
It's a corpse, a husk, adorned with golden jewelry befitting someone of power. Gloom is pumping out of its chest, but a glowing hand is holding the corpse in place. There's a story to be told here, but the scene is so strange. When they draw in close, the hand lets go of the body and limply falls to the ground.
Which one is it?
A glowing gem tumbles free from it. Once it is in Zelda's hand, it begins to glow with a lovely golden light. And then all hell breaks loose.
Oh, damage.
It begins to shake and rise, and though it doesn't make it to its feet, its eyes ignite.
I'm not good as Texas people. You have no idea what these people are capable of. Truth is gonna come out.
Dodge roll boost. What are we looking for? We're looking for something that will destroy the poise.
With a familiar shade of maliciousness. Embedded within the golden headdress is another of these gems, but before any words are delivered, an explosive force of gloom launches at them. It wraps around
Reduce, dodge roll, HP. Oh my god. We can find it because I already have it.
Which is amusing. The being speaks to mock the blade and its wielder. He knows them both by name. He recognizes them, but how? He mentions Raru, a familiar name for those who have studied this in Hyrule. They knew
Nice.
There was no mention of a Raru directly contending with a being such as this. While he still has confusion of this creature's apparent resurrection, Turtle Man does not leave him alone. He sends forth his gloom into the castle above with such power that the castle is torn up from its roots. While it rises into the sky, he falls into the abyss. Then the ground beneath the princess and the knight begins to crumble away as well. Link tries to plunge through the darkness to grab Zelda to somehow lend her aid as he is torn to you. It's the last time that they Zelda is killed by lightning. She's gone. The knight, however, is taken hold of by that creepy glowing arm that was holding back the evil being. It takes him by the hand and pulls him upward. Then consciousness flees him. In their absence, an event called the upheaval commences. Huge land masses in the sky appear. Parts of them crumble away and impact the ground below. Anyone
It's gonna be tough.
crushed. Huge chasms open up with terrible gloom thrashing out from them. But you need to get back. And the gloom miasma across the legends of life but what happened? How do we make young with this? Well, follow the steps of the princess. The knight will come from each other and they will get you soon. But for now, the walk is on there. The princess Lane is not so limited to take a love the red warm sun.
Who died?
The male introduces himself as King Raru of Hyrule, and Sonia is his queen. Zelda has gone back in time to an age of legend, and oh, don't we love time travel here. Though this is her homeland, it's not the world that she knows. The two parties spend a bit of time explaining themselves and the circumstances behind Zelda's very sudden appearance. A little gem that Zelda is a secret stone. It amplifies the abilities of the wielder. Just so happens that Zelda shares with Sonia the ability to control the flow of time. That's how she was thrown back to this era. While Zelda and Raru get out of
Oh my gosh.
Sonia who will call practicality. Zelda shares her time control ability and senses within Zelda Raru's life power. So the princess from the future is family to them, a long descendant, and they will treat her as such. Including Sonia and Grandpa King Raru. Zelda's mother died when she was very, very young. As a result, she received training on how to tap into the powers of her bloodline, and her relationship with her father was strained at best. Not only are Sonia and Raru calming factors in this frightening experience, but they're also champions and extremely powerful. This is a chance for Zelda to learn more about herself and her abilities, training that she was denied as a child. They know that Zelda wishes to return to her own era as soon as possible.
100%, that's good.
While Raru wishes to pursue the matter more, Sonia puts a stop to it, for now. These troubles are happening, the expectations get left unchecked, and Sonia pulls back on the reins. Zelda does not solve all her problems at once. The young woman needs to slow down, a thing at a time. She needs some place to rest, to get cleaned up, and fresh clothes. That will be their first task. They'll go back to the castle, tell everyone that Zelda is disappointed.
Left.
Despite the balance that Zelda needs to see the forest for the trees. Apparently, it's what Ravu needed too. Just slow down. Think about this. He offers that they can go back to the castle and speak with Minoru, his older sister. She too has a secret stone, and she's more knowledgeable than anyone else about their people and the stones themselves. But first, the king and the queen. Sylvia was born of the land. Among these possessed that was like a written and unseen sky. In the future, we'll see godlike. She spoke to him and she was honesty without fear. And Rob was born to them that he chose for honesty. Just then,
it's weird because I thought for sure it's gonna have me. I got lucky here. His weapon is so fucking cool. How you can open and close like that is insanely cool. This is so annoying, dude. Too popular. Eesh. I want to die. Eesh. My gosh. This is tough. What was that super? Netflix. Did Anna answer or no? Miss Anna. I miss Anna.
There are some tribes that resist the reign of this king who live free in the desert, but those that he rules over make for a terrifying foe. And the Gerudo King Ganondorf did not have love and love for the king and queen of this fledgling rule. From the desert, he leads attacks on highland settlements. One of the beginning a swarm of Molduga are released at the
What? Let's see.
aggression from the Gerudo forces. But as a display of power and dominance, Sonia and Rauru ready an attack against the approaching monsters. And young Zelda, who's already grown mighty, joins her powers to theirs at Sonia's encouragement. And the beam they launch is like a goddamn WMD. They absolutely
She, her.
and send a very clear message to the would-be.
Fidèle, mon Benoît.
Yet his interpretation is perhaps not what one might expect. The Gerudo King thinks
Cute. Okay, so now this is one. Instagram. Okay. Hopefully someone where the enemy die of old age before mission. Damn. Okay, let's go. Again. 4007.
How conveniently wonderful for the blessed Zonai that he has claimed power and a Hylian wife. While those born of the land carve out their own paths, most impressive. Yet also unfortunate that the Zonai are gone now, save Rauru and his sister. It's a venomous question that he's asking without actually saying the word. Who will stop me from your at best. The queen sits steady observation, and Zelda's fear intensified when she realized that Rauru she had first-hand experience from calamity there, and that corpse that she only found similar to Kira was too much to be ignored. After the evil king's departure, Zelda tries to extend counsel to Rauru of the king's intentions, but the king of Hyrule is well aware. He set it in order to keep it close and keep it Zelda spent a great deal of time and she learned much from her son Timothy, who was ever patient and diligent with the princess's education. Zelda told them bits about her life, about her era, and about Link. Talking about the knight seemed to make her happy, and his exploits made for amazing stories.
Nice.
While Zelda clearly longed to return home, Sonia sensed that the troubles of this era also weighed heavily.
What I'll do is I'll finish this boss. I'll have to go.
Back to her own era. Not worthy of the past. They can take care of it. Zelda did not take it anymore. Such strange things began to happen in the and most likely lifeless eye Zelda each by the walking from her. She spent one time to make it happened often enough to While this period, Mary developed deadly plans to help her future in the flames. They decided to create a temple in the sky to come to the base immediately following the in that era. In the future, the Mentas and construction this era protected the dwarves from the way. The alchemists of the medical and commission. Remember, the last install of Link, higher on the expected to be direct to medical attention. But Mary temple and
I have to cure from the madness. I was wrong, by the way. Is normal attack do not inflict madness upon me.
She shows briefly before falling to the ground, and Ganondorf takes from her the secret stone. Within him is the curse of the Demon King of old, which holds power, wisdom, and courage in a cycle of reincarnation and conflict. This secret stone will amplify what's already within him. As his strength ignites and his power grows, the moon turns blood red and minions of evil flood the land. He much resembles his predecessor now, the old Demon King demise. All this done with the secret stone, and not a trace nor sign of the Triforce's
Nice.
King Rauru finally makes his appearance, but for all his strength as a Zonai, not even he can stop what is already happening here. Ganondorf sends an attack at the king, and all Rauru can do is stave it off. Zelda uses her upgraded slate to transport them away. They have no way to defeat this new Demon King. He will rain hellfire over the land with his new forces. Though he doesn't take the guys
On my fly. Yo. Do. This is a tough boss.
First set out to conquer all of the Gerudo tribes of the desert. One by one, all the three villages fell. When the final one was conquered, it became apparent that they would all eventually fall. It was only a question of who was next. Rauru believed that he was the one who had to stop the Demon King, but his elder sister Mineri just chastised him for this. Ganondorf could not be stopped by one person. It would take all of them to kill him.
Look.
So, Rauru decided to put them all above overhead. Deep within the Forgotten Temple, beyond the sealed door, are 4 more secret stones, one for each of these leaders. The Zora, the Rito, the Goron, and the Gerudo will each one down. They will be the sages of this era.
Very nice.
Against Ganondorf and servants to Rauru, the King of Light. The sages train to use their secret stones. Ganondorf's power grows stronger, ever closer, and the day of their conquest. The day before the sages decided to intercept Ganondorf, Zelda and Rauru had spoken very well. She told him of the witness force that she and his son, the entire town, there is no doubt that it is the same Ganondorf that now haunts the kingdom, which means that Ganondorf will survive the next day, which is Rauru will come. After the gods on, the same one she saw upon the tusk, holding the place, they will pay us to follow. But the Northern Council will be in order bound to stand against the end. As the king of the land, it falls upon him to see the king. If the king is impossible, then they will fly to the also for they do everything in their power to make the far off, no matter what they do. Rauru knows the fence.
I'm kind of disappointed by how little. You see, he has a knife and he has also a sword. Leave him alone. Now, before, they couldn't grab your summon, but now they can. If you grabbed me, I would have died. That's 2 left. Shit. I killed him. I cannot believe I killed him. I cannot believe it. Holy, that was tough. That was tough, dude. That was really tough. As the golden barbs inflict eternal gun upon him, Midra held fast to the entryway. Endure. The word was a curse. Okay, so now past time until nightfall. This is insane. What a good battle, though. Can't wait to discover his lore. I'm the most excited about him. Well, him and Mesmer, but Mesmer I know the lore, the story, so a bit less. So now, look what I have left. I have Mesmer left. I got these woods, and I got this one. So now, next on the list is what? We didn't do this. And we didn't do this at all.
Zelda has decided that she will consume her stone, lose her heart and her mind. She will become an immortal being, a dragon. Because truly, what does the life of one woman matter in the scheme against the Demon King? Rauru was the king of and he gave his life to hold Ganondorf in place. As a ruler, it is her duty to say
Where's Rampart?
And though initially she dissents, Minero comes to see that this is the truth, and there is no other way. So she too will devote herself to this goal. Her body soon will die from injuries, but Minero will be with them in spirit. Minero leaves her body behind and enters Zelda's Sheikah Slate. It had been customized and worked on in her era by the Sheikah researcher Pura. So Minero will have plenty through the door when she's active in spirit form.
Sheesh.
As this temple will one day be raised into the sky, then she sees to her own final task. She stays reaffirming her commitment to this unknown ritual that she's about to carry out. It has to be this way. The weapon must be restored. There's no way for her to return home anyways. She was brought back to this time.
Where's Rampart? I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it.
And the overwhelming process begins almost immediately. The Princess of Hyrule is able to reach the sword to hold it close before her form changes, before her mind and heart are cast away. Her final words
I'm not able to open the door.
And then she is gone. In her place, an immortal dragon flies into the sky with the Master Sword embedded in its skull to absorb the sacred power of this dragon for countless coming centuries.
I bet you what you want that he is in that
The night they find us, what happened to her. Farewell, Zelda. The sages that remain watch
in that storehouse.
what choices she has made. This was not something that they could have. They will have other things to see.
I can't believe we defeated Midra. Speaking, it wasn't that hard. It's just that he had a lot of. It was hard though. It was really hard. If I wasn't that over leveled, it would be harder.
And in the coming centuries and millenniums that would pass, other heroes and villains would rise to carry out cycles of war and salvation. Yet as their adventures and stories played out, and high in the sky were the dead king, the pacified demon, and the princess, waiting for their times to come that they might return to this land and see through their cycle of the great evil's return.
Cool.
Now we return to our proper home where our destination. Perhaps we saw him like he's being taken away from the coming off the princess, southern upon his arm. He's been resting for some in a safe place, and when finally he stirs, well, his arm has been replaced, and a voice calls out to him. He's initially on his guard. When the mentioned Zelda, his defensiveness calms down a bit. The voice informs him that his arm was beyond saving, that it had been of what happened to his hand, though. Nearby is the deeply damaged Master Sword, having not made it back in time yet. It will be with him for a time, until Destiny calls his way. Making his way through this unknown cavern, Destiny reacquainted with his limbs. He's lost all but a small bit of his vitality, like he's having to start all the way back at basic training. When he does emerge, I'm like, he's really high up. Like, how did he get up here? Furthermore, where the hell did these sky islands come from? Link didn't against it. He was deep underground when it began, and then he was unconscious for an unknown length of time. So, it's time to start exploring. About this great sky island, our old Zonai construct still carries their function.
Okay.
By Zelda herself thousands of years ago. She's like some requires, it will help him navigate and catalog the lands. But where is Zelda herself? The contract says that the princess is at the spot marked on the temple's map. So he immediately starts off
Is that it?
purpose and direction. His progress through the Great Sky Island gets him back into proper form. Reed teaches him how to take a swing and a hit, how to dive, swim, hunt, cook, how to manage varying temperatures and climb slopes. His map leads him to a great temple, the original Temple of Time, far different from the one on Hyrule's Great Plateau, and unfortunately it's sealed closed. His weird new hand has gotten him past a few of these strange gates, but this one will not allow him to pass. Finally, Rauru himself appears as a spirit. He's the one who had spoken.
Nice.
The voice that explained his arm had to be removed in good protection.
51-20.
He remains in his world in this form. The secret
Okay.
It seems that Link's handy-dandy new arm was Robert's when he was alive. It's the hand that held back Ganondorf all these eras. It looks like it's lost a bit of its luster and it needs to do the sword to full power. Link can do that by visiting the shrines around the Sky Island. They're places filled with sacred light that Robert himself saw long ago.
Now I think this is the way forward.
And aid him in his venture after. At the first shrine, Link gains the Ultra Hand. Grab and freely move items, attach them to other things. Sounds simple, but the possibilities are nigh endless with the right imagination. Link gains all
Good. Boom.
At the next shrine, Robert grants him the Fuse ability. Now, whether it's damage or modified, make them extra spicy. Shields especially get fun when Zonai Tech gets tied to it. Then, on the other side of the island, and of the Hellscape, Link gets one of the neatest additions to his arsenal yet, the Ascend ability. The Blueprint of blue solid material on the top will alleviate some climbing and time-consuming obstacles if Link can find a place to ascend. The island, a real field for learning about mining resources available. It's fun and it's really rewarding out of the box thinking, though it does require patience, especially in the beginning. But now that he has cleared the 3 shines that within, ancient machinery is still running. Upon thanks. This is only 2 so the light of it Zell is Zell. Her eyes are closed. Go.
So to keep that gate, I bet you what you want is here. That's a question.
For a brief time, as Zelda herself has lost within another form.
Okay. So what we'll do? I think I'm gonna stop here, guys, because I have to. I have to go.
Unfortunately, Link cannot open the final door of the hunt. Just because that's enough vitality to open. He'll need to get one more light of love to get a little extra fun. Then,
there you go.
Robert guides him to one more of the shrines on the island. Using Zelda's tablet, Link can fast travel to old gates that he's visited before. So at least a trip back to the other side of the island won't be as long this time. After tracking down the shrine, he has to make use of his recall ability to get through it. If he can't make it past the trials of this shrine, then he's going to have trouble in the future. It really puts into practice how powerful this and his other abilities are, the potential that they can contain. He makes it through this final shrine, and he claims the last light of blessing that he will need to get through the temple. He teleports back, gets another vitality heart,
I don't know where to go.
And gets that door open. Rauru meets him before he goes too far. He's glad to see that the knight is recovered.
Is there a...
Rauru brought him here. He was almost beyond saving. The old king is glad to have finally gotten to meet Link. After all, Zelda had told him so much about their adventures, and Link is to be the hope of this kingdom. But, well, those are fond memories of the past. Rauru has done all that he can for Zelda.
I don't know where to go.
It's time for the ancient Zonai king to pass from this world. After all, his queen is waiting for him. At the end of the broken path before him, the same one that Zelda walked before her grand transformation, is a small altar with a golden light floating above it. The sigil that Zelda placed upon his hand reacts to it, followed by the Master Sword.
I don't know what to do, guys.
He doesn't know what this is, but he goes along with it on faith. He takes out the decayed blade and puts it into the light. The weapon is wrapped in sacred power and taken far, far back in time. Back to after Robert's stalemate.
I don't know where to go. Yeah. This is tough.
Once it's gone, a grand dragon ascends into the sky, bellowing out over the land below. It's not the only one that graces the sky. 3 others can be seen in front, but their stories are not yet ones for us to know, because this is definitely the second story of the trilogy, right?
I don't know where to go, guys.
Revealing the familiar land of Hyrule below. Thankfully, this isn't like the Calamity when Link and Zelda disappeared for 100 years. It's all quite familiar to the knight. A voice calls to him, that of Zelda, urging him on.
I don't know where to go.
Well, yeah, he doesn't need to be told twice. The knight plunges from the Sky Island far, far down to the landmass below, and the entire
I could kill him tonight, which would be great.
First order of business is getting back in contact with Cheater researchers.
I could, you know, it would be nice. Anyway, what we're gonna do is we're gonna leave, and we'll be back.
In the years since the Calamity was just settlement was erected out Old Hyrule Castle as a makeshift town.
132 hours. That's not bad.
His return is celebrated. He hasn't been gone for too long, but his
Ouch.
there are still parties being assembled to search for them, and crews coming together to form monsters.
I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom too.
All their weapons were made to corrupt and decay, making the process all the more difficult and dangerous. But all who greet Link tell him that he needs to tend to his own